The Art of Ancient Egypt, Understanding the Legacy of an Ancient Civilization, written by High Event, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1, Introduction to Ancient Egyptian Art. Ancient Egyptian art is a unique and integral part of the civilization's legacy, reflecting the culture, beliefs, and society that flourished along the banks of the Nile River for over 3 millennia. Art was not merely a form of aesthetic expression, but a vital tool for religious, political, and social purposes. It served as a vehicle for conveying messages, preserving the past, and ensuring the future, particularly in relation to the afterlife, which was central to Egyptian thinking. One of the defining features of Egyptian art is its adherence to a set of conventions and symbolism that remained largely consistent throughout its history. Unlike the art of other ancient cultures, Egyptian art was not focused on the pursuit of realism or artistic innovation, but was instead rooted in a deep belief in the afterlife and the divine. The portrayal of gods, pharaohs, and the common people adhered to specific guidelines meant to reflect their eternal and unchanging nature. This practice was deeply connected to Egypt's religious beliefs, where art was seen as a means to ensure cosmic order, honor deities, and guarantee the continued prosperity of the kingdom. The role of art in Egyptian society was multifaceted. It served as a tool of propaganda for the pharaohs, allowing them to depict themselves as divine rulers whose authority was sanctioned by the gods. The rich iconography of the pharaohs in statues, reliefs, and paintings reinforced their power and eternal rule, both in life and in death. The representation of gods in human or animal forms in Egyptian art also reflected the Egyptians' complex worldview, where gods were perceived as powerful yet approachable, human yet divine. Religious rituals and beliefs shaped the art produced, particularly in the context of tombs and funerary art. Egyptians believed that the soul of the deceased required sustenance in the afterlife, and art played an essential role in ensuring that the deceased would live on eternally. Tombs were adorned with paintings, carvings, and sculptures designed to honor the dead and assist them in their journey to the afterlife. These artworks depicted everything from daily life to divine protection, offering a glimpse into the social, cultural, and spiritual life of the ancient Egyptians. In this chapter, we explore the core principles of ancient Egyptian art, including its function, style, and symbolism. We will also examine the ways in which art provided a means for Egyptians to express their religious beliefs, their power, and their vision of eternity. Ancient Egyptian art, though often rigid and symbolic, carries within it a profound depth of meaning that continues to captivate the imagination of modern audiences. The role of art in ancient Egyptian society. Art in ancient Egyptian society played a crucial and multifaceted role, deeply intertwined with the culture's religious, social, and political structures. Unlike art in many other ancient civilizations, Egyptian art was not created for personal or aesthetic purposes, but served as a means to communicate essential truths about life, death, and the cosmos. It functioned primarily to support the divine order and ensure harmony between humans and the gods, providing visual representations that reflected the people's worldview. One of the central purposes of Egyptian art was to facilitate the connection between the living and the divine. The Egyptians believed that the gods were present in their everyday lives, and art was a medium through which they could honor and communicate with these deities. Religious rituals, often depicted in tombs and temples, used art to invoke divine blessings and ensure prosperity. This sacred function of art can be seen in the highly stylized and symbolic representations of gods, pharaohs, and sacred objects, all designed to reflect divine truth rather than earthly reality. The pharaoh, seen as the living god on earth, was a central figure in Egyptian art. Much of the artwork produced during the civilization's long history was created to glorify the ruler, emphasizing his divine nature and role as the mediator between the gods and humanity. Art served as a political tool for the pharaohs to solidify their power and legitimacy, illustrating their achievements, conquests, and divine right to rule. Monumental statues, grand temples, and inscriptions were used to project an image of eternal authority, reinforcing the idea of the pharaoh as a god-king whose reign was sanctioned by the divine. Art also played a significant role in Egyptian funerary practices. The ancient Egyptians held the belief that the afterlife was a continuation of life on earth, and the proper preparation for this journey was paramount. Art was used to decorate tombs, providing sustenance and protection for the deceased. Paintings, sculptures, and inscriptions inside tombs depicted scenes of the deceased's life, including food, family, and activities, ensuring their survival in the afterlife. These works of art were designed not only to honor the dead, but to help them transition into eternity, making art an essential part of the funerary process. In essence, Egyptian art was a powerful tool for expressing the values, beliefs, and social structures of the civilization. It was never just about decoration, but was intended to communicate and preserve the divine, to legitimize rulers, and to secure an eternal existence for the deceased. Through its symbolism and adherence to tradition, Egyptian art provided a window into the soul of one of the most enduring civilizations in history. The connection between art and religion. In ancient Egypt, art and religion were inextricably linked, with artistic expression serving as a means to communicate religious beliefs and maintain cosmic order. Religion permeated every aspect of Egyptian life, and the role of art was to reflect and reinforce these beliefs, often through highly symbolic and ritualistic forms. Art was not created simply for aesthetic enjoyment or personal expression, but was deeply embedded in the spiritual practices of the time, offering a way to honor gods, immortalize the deceased, and ensure the balance of the universe. The Egyptians believed that the gods were ever present and influenced all facets of life, from the natural world to the social structure. As such, art was an essential medium for representing the divine and invoking the protection and favor of deities. Temples, tombs, and public monuments were adorned with images of gods and goddesses, their forms carefully constructed to convey their power, attributes, and relationship to humanity. These depictions were not intended to be realistic, but to embody the eternal, unchanging nature of the divine. Gods were often represented in idealized forms with exaggerated proportions or animal features to communicate their supernatural essence. This artistic style emphasized the difference between the divine and the mortal, reinforcing the notion that gods were beings beyond human comprehension and capable of shaping the fate of the world. The connection between art and religion was particularly evident in Egyptian funerary practices. Ancient Egyptians believed in an afterlife that mirrored life on earth, and art played a vital role in ensuring a successful journey into this next world. Tombs were filled with paintings, carvings, and sculptures meant to provide the deceased with everything they might need for the afterlife, including food, protection, and companionship. These artworks were more than decorative. They were considered sacred tools, created with the purpose of sustaining the soul and ensuring its safe passage to the afterlife. The walls of tombs were often adorned with scenes of the deceased in the presence of gods, as well as depictions of daily life that were believed to continue in the afterlife. Additionally, religious rituals were often expressed and reinforced through art. Temples dedicated to gods were filled with artistic representations of divine figures and sacred events, where rituals were carried out by priests to maintain the favor of the gods and the stability of the cosmos. The role of the pharaoh, as both a divine ruler and intermediary between the gods and the people, was frequently depicted in art to highlight his religious significance and the sacred nature of his rule. These artistic representations were crucial in reinforcing the pharaoh's divine status and ensuring the spiritual well-being of Egypt. Ultimately, the connection between art and religion in ancient Egypt was one of profound importance. Art was not just a reflection of religious beliefs. It was a tool for engaging with the divine, for preserving the eternal, and for ensuring the continuation of life beyond death. Artistic traditions and innovations. Ancient Egyptian art was deeply rooted in tradition, and its consistency over thousands of years is one of its defining characteristics. However, within this structured framework of established norms, there were also moments of innovation, reflecting both the continuity and the adaptability of Egyptian artistic practices. The art produced by the Egyptians was not only a reflection of their cultural and religious beliefs, but also a means of conveying these ideas across generations, ensuring that the symbolism and methods remained consistent while also accommodating new influences and ideas. One of the most enduring features of Egyptian art was its adherence to a specific set of conventions. These conventions were not arbitrary. They were designed to communicate certain truths about the world, the gods, and the afterlife. In this context, Egyptian art was less about creative expression and more about conveying a standardized representation of reality, one that reflected the divine order rather than earthly life. The figures in Egyptian art were often depicted with rigid, formal poses and idealized proportions, with heads and legs shown in profile while the torso was turned forward. This stylized approach to representation allowed the Egyptians to maintain consistency and clarity in their depictions of gods, pharaohs, and the deceased, ensuring that the figures could be easily recognized and understood as eternal divine beings rather than ordinary people. Despite this emphasis on tradition, there were moments when Egyptian artists innovated, particularly in the areas of materials, techniques, and the depiction of movement. For example, the use of color in Egyptian painting was highly symbolic, with specific colors representing various aspects of life and the divine. Red and yellow were associated with the sun, while green symbolized fertility and rebirth. This color symbolism remained largely consistent throughout Egyptian history, but the application of these colors evolved over time as artists experimented with different mediums and techniques, particularly in the later periods of Egyptian history. Another area where innovation occurred was in the representation of the human form. During certain periods, particularly the Amarna period under Pharaoh Akhenaten, there was a departure from traditional conventions as artists began to depict the pharaoh and his family in a more naturalistic and informal style. This shift in artistic representation was a radical departure from the traditional idealized forms and proportions that had been the hallmark of Egyptian art for centuries. Although this period of innovation was relatively short-lived, it showed the capacity for Egyptian artists to break from tradition in response to changing political and religious circumstances. Furthermore, innovations in materials and construction techniques enabled the Egyptians to create monumental architecture and statues that have endured for millennia. The development of more sophisticated stone-cutting techniques and the use of durable materials like limestone, sandstone, and granite allowed artists to create large-scale works of art such as the pyramids, temples, and colossal statues of the pharaohs. These works not only demonstrated technical skill, but also symbolized the enduring nature of Egyptian culture and its religious beliefs. In conclusion, while Egyptian art is characterized by its adherence to long-standing traditions, it also displays moments of innovation that reflect the dynamic nature of the civilization. The interplay between tradition and innovation allowed Egyptian art to remain a powerful tool for religious, political, and social expression, and its legacy continues to inspire and captivate the world today. Key periods in Egyptian art history. Egyptian art spans an extensive period of time, over 3,000 years, and during this long history, distinct artistic styles and practices evolved. However, the development of art in ancient Egypt remained deeply rooted in the culture's religious beliefs and societal structure, with each period reflecting the prevailing political, social, and spiritual climate. The key periods in Egyptian art history: Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom, and the Late Period. Each brought different approaches and innovations, though much of the fundamental style remained consistent throughout. The Old Kingdom, c. 2686 to 2181 BCE is often referred to as the Age of the Pyramids due to the construction of the Great Pyramids of Giza. During this period, Egyptian art reached its highest degree of formality and rigidity. Art was focused on the representation of the divine and eternal, particularly in the depictions of the pharaohs and their tombs. The strict conventions of Egyptian art were solidified during this time, and artistic representation was highly idealized, with the human form depicted according to a set of proportional rules designed to convey an idealized, timeless figure. Sculpture and monumental architecture flourished, with the construction of grand tombs and statues designed to preserve the memory of the pharaohs for eternity. The Middle Kingdom, c. 2055 to 1650 BCE, marked a period of reunification and relative stability following a time of political turmoil. Artistic production during this time was characterized by greater emotional depth and attention to detail, particularly in the portrayal of the human figure. While the artistic style remained largely conservative, there was an increased focus on individual identity, with tombs of non-royal individuals becoming more elaborate and showcasing a broader range of activities and personal interests. The Middle Kingdom also saw the development of intricate and beautifully crafted jewelry, pottery, and stonework. There was also a shift toward more intimate representations of the gods, contrasting with the distant, imposing figures of the Old Kingdom. The New Kingdom, c. 1550 to 1070 BCE, is considered the peak of ancient Egyptian art, characterized by wealth, power, and monumental construction. During this period, Egypt reached its zenith, with an expansion of territorial boundaries, a thriving economy, and a flourishing artistic scene. The art of the New Kingdom became more varied, with a greater emphasis on realism and movement, particularly in the depiction of the royal family. This period also saw the construction of massive temples dedicated to gods and the pharaohs, along with the creation of large statues and obelisks. One notable departure from earlier periods was the reign of Akhenaten, whose brief and radical attempt to establish monotheism led to the creation of art that was more naturalistic and expressive, particularly in representations of the royal family. The late period, c. 664 to 332 BCE, marked the final stages of Egypt's ancient civilization before it fell under the influence of foreign powers. Art during this time was a mixture of revivalist tendencies and influences from the Greeks and Persians. While the traditional forms and iconography were maintained, there was a marked shift towards a more decorative and less monumental style. The late period also witnessed the decline of the power of the pharaohs, and artistic production became more oriented toward religious and funerary purposes. Many of the grand statues and tombs of this period reflected Egypt's nostalgia for its former glory, with rulers seeking to emulate the greatness of earlier pharaohs. Throughout these key periods, Egyptian art remained deeply tied to religious beliefs and the notion of immortality. Despite fluctuations in style and technique, the underlying principles of balance, symbolism, and adherence to tradition ensured that Egyptian art would continue to endure and captivate for centuries to come. Each period left a unique imprint on the history of Egyptian art, contributing to a legacy that has resonated through time. The influence of geography and culture. The geography and culture of ancient Egypt played a crucial role in shaping its art, influencing everything from the materials used to the symbolic meaning of its representations. Situated along the fertile banks of the Nile River, Egypt's geography not only provided the resources needed for survival, but also framed the worldview that was reflected in its artistic creations. The river was central to Egyptian life, serving as a lifeline for transportation, agriculture, and trade, and its importance is mirrored in the art produced by the civilization. The Nile's annual flooding, which brought rich silt to the soil, was seen as a divine act and became a recurring theme in Egyptian art, symbolizing fertility, renewal, and the cyclical nature of life and death. Egypt's geography also influenced its architectural and artistic choices. The availability of natural resources like limestone, sandstone, and granite allowed the Egyptians to create monumental structures, including the vast pyramids and towering temples. These materials were chosen for their durability, ensuring that the monuments could endure for eternity, just as the Egyptians believed their rulers would. The harsh desert that surrounded the fertile Nile Valley served as a backdrop for the grand monuments, further reinforcing the idea of Egypt as a land of eternal stability and divine order. The contrast between the fertile land of the Nile and the surrounding barren desert is evident in many artistic representations, with the Nile often depicted as the source of life amidst an otherwise desolate landscape. Culturally, Egypt's isolation and its long-lasting stability allowed for the development of a unique artistic tradition that remained remarkably consistent over time. The relative absence of outside influences, particularly in the early periods, meant that Egyptian art adhered to a set of conventions and symbolic representations that endured for millennia. While there were periods of innovation, especially during the New Kingdom and the reign of Akhenaten, these artistic shifts were often still rooted in the religious and cultural values that defined Egyptian society. The Egyptians' worldview, shaped by their geography and culture, was focused on balance, order, and eternity, which became central themes in their art. The belief in Ma'at, the concept of divine order and truth, permeated all aspects of Egyptian life and art, influencing the way gods, pharaohs, and the afterlife were represented. The constant presence of the Nile and the surrounding desert in Egyptian symbolism reflects this quest for balance, with art used to maintain harmony between the divine and the human, the natural and the supernatural, and the living and the dead. In conclusion, the geography and culture of ancient Egypt were not merely passive factors, but active forces that shaped the very essence of Egyptian art. From the materials used in monumental architecture to the symbolic meanings embedded in religious representations, the art of Egypt is a direct reflection of its environment and the deeply held cultural values of its people. Chapter 2: The Foundations of Egyptian Art. The foundations of Egyptian art were built on a set of established conventions that span thousands of years, ensuring continuity and consistency in the artistic expressions of the civilization. At its core, Egyptian art was intended to communicate spiritual, political, and societal truths, and as such, it was deeply influenced by the culture's religious beliefs, social structure, and understanding of the afterlife. Unlike the art of other ancient cultures, which might prioritize aesthetic beauty or realism, Egyptian art was firmly rooted in the concept of eternal order. This order was encapsulated by the idea of Ma'at, a principle that represented balance, truth, and harmony in the cosmos, and it shaped how Egyptian artists approached their work. From its earliest stages, Egyptian art was heavily symbolic. Each element, whether it was the posture of a figure, the use of color, or the depiction of a deity, had a specific meaning. For instance, the depiction of gods and pharaohs in larger-than-life proportions was intended to emphasize their divine or superior status. The use of hierarchical scale was another technique employed to denote importance. The more significant a person or deity, the larger their representation in relation to others. This symbolic approach was not meant to mirror the physical world, but to create a visual language that transcended time, space, and mortality, aiming instead to represent the eternal. Material culture also played an essential role in shaping the foundations of Egyptian art. The availability of local resources, particularly the stone and minerals found along the Nile River, allowed the Egyptians to develop a rich tradition of sculpture and monumental architecture. Limestone, sandstone, and granite were commonly used in the creation of tombs, temples, and statues, all of which were designed to withstand the ravages of time and secure the preservation of the soul in the afterlife. Paintings, too, were characterized by a careful use of materials, with pigments derived from minerals and plants that were applied to walls, tombs, and monuments. This careful selection of materials was integral to the belief in eternity. The materials used were meant to endure as the soul passed from life to death and beyond. The Egyptian approach to artistic representation was also influenced by their understanding of time and the afterlife. Life was seen as a brief, earthly experience, while the afterlife was an eternal continuation of existence. As a result, Egyptian art was always focused on ensuring the preservation of this continuity. The tombs of the elite, for example, were filled with scenes depicting daily life, ensuring that the deceased would continue to enjoy these experiences in the afterlife. Artistic techniques were developed with the specific aim of providing a gateway between the living and the divine, offering sustenance, protection, and continuity. In conclusion, the foundations of Egyptian art lay in a profound understanding of spirituality, eternity, and the natural world. It was a tradition based not on personal expression, but on the pursuit of cosmic order, with every piece of art created to serve a specific purpose within the broader framework of Egyptian society and its beliefs about the afterlife. This adherence to religious and cultural principles allowed Egyptian art to endure across centuries, leaving behind a legacy that continues to inspire and inform our understanding of this ancient civilization. Early Egyptian artistic styles. The early Egyptian artistic styles, spanning from the pre-dynastic period through the Old Kingdom, laid the foundation for the distinctive visual language that would dominate Egyptian art for millennia. These early styles were heavily influenced by Egypt's geographical environment, religious beliefs, and social structure, and were characterized by their symbolic and functional purposes. Far from being driven by a desire for personal expression or aesthetic experimentation, the art of this period was rooted in the necessity of maintaining cosmic order, honoring the divine, and ensuring immortality. In the pre-dynastic period, c. 5500 to 3100 BCE, early Egyptian art primarily served practical purposes. Pottery, jewelry, and small sculptures were crafted using basic techniques, with designs often focusing on geometric patterns, animals, and natural elements. The use of animals as motifs, such as bulls, birds, and fish, was significant, as they symbolized various aspects of life and fertility. As the Nile River shaped the civilization's existence, representations of water, plants, and the animals that inhabited the land became important symbols of the cycle of life. The early Egyptians often used simple but effective techniques, such as engraving, to depict these motifs on ceramics and small stone objects. As Egypt unified under the first pharaohs at the beginning of the early dynastic period, c. 3100 to 2686 BCE, art began to take on a more formalized and symbolic role, reflecting the growing political centralization and religious practices of the time. The earliest monumental works from this period, including royal tombs and stelae, began to show a more sophisticated use of form and space. The palette of colors expanded with the introduction of mineral-based pigments, and hieroglyphs began to appear as a system of written language. Early royal art began to establish conventions that would persist for centuries, including the use of hierarchical scale, where larger figures signified greater importance, and the formalized depiction of the human body. The Old Kingdom, c. 2686 to 2181 BCE, represents the pinnacle of early Egyptian art, especially in terms of monumental architecture and sculpture. The art of this period was primarily concerned with the afterlife, and the tombs of the pharaohs were adorned with elaborate frescoes and reliefs, ensuring a safe journey to the next life. Statues of pharaohs and high-ranking officials were created with idealized, standardized proportions to signify eternal power and divine right. The strict conventions of Egyptian art were firmly established during this period. Human figures were depicted in composite poses, with heads and legs shown in profile, while torsos were turned forward. This approach was not intended to achieve realism, but to convey the timeless nature of those depicted. Early Egyptian artistic styles were deeply functional, always tied to the religious and cultural beliefs of the civilization. Art was a tool used to communicate spiritual and political messages, whether through pottery, sculpture, or monumental architecture. The use of symmetry, idealized proportions, and symbolic representation laid the groundwork for the highly formalized and enduring art traditions of ancient Egypt. These early styles not only served practical purposes, but also acted as a bridge between the earthly realm and the divine, ensuring the continued prosperity and immortality of both the living and the dead. The importance of symbolism. In ancient Egyptian art, symbolism was not just a decorative element, but a vital tool for communicating spiritual, religious, and social truths. Every detail, from the posture of a figure to the use of specific colors and materials, carried a deeper meaning that transcended its visual representation. This reliance on symbolism was integral to the Egyptians' understanding of the world, their gods, and the afterlife, and it allowed them to create a visual language that connected the mortal and divine realms. One of the most significant aspects of Egyptian art was its use of color as a symbol. Each color had a distinct meaning, tied to the natural world, the gods, or certain virtues. For example, green was associated with fertility, renewal, and rebirth, reflecting the rejuvenation of the land after the annual flooding of the Nile. Blue, often used in depictions of the gods, symbolized the heavens, water, and the divine, while red could represent chaos or disorder, as well as the desert, the land outside the nurturing boundaries of the Nile's floodplain. These colors were not chosen for their aesthetic appeal, but for their connection to cosmic forces and the desired spiritual outcomes. Hieroglyphs, the written language of Egypt, were also deeply symbolic, with each sign or image representing not just a sound, but a concept or idea. The use of hieroglyphs in tombs, temples, and monuments was not simply for communication. It was meant to inscribe the divine order and ensure that the teachings, prayers, and spells would be understood by the gods and lead to a harmonious afterlife. The repetition of certain symbols, such as the ankh representing life, or the scarab symbolizing rebirth, reinforced these ideas and made them a constant part of the visual language of Egyptian art. The human form was another area where symbolism played a crucial role. Figures in Egyptian art were not depicted with an emphasis on realistic proportions or individual personality. Instead, they were shown in a stylized manner to convey a sense of timelessness and divine order. The use of composite poses, where heads and legs were shown in profile, but the torso was depicted frontally, was a symbolic representation of balance and order. The pharaoh, for example, was often portrayed larger than other figures to signify his divine and hierarchical importance. This idealization of the human form was designed to convey the eternal and unchanging nature of the divine and the ruler, reinforcing their status as intermediaries between the gods and the people. Symbolism was also critical in the depiction of deities and mythological scenes. Gods were represented with animal heads or specific attributes, such as the sun disk of Ra or the crook and flail of Osiris, to highlight their divine powers and roles. These symbols helped the Egyptians understand their relationship with the gods and the forces of nature, portraying an ordered universe where every element had a place and purpose. In conclusion, symbolism in Egyptian art was essential for conveying the culture's worldview and spiritual beliefs. It provided a means of expressing the divine order, ensuring that the intentions behind artistic works were understood beyond the visual realm. This reliance on symbolic representation allowed Egyptian art to endure and maintain its significance across generations, reinforcing the connection between the physical world and the eternal divine forces that governed it. Color and material choices. In ancient Egyptian art, color and material choices were not merely aesthetic decisions, but were deeply symbolic and integral to the culture's spiritual and cultural expressions. Every color and material used in artwork carried specific meanings and associations, serving both to convey important messages and to reflect the values of the civilization. These elements helped the Egyptians connect the material world with the divine, and their choices in art were carefully aligned with their religious beliefs, social structures, and the cycles of life and death. The use of color in Egyptian art was symbolic and tied to the natural world, the divine, and the forces of life and death. For instance, green and black were often associated with fertility and rebirth. The color green, in particular, was linked to the Nile River and its annual flooding, which brought fertility to the land. Black, similarly, symbolized the rich, fertile soil left by the river's floods, as well as the concept of renewal and resurrection. These colors were frequently used in depictions of the afterlife, where life was thought to continue in a state of perpetual regeneration. In contrast, red was associated with chaos, disorder, and the desert, representing the uncontrollable forces that lay outside the life-giving influence of the Nile. Blue and gold, often used in representations of the gods, symbolize the heavens and the divine. Gold, in particular, was considered the flesh of the gods and was used to depict deities, emphasizing their eternal and otherworldly nature. Materials also played a crucial role in Egyptian art, with the selection of each material carrying symbolic weight. Stone, especially limestone, sandstone, and granite, was the most common medium for monumental sculpture and architecture. The choice of stone reflected the desire for permanence and durability, as Egyptian society believed in the eternal nature of both the pharaohs and the gods. Monuments, statues, and tombs were crafted from these materials to ensure the lasting legacy of the ruler or deity they depicted. The stone's durability mirrored the Egyptians' belief in the continuity of life beyond death, with the material's endurance symbolizing the immortality of the soul. In addition to stone, other materials like wood, ivory, and metals were used in the creation of smaller sculptures, furniture, and jewelry. These materials, often combined with intricate craftsmanship, were used to create objects of both practical use and symbolic importance. The use of gold in jewelry, for instance, was not just decorative but also held sacred meaning, symbolizing purity and the divine. Precious stones, such as lapis lazuli and turquoise, were also frequently employed to enhance these items, adding to their spiritual significance. The use of pigments in wall paintings and tombs was equally important. Natural pigments derived from minerals and plants were applied to surfaces to create vivid depictions of daily life, religious scenes, and symbolic representations. These paintings were more than just decorative. They were integral to the religious practices of the time, designed to ensure the deceased's safe journey into the afterlife or to honor the gods. In conclusion, color and material choices in ancient Egyptian art were not only functional, but also deeply embedded in the cultural and religious framework of the civilization. Each color and material carried specific meanings that reinforced the Egyptians' beliefs in life, death, and the eternal order of the cosmos. These choices helped to create a visual language that communicated the spiritual values of the society and ensured that their art would continue to resonate with meaning for centuries. Development of hieratic and demotic script. The development of Egyptian scripts, including hieratic and demotic, played a pivotal role in the evolution of Egyptian art and culture. These writing systems were vital tools for communication, administration, and religious practices, and they also served as a means of preserving Egypt's history and beliefs. Hieratic and demotic emerged as simplified versions of hieroglyphs, adapting the complex system of pictorial symbols for practical use in everyday life. Hieratic script, which developed around 3000 BCE during the early dynastic period, was initially a cursive form of hieroglyphs used primarily for religious and administrative purposes. While hieroglyphs were primarily reserved for monumental inscriptions, hieratic was more suitable for writing on papyrus, pottery, and other perishable materials. This script was quicker to write and easier to use in day-to-day activities, making it essential for priests, scribes, and officials who needed to document religious texts, decrees, and transactions. Despite its simplification, hieratic retained many of the symbolic meanings of hieroglyphs, ensuring that the spiritual and cultural context of Egyptian writing was preserved. Hieratic was used for centuries, continuing through the New Kingdom, c. 1550 to 1070 BCE and beyond, before it gradually evolved into Demotic script. By the 7th century BCE, during the late period, Demotic script emerged as an even more simplified form of writing. Unlike hieratic, which was still linked to its hieroglyphic roots, Demotic was a more fluid and cursive system that could be written quickly and efficiently. It was used for a variety of practical purposes, including legal documents, contracts, and letters, and eventually became the most common script for daily use in Egypt. The introduction of Demotic reflected the cultural and administrative changes taking place in Egyptian society during the late period, as Egypt became increasingly influenced by foreign powers such as the Persians and Greeks. This script was used alongside hieroglyphs and hieratic in many contexts, especially in the documentation of religious and royal matters. Both hieratic and demotic scripts were essential for preserving Egyptian literature, religious texts, and historical records. Hieratic, with its connection to the sacred, was often employed in the copying of religious texts, including spells and prayers for the afterlife, ensuring that the divine order would be maintained. Demotic, in contrast, represented a more pragmatic and accessible writing system used in legal, administrative, and commercial spheres. The development of these scripts allowed for greater literacy in Egypt, enabling the documentation and transmission of knowledge across generations. In conclusion, the development of hieratic and demotic script was a crucial step in the evolution of Egyptian writing and played a significant role in the broader cultural and religious life of ancient Egypt. These scripts allowed for the widespread dissemination of Egypt's religious, legal, and historical traditions, ensuring that the ancient civilization's knowledge was preserved and passed down. Through these scripts, the Egyptians were able to maintain a record of their society's values and beliefs, reinforcing their sense of continuity and eternal order. Influence of the Nile River on art. The Nile River was the lifeblood of ancient Egyptian civilization, and its profound impact on Egyptian art cannot be overstated. The river not only provided the physical sustenance required for agriculture, trade, and daily life, but also shaped the symbolic and spiritual world of the Egyptians. Art, in its many forms, reflected the significance of the Nile and its central role in the survival and prosperity of the Egyptian people. From depictions of the river in tombs to the use of natural resources, the Nile's influence permeated Egyptian artistic expression. One of the most important ways the Nile influenced Egyptian art was through its connection to the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The annual flooding of the Nile, which brought fertile silt to the soil and enabled the crops to grow, was seen as a divine gift. This regular event was not only a source of material prosperity, but also symbolized the eternal cycle of renewal. In many tomb paintings and sculptures, scenes of the flooding Nile were depicted to ensure that the deceased would continue to enjoy prosperity in the afterlife. Such images often featured riverboats, fields of crops, and the natural landscape, capturing the relationship between the flood and the renewal of life. The river's cyclical flooding was a powerful metaphor for the cycle of birth, death, and resurrection, which was central to the Egyptian view of the afterlife. The Nile's role in the daily lives of the Egyptians also had a significant impact on artistic representations of everyday activities. Scenes of fishing, hunting, and farming along the riverbanks were commonly depicted in tombs and monuments, reflecting the vital role of the Nile in sustaining life. Fish, birds, and other river creatures were frequently shown in Egyptian art, symbolizing abundance, fertility, and the connection between nature and the divine. These motifs were not only artistic expressions, but also served as assurances that the deceased would have access to these same resources in the afterlife. Additionally, the materials used in Egyptian art were often directly linked to the Nile's bounty. Stone, which was used for monumental sculptures and architecture, was quarried from the banks of the river, while the fertile land around the Nile provided materials for pigments and other artistic tools. The river's influence extended beyond the natural world into the sacred realm. The Egyptians believed that the Nile was the tears of the goddess Isis, symbolizing the connection between the divine and the earth, which artists sought to capture in their works. In conclusion, the Nile River's influence on Egyptian art was far-reaching, shaping both the material and symbolic aspects of artistic production. It was a source of life and death, material wealth, and spiritual significance, and its presence in Egyptian art reinforced the civilization's belief in eternal renewal, divine order, and the interconnectedness of life with nature. Through the depiction of the Nile, the Egyptians sought to express their reverence for the river's role in sustaining not only their physical existence, but also their spiritual and cultural heritage. Chapter 3: Egyptian Architecture, Building the Eternal Monuments. Egyptian architecture is one of the most enduring legacies of ancient Egypt, with monumental structures that have withstood the test of time and continue to captivate the world today. The grand scale and lasting nature of Egyptian architecture were deeply rooted in the civilization's religious beliefs, societal structure, and desire for immortality. From the construction of tombs to temples, every aspect of Egyptian architecture was designed with the goal of ensuring continuity and securing the eternal life of the pharaohs, gods, and the elite. The most iconic example of Egyptian architecture is the pyramid, which evolved over the course of several centuries. The Great Pyramid of Giza, constructed for the pharaoh Khufu during the Old Kingdom, c. 2580 to 2560 BCE, is perhaps the most famous of these monumental structures. The pyramid was not merely a tomb, but a cosmic symbol of the sun's rays, designed to help the pharaoh's soul ascend to the heavens. The sheer scale and precision of the pyramids reflect the Egyptians' advanced understanding of mathematics, engineering, and architecture, as well as their religious commitment to the idea of eternal life. The pyramid's triangular shape represented the sun's rays and symbolized the pharaoh's divine journey to the afterlife. In addition to the pyramids, mortuary temples played a significant role in Egyptian architecture. These temples were designed as places of worship for the deceased pharaohs and were adorned with reliefs and inscriptions depicting scenes from the ruler's life and achievements. Mortuary temples like that of Hatshepsut at Deir el-Bahari stand as striking examples of Egyptian architectural grandeur and religious devotion. The grandeur of these structures emphasized the idea that the pharaoh, even in death, was a divine figure deserving of veneration. Temples dedicated to gods and goddesses were equally important in Egyptian architecture, serving as places where the divine presence could be honored and worshipped. The Temple of Karnak, dedicated to the god Ammon, is a monumental complex that illustrates the evolution of Egyptian religious architecture over time. It features massive pylons, obelisks, and towering columns, with walls covered in intricate carvings depicting religious rituals and the deeds of pharaohs. These temples were designed to reflect the cosmic order and were often oriented with the stars or the sun to align with the natural and divine forces. The use of stone in Egyptian architecture was another distinguishing feature. Stone was durable, symbolizing permanence and the eternal. The massive stone blocks used in the construction of temples and tombs were often quarried from regions along the Nile, reinforcing the connection between the physical world and the divine. Architecture was seen as a way of making the divine tangible, and the stone structures created a physical manifestation of the spiritual beliefs that governed Egyptian society. In conclusion, Egyptian architecture was more than just an expression of artistic skill. It was a powerful tool for reinforcing the civilization's religious beliefs and ensuring the continued existence of the divine order. The construction of monumental structures, such as pyramids, mortuary temples, and religious sanctuaries, reflected a deep commitment to the idea of eternity and the pharaoh's central role in maintaining the cosmic balance. These architectural feats, built with lasting materials and intricate designs, stand as a testament to the ancient Egyptians' understanding of life, death, and the immortality they sought to achieve. Pyramids and their architectural significance. The pyramids of ancient Egypt are among the most iconic and enduring symbols of the civilization's architectural achievements. These massive structures, designed as tombs for pharaohs and powerful individuals, were not just feats of engineering, but were deeply symbolic, reflecting the Egyptians' religious beliefs, political power, and understanding of the cosmos. The pyramid shape itself was a symbol of the sun's rays, representing the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife and his connection with the divine. This connection between the physical structure and the spiritual world elevated the pyramid from a mere tomb to a cosmic monument meant to ensure immortality. The architectural significance of the pyramids lies in their scale, precision, and the immense planning required to construct them. The construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza, built for Pharaoh Khufu during the 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom, c. 2580 to 2560 BCE, is a testament to the Egyptians' advanced knowledge of mathematics and engineering. Standing at 481 feet, the Great Pyramid was the tallest man-made structure in the world for over 3,800 years. Its alignment with the cardinal points of the compass, as well as its precise dimensions, reflects the Egyptians' mastery over both architectural design and astronomical principles. The construction techniques, though still debated, demonstrate an incredible level of coordination, with massive stone blocks carefully cut and transported, some weighing as much as 2.5 tons. The pyramid's role was deeply intertwined with Egyptian religious beliefs, particularly the concept of the afterlife. The shape of the pyramid itself was symbolic of the rays of the sun, allowing the deceased pharaoh to ascend to the heavens and join the gods. The sloping sides of the pyramid represented the pharaoh's soul climbing toward the divine realm, emphasizing the eternal nature of his reign. In this way, the pyramid was not just a tomb, but a powerful statement of the ruler's divine authority and his role in maintaining cosmic order. Pyramids were also constructed with a focus on the afterlife and the protection of the deceased. They were built with intricate burial chambers and passages designed to safeguard the pharaoh's body and possessions from tomb robbers, ensuring that he could live on in the afterlife. The walls of these pyramids were often adorned with spells, prayers, and religious texts, such as those found in the pyramid texts, which were intended to guide the pharaoh's soul through the challenges of the underworld. In addition to their religious and symbolic significance, the pyramids served as representations of the centralized power of the pharaoh. The immense resources required to build such monumental structures underscored the authority of the ruler and the wealth of the state. The pyramids, particularly those at Giza, stood as enduring testaments to the pharaoh's divine right to rule and their ability to command vast human and material resources. In conclusion, the pyramids of ancient Egypt are not only architectural marvels, but also powerful symbols of religious belief, political authority, and cosmic order. Their precise design, monumental scale, and connection to the afterlife reflect the sophisticated knowledge and spiritual aspirations of ancient Egyptians. The pyramid's enduring presence continues to captivate modern minds, offering a glimpse into the architectural brilliance and profound religious worldview of one of the world's most influential civilizations. Temples as spiritual and political symbols. In ancient Egypt, temples were not merely places of worship. They were powerful symbols of both spiritual devotion and political authority. These monumental structures were designed to serve as physical manifestations of the divine and the pharaoh's role as the intermediary between the gods and the people. The grandeur and design of Egyptian temples reflected both the spiritual beliefs of the civilization and the political ambitions of its rulers, blending religious rituals with the assertion of royal power. Temples in Egypt were dedicated to gods, goddesses, and deified pharaohs, with each temple serving as a home for the divine. These structures were designed to house the cult statue of the god, where it would be honored through rituals performed by the priests. The Temple of Karnak, dedicated to the god Amun, is one of the most famous examples of Egyptian temple architecture. Its vast courtyards, towering columns, and massive pylons were designed to inspire awe and convey the majesty of the god it honored. The size and scale of the temple reflected the importance of the god, while the numerous inscriptions on its walls recorded the deeds of pharaohs who contributed to the temple's construction, further asserting their divine authority. The design and placement of temples were also deeply symbolic. Temples were often constructed along the banks of the Nile or near sacred sites to align with the natural and cosmic order. The layout of the temple itself symbolized the journey from the earthly realm to the divine. The approach to the temple was often marked by massive pylons, symbolizing the entrance to a sacred realm, and the temple's inner sanctum, where the deity's statue was kept, was considered the holiest part of the structure. The architecture, with its monumental scale, was intended to represent the primordial chaos from which order was established by the gods. Every element, from the pylons to the towering columns, reinforced the temple's role as a bridge between the human and the divine. Politically, temples were tools of royal propaganda and power. Pharaohs used temple construction to legitimize their reign and demonstrate their divine right to rule. The inscriptions and reliefs that adorned temple walls often depicted the pharaohs performing rituals, making offerings to the gods, and triumphing over their enemies. These images reinforced the idea that the pharaoh was not only a political leader, but a divinely appointed ruler chosen by the gods to maintain cosmic order. Temples served as centers of power, where priests performed rituals that were believed to ensure the prosperity and stability of Egypt. In conclusion, Egyptian temples were both spiritual sanctuaries and political symbols. They embodied the connection between the divine and the earthly realms, with the pharaoh positioned as the intermediary who upheld divine order. The grandeur, design, and purpose of the temples reflected the civilization's religious beliefs, while also asserting the power and authority of the ruling pharaohs. These monumental structures were a physical representation of the intertwined roles of religion and politics in ancient Egypt, underscoring the unshakable belief that the pharaoh's power was granted by the gods themselves. The evolution of tomb design. The design of tombs in ancient Egypt evolved significantly over the millennia, reflecting the changing beliefs surrounding the afterlife, the increasing wealth and power of the pharaohs, and advancements in architectural techniques. Tombs were of paramount importance in Egyptian society, as they served as a final resting place for the deceased and were viewed as a means of ensuring immortality. As such, tomb design became a key element in the Egyptian understanding of death, resurrection, and the preservation of one's soul for eternity. In the early stages of Egyptian history, during the pre-dynastic and early dynastic periods, tombs were relatively simple structures. Early tombs were often pit graves or mastabas, flat-roofed rectangular structures made of mud brick or stone. These early tombs were typically constructed for the elite and pharaohs and featured chambers where the body of the deceased would be buried. Over time, these mastabas became more elaborate, incorporating stone and more intricate designs. The transition to the use of stone was a significant shift, as it was thought to provide greater protection for the deceased and their belongings, which were believed to be essential for the afterlife. The most significant change in tomb design occurred during the Old Kingdom, c. 2686 to 2181 BCE, with the development of the pyramid. The step pyramid, developed by Imhotep for Pharaoh Djoser at Saqqara, marked the beginning of monumental tomb construction. These early pyramids consisted of a series of stacked mastabas, symbolizing the pharaoh's journey to the heavens. The pyramid form itself was symbolic of the sun's rays, a connection to the divine, and the pharaoh's association with the sun god Ra. The Great Pyramid of Giza, built for Pharaoh Khufu, is the most famous example of this design and represents the pinnacle of Old Kingdom tomb architecture. Pyramids were intended to be eternal monuments, their massive stone structures built to protect the pharaoh's body and ensure his ascent to the afterlife. During the Middle Kingdom, c. 2055 to 1650 BCE, tomb design evolved again, as the focus shifted from grandiose monuments to more individualized, hidden tombs. The pharaohs and elites of this period began to build their tombs in the Valley of the Kings, a remote location meant to safeguard the tombs from robbers. These tombs were often rock-cut and featured elaborate murals and inscriptions on the walls that depicted scenes of the deceased's life, as well as religious texts to help guide them through the afterlife. In the New Kingdom, c. 1550 to 1070 BCE, tombs became even more elaborate and highly decorated. The tombs of pharaohs and nobles in the Valley of the Kings were filled with intricate artwork, depicting the journey to the afterlife and the gods that the deceased would encounter. This period also saw the development of the tomb chapel, which was an essential part of the tomb's design. These chapels were dedicated spaces for offering rituals and prayers to ensure the deceased's successful transition to the afterlife. By the late period and into the Greco-Roman period, tombs began to incorporate more diverse architectural influences, but they remained deeply rooted in the Egyptian tradition of providing for the deceased's needs in the afterlife. Whether monumental pyramids or hidden rock-cut tombs, the evolution of tomb design reflected the complex spiritual and political aspects of Egyptian society, with each new design reinforcing the central belief in immortality and the continuity of life beyond death. In conclusion, the evolution of tomb design in ancient Egypt mirrored the cultural, religious, and political shifts of the civilization. From simple mastabas to monumental pyramids, and eventually to the hidden tombs of the New Kingdom, each stage of tomb architecture was a reflection of the Egyptians' unyielding belief in the afterlife and their desire to ensure the eternal preservation of the soul. Monumental statues and their function. Monumental statues in ancient Egypt were more than just artistic representations. They were powerful symbols of divine authority, eternal life, and the pharaoh's connection to the gods. These colossal figures served both religious and political functions, embodying the godlike nature of the pharaohs and their roles as protectors of Egypt and intermediaries between the divine and mortal realms. Whether placed in temples, tombs, or public spaces, these statues were designed to leave a lasting impression, ensuring that the pharaoh's presence remained eternal and his power unquestioned. One of the primary functions of monumental statues was to immortalize the pharaohs and gods. The Egyptians believed that the soul could be housed within statues, allowing the deceased to continue interacting with the world of the living. The massive statues of pharaohs, such as those of Ramses II at Abu Simbel, were not only intended to display the ruler's divine power, but also served as symbolic guardians, watching over temples, tombs, and important sites. These statues were strategically placed to demonstrate the ruler's divine authority and to make sure that their protective influence extended beyond death. The colossal statues were often positioned in temples or in public spaces to remind the people of the omnipotence of the pharaoh, reinforcing his central role in maintaining cosmic order. In addition to representing the pharaohs, monumental statues also served a spiritual function. The statues of gods like those of Amun or Osiris were housed in temples where they would be venerated through rituals and offerings. These statues were thought to house the living essence of the deity they depicted, with the physical form acting as a conduit for the divine presence. The grandeur and scale of these statues underscored the immense power and importance of the gods in Egyptian life. Temples containing these statues became centers of worship, with the statues themselves being the focal point of religious rituals. Monumental statues also symbolized the eternal nature of the pharaoh's reign. The Egyptians believed in the preservation of the body and the spirit for eternity, and these statues played an important role in ensuring that the pharaoh's likeness was preserved forever. The larger-than-life scale of the statues reflected the grandeur of the individual they represented, while their durability and stone construction emphasized the idea of permanence and immortality. They were intended to outlast the physical life of the ruler, serving as an everlasting testament to their power and divine favor. Furthermore, monumental statues functioned as tools of propaganda, displaying the strength and stability of the Egyptian state. By commissioning these statues, pharaohs could reinforce their image as powerful, divine leaders. They communicated the pharaoh's victories, strength, and divine right to rule, consolidating their political power and reinforcing their role as the protector of Egypt. Statues, with their commanding presence, acted as a form of visual propaganda, ensuring that the ruler's legacy would endure long after their reign had ended. In conclusion, monumental statues in ancient Egypt were not just artistic expressions, but were deeply intertwined with the civilization's religious and political life. They served as symbols of divine authority, tools for ensuring immortality, and instruments of state power. By commissioning and placing these statues, the pharaohs reinforced their status as eternal rulers and intermediaries between the divine and human realms. Through their grandeur and symbolism, these statues continue to reflect the strength and spiritual depth of ancient Egyptian civilization. The role of labor and technology in construction. The construction of monumental structures in ancient Egypt, including temples, pyramids, and tombs, was an extraordinary feat of engineering and organization. These projects required not only advanced technology, but also the labor of thousands of workers, each contributing to the creation of structures that would stand for millennia. The role of labor and technology in these constructions was essential to the success of ancient Egypt's architectural legacy, as it enabled the Egyptians to build with precision and scale that was unparalleled at the time. Labor in ancient Egypt was largely organized and coordinated by the state, particularly during the Old and Middle Kingdoms, when the construction of monumental structures reached its peak. Pharaohs commissioned massive building projects, which required a highly skilled workforce. Contrary to the popular notion that slaves were the primary labor force, most workers involved in construction were skilled laborers, artisans, and seasonal workers, many of whom worked on a rotating basis. These workers were often recruited from local communities and were provided with food, shelter, and payment in the form of rations. For larger, state-sponsored projects like the construction of pyramids, workers might be temporarily relocated to work on the construction sites, where they lived in work camps near the monuments they were building. The technology used in Egyptian construction was advanced for its time, relying on simple yet effective tools and techniques that allowed for precision and durability. The Egyptians were skilled in using copper and bronze tools, such as chisels, hammers, and saws, to carve and shape stone. For large-scale stone construction, they also employed levers, ramps, and sledges to transport and position massive stones, some of which weighed several tons. Ramps of various designs were likely used to move the stone blocks up the sides of pyramids and other structures. These ramps, whether straight or zigzagging, allowed workers to gradually move massive blocks to higher levels as the pyramid rose. One of the most significant technological innovations in ancient Egyptian construction was their understanding of geometry and mathematics. The precise alignment of the pyramids, for example, required advanced knowledge of astronomy and the ability to measure angles and distances accurately. The Egyptians used simple tools like plumbobs, leveling instruments, and sighting rods to ensure that their structures were perfectly aligned with the cardinal points of the compass. This precision was crucial not only for aesthetic reasons, but also for religious ones, as the alignment of temples and tombs was believed to reflect the cosmic order and the will of the gods. Despite the simplicity of the tools, the coordination of such vast labor forces, and the use of basic but effective technology enabled the Egyptians to build monuments that were awe-inspiring in scale and complexity. The construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza, for example, involved the quarrying, transporting, and positioning of millions of stone blocks over the course of several decades, with each step requiring immense organization and careful planning. The fact that these monuments continue to stand today is a testament to the skill of the laborers and the ingenuity of the technological methods they used. In conclusion, the construction of Egypt's monumental architecture relied heavily on the effective use of both labor and technology. The ability to organize vast labor forces and employ simple but powerful tools and techniques enabled the ancient Egyptians to create structures that were not only symbols of power and divine authority, but also marvels of engineering. The success of these projects underscores the sophistication of ancient Egyptian society, where technology and labor were seamlessly integrated to create lasting symbols of Egypt's grandeur. Chapter 4: Sculpture and Reliefs. Sculpture and reliefs played a central role in ancient Egyptian art, reflecting both the civilization's religious beliefs and its social and political structure. Unlike other cultures where sculpture was primarily seen as an artistic expression, in Egypt, it was deeply symbolic and functional. Sculptural forms, whether freestanding statues or carved reliefs on tomb walls and temple columns, were designed to serve a range of purposes, from honoring gods and pharaohs to ensuring the deceased's immortality. Egyptian sculpture was characterized by its adherence to conventions and its focus on permanence and symbolism. The figures of gods, pharaohs, and important individuals were typically portrayed in a formalized manner, designed to reflect the eternal nature of the subject. Pharaohs were often depicted larger than life, symbolizing their divine status and their power over the people and the land. The proportion of figures, including the rigid postures and frontal views, followed strict conventions to portray them as eternal, idealized beings rather than as individuals with imperfections. These conventions were designed to reinforce the idea that the figure represented something beyond the individual, embodying divine or cosmic power. One of the most famous forms of Egyptian sculpture is the colossal statues of pharaohs, like the Great Sphinx of Giza, or the statues of Ramses II at Abu Simbel. These monumental works were designed not just as symbols of power, but also as guardians of sacred spaces, such as temples and tombs. The scale and positioning of these statues reinforced the concept of the ruler as a divine being, who had the ability to control the forces of nature and protect the kingdom. Sculptures of gods, placed within temples, also served as a focal point for worship, believed to house the divine essence of the deity. In addition to freestanding statues, relief sculpture was a dominant art form in ancient Egypt, especially in tombs and temples. Reliefs were carved directly into the stone walls of tombs and temples, and they depicted scenes of daily life, religious rituals, and the journeys of the soul in the afterlife. The purpose of these reliefs was to ensure the deceased's safe passage to the afterlife and to guarantee that they were remembered by the living. In tombs, reliefs often depicted the deceased in idealized forms, engaging in activities such as feasting, hunting, and receiving offerings, all meant to provide for the soul in the afterlife. Reliefs in temples, on the other hand, often depicted scenes of the pharaoh performing rituals and offerings to the gods, emphasizing his divine role and the importance of maintaining order in the universe. The reliefs were not just decorative, they served a functional and spiritual role, connecting the divine and the mortal realms. The hierarchical scale in reliefs, where larger figures represented more important subjects, reinforced the concept of divine order and the supremacy of the pharaoh. Sculpture and reliefs in ancient Egypt were integral to the civilization's worldview. They were not just representations of the human form, but embodied complex spiritual, political, and religious ideas. Whether carved in stone or molded from bronze, these artworks served to immortalize the subjects they depicted, ensuring their continued presence in the afterlife and their enduring influence over the living world. Through their precise conventions, scale, and symbolism, Egyptian sculptures and reliefs continue to be a testament to the civilization's artistic and spiritual depth. Characteristics of Egyptian sculpture. Egyptian sculpture is renowned for its distinct characteristics, which reflect the civilization's deep spiritual beliefs, rigid social structure, and adherence to traditional artistic conventions. The style of Egyptian sculpture was highly formalized and rooted in symbolism, with the primary goal being to create timeless, idealized representations that conveyed the eternal nature of both the subject and the culture itself. This characteristic of permanence was fundamental to the way the Egyptians approached art, particularly in their depictions of gods, pharaohs, and the deceased. One of the defining features of Egyptian sculpture is its adherence to a set of rigid rules regarding proportions and posture. Figures were often depicted in a highly stylized, idealized manner, where the focus was not on the individual's uniqueness, but on their connection to the divine and the eternal. The rule of proportions in Egyptian sculpture was based on a grid system, ensuring that the body was depicted in a consistent manner. For example, the pharaoh, as a divine ruler, was often shown with larger-than-life proportions, symbolizing his elevated status. This idealization was meant to reflect the divine nature of the subject, whether it was a god, a king, or a prominent official, rather than capturing realistic human likeness. Egyptian sculptors adhered to a principle known as frontality, where figures were typically shown from a frontal view, often standing or seated in rigid, symmetrical poses. This approach to sculpture emphasized stability and permanence, reinforcing the idea that the depicted figure would endure forever. The stance of the figure, with its firm, upright posture and minimal movement, symbolized strength, authority, and control. Even in representations of deities, this formality was maintained to evoke the idea of unchanging divine power. The materials used in Egyptian sculpture were chosen for their durability, with stone being the most common medium. Limestone, sandstone, and granite were frequently used, with larger statues being carved from harder stones like granite, which were seen as more enduring. The use of such durable materials symbolized the desire to create works that would last for eternity, safeguarding the spirit of the subject depicted. In some cases, bronze was used for smaller sculptures, particularly in depictions of gods or animals, but stone remained the dominant medium for monumental works. The use of color was also an important characteristic of Egyptian sculpture, although it was applied more prominently in reliefs and wall paintings than in freestanding statues. The painted sculptures and reliefs were carefully color-coded, with specific hues assigned to different parts of the body to symbolize gender, age, and social rank. For example, men were often depicted with reddish-brown skin, while women were shown with lighter, yellowish tones to signify youth and beauty. Finally, Egyptian sculpture was often functional and served religious, political, or symbolic purposes. Statues of gods, kings, and the deceased were created not only as artistic expressions, but as vessels for the divine, or as means to ensure the immortality of the individual. They were meant to be part of rituals, placed in tombs or temples, and to act as intermediaries between the mortal and divine worlds. This focus on functionality, combined with the strict adherence to conventions and symbolism, gave Egyptian sculpture a timeless and otherworldly quality, reflecting the culture's beliefs in eternity and the afterlife. In conclusion, Egyptian sculpture is characterized by its adherence to rigid artistic conventions, its focus on idealization, and its deep connection to the religious and political ideologies of ancient Egypt. Whether through its formalized proportions, symbolic use of materials, or frontality, Egyptian sculpture was designed not only to represent the physical form, but to immortalize the subject and ensure their continued existence in the afterlife. These characteristics contributed to the lasting influence and grandeur of Egyptian art. Famous sculptures: the Sphinx and the great statues. Among the many remarkable works of art that have survived from ancient Egypt, the Great Sphinx of Giza and the monumental statues of pharaohs stand as iconic representations of the civilization's artistic and symbolic achievements. These sculptures, both in terms of their scale and their significance, reflect the Egyptian values of power, eternity, and the divine authority of the pharaohs. The Sphinx and the statues of pharaohs like Ramses II and the Colossi at Abu Simbel exemplify the technical prowess and deep cultural meaning behind Egyptian sculpture. The Great Sphinx of Giza, perhaps the most recognizable of all Egyptian sculptures, is a colossal limestone figure with the body of a lion and the head of a pharaoh. It is believed to represent Pharaoh Khafre, whose pyramid is located nearby, though some scholars have debated its exact attribution. The Sphinx is carved directly into the bedrock and stands as a symbol of royal power and divine guardianship. Its lion body represents strength, while the pharaoh's head embodies wisdom and authority. The scale of the Sphinx is overwhelming, with a length of 73 meters, 240 feet, and a height of 20 meters, 66 feet, making it the largest monolithic statue in the world. Positioned near the pyramids, it was meant to protect the necropolis, serving as a divine sentinel over the tombs of Egypt's rulers and ensuring their safety in the afterlife. The sheer size and precision of the Sphinx highlight the Egyptians' remarkable skill in both engineering and symbolic expression, making it one of the greatest achievements in the history of sculpture. In addition to the Sphinx, the monumental statues of pharaohs are some of the most impressive sculptures in ancient Egypt. One of the most famous is the statue of Ramses II at Abu Simbel. Carved into the mountainside, this temple complex features 4 massive statues of Ramses II, each standing at an awe-inspiring 20 meters, 66 feet tall. These statues were designed not only as symbols of the pharaoh's immense power, but also as tools of propaganda. Ramses II, known for his military achievements and long reign, commissioned the statues to emphasize his godlike status and to commemorate his victories, particularly his victory at the Battle of Kadesh. The statues at Abu Simbel were strategically placed to face the rising sun, symbolizing the eternal nature of the pharaoh and the divine light that illuminated his reign. The grandeur and size of these statues, carved with intricate detail and set within the rock itself, communicate the timelessness of Ramses II's power, ensuring that his memory would endure long after his death. These monumental sculptures, such as the Sphinx and the statues of Ramses II, were not just artistic endeavors, but powerful statements of divine authority and the eternal nature of the pharaoh's rule. They were designed to withstand the ravages of time, ensuring that the legacy of Egypt's rulers would be preserved for eternity. The scale, symbolism, and location of these sculptures illustrate the central role that art played in maintaining the divine order of the cosmos, reinforcing the connection between the king, the gods, and the people of Egypt. Today, these statues remain as enduring symbols of ancient Egyptian civilization, attracting admiration for their scale, precision, and cultural significance. Funerary reliefs depicting the afterlife. Funerary reliefs in ancient Egypt were integral to the culture's complex beliefs about the afterlife, serving both as commemorations of the deceased and as tools to ensure their continued existence in the spiritual realm. These reliefs were typically carved into the walls of tombs and burial chambers, depicting scenes of daily life, offerings, and rituals designed to assist the deceased on their journey to the afterlife. Through these carvings, the Egyptians sought to guarantee that the deceased would be provided for and remembered, enabling them to achieve a peaceful and prosperous existence in the afterlife. The primary purpose of funerary reliefs was to help the deceased transition to the afterlife and secure their immortality. The tombs of high-ranking individuals, including nobles and pharaohs, were adorned with these reliefs to preserve their identity and ensure their eternal well-being. Scenes often depicted the deceased in idealized forms, engaged in activities such as hunting, feasting, or interacting with family members, all of which were believed to sustain them in the afterlife. These scenes were not just for decoration, they had a functional role, ensuring that the deceased would continue to enjoy the comforts and pleasures they experienced during life. Offerings of food and drink, shown in great detail, were meant to be transferred to the deceased's spirit, ensuring their sustenance in the next world. Additionally, Funerary reliefs depicted the rituals that the deceased would undergo on their journey to the afterlife, including offerings and prayers made by family members and priests. The rituals were vital in Egyptian religion, as they helped the deceased navigate challenges and reach a state of eternal peace. One of the most common themes in funerary reliefs was the depiction of the deceased before a variety of gods, such as Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and Anubis, the god of mummification. These scenes reinforced the idea that the deceased was under divine protection and would be judged favorably in the afterlife. The artistic style of these reliefs was highly formalized, with strict conventions governing how the figures were to be represented. The deceased was typically shown in a seated or standing position, with a calm, serene expression to signify their transition to a state of eternal tranquility. The figures were also rendered in a hierarchical scale, where the deceased was often portrayed in larger proportions compared to other figures, underscoring their importance and reinforcing their elevated status in the afterlife. Funerary reliefs also played a symbolic role in depicting the continuation of life. By immortalizing the deceased in this way, these works of art ensured that the person's spirit would remain intact, continuing to interact with the living through their likeness. This connection between the living and the dead was a crucial element in Egyptian funerary practices, and the reliefs were a visual manifestation of this enduring relationship. In conclusion, funerary reliefs were central to ancient Egyptian beliefs about death and the afterlife. They were more than just artistic expressions. They were vital instruments in ensuring that the deceased would be cared for in the next world. Through detailed depictions of daily activities, offerings, and divine protection, these reliefs allowed the deceased to remain part of the eternal cosmic order, helping them to achieve a blessed and peaceful afterlife. These works of art continue to provide insight into the spiritual life of ancient Egypt and the civilization's complex understanding of life and death. The use of hieroglyphics in sculptural art. In ancient Egypt, hieroglyphics were far more than a writing system. They were an essential part of the visual and symbolic language embedded in the culture's artistic and architectural traditions. The integration of hieroglyphics into sculptural art is a distinctive feature of Egyptian artistry, serving not only as a means of communication, but also as a powerful tool for spiritual and political expression. The precise and elaborate nature of hieroglyphs in sculpture made them an integral component of monumental art, especially in tombs, temples, and statues, where they were used to convey important religious texts, dedications, and the deeds of rulers. Hieroglyphics were often inscribed on the surfaces of statues, stelae, and the walls of temples and tombs. In these contexts, the writing was more than just decorative. It had profound symbolic significance. In tombs, hieroglyphics were used to inscribe spells, prayers, and the names of the deceased. These inscriptions were meant to ensure that the deceased's name and spirit would survive for eternity. The names of kings, gods, and nobles were carved onto the surfaces of statues and monuments to immortalize their legacy, solidify their divine or royal status, and affirm their connection to the afterlife. The relationship between hieroglyphics and sculptural art was particularly evident in the way the writing was integrated into the overall design of the sculpture. Hieroglyphic text was often carved into the same material as the sculpture itself, either on the base of statues or alongside figures in relief. In some cases, the inscription would complement the image, offering additional context or explaining the purpose of the sculpture. For example, a statue of a pharaoh might feature inscriptions detailing his achievements or divine lineage, reinforcing his status as an earthly and divine ruler. These inscriptions, typically in the form of royal decrees or prayers, help to define the character of the sculpture, turning it into a vessel for both visual and textual representation. In temples, hieroglyphics often adorn the walls alongside relief carvings, adding another layer of meaning to the depicted scenes. The combination of images and hieroglyphs reinforced the intended message of the artwork. whether it was a depiction of the pharaoh offering sacrifices to the gods or a scene of the deceased in the afterlife. The two elements work together to communicate complex religious and political ideas, with hieroglyphs providing the verbal explanation and the sculptures offering the visual representation. The placement of hieroglyphics within sculptural works was carefully planned. Often, the script would follow the contours of the sculpture, curving along a column or wrapping around a figure, ensuring that it was an integral part of the composition rather than a separate element. The combination of the two allowed the Egyptians to blend art and writing into a cohesive expression of their worldview, reinforcing the link between language, power, and divinity. In conclusion, the use of hieroglyphics in Egyptian sculptural art was not merely an aesthetic choice, but a fundamental aspect of how the ancient Egyptians expressed their beliefs, memorialized their rulers, and ensured the continuity of life and legacy. By incorporating writing into their sculptures, the Egyptians were able to imbue their art with deeper meanings, allowing these works to serve as powerful symbols of immortality, divine authority, and spiritual connection. This integration of text and image set Egyptian art apart, making it one of the most visually and symbolically complex artistic traditions in history. Portraiture and its relationship to eternity. In ancient Egypt, portraiture played a crucial role in preserving the identity and essence of an individual for eternity. Unlike portraiture in other cultures, which often focused on realistic depictions of a person's appearance, Egyptian portraiture was primarily concerned with capturing the idealized form and immortalizing the subject. The Egyptians believed that the physical form was merely a temporary vessel for the soul, and it was through portraiture, particularly in sculpture, that they sought to ensure the continued existence of the individual in the afterlife. Egyptian portraiture was deeply connected to the concept of Ka, the life force or spirit that existed within a person. The Ka was believed to continue to live on after death, and in order to guarantee its survival, it needed to be remembered and honored by the living. Portraits, whether in the form of statues, stelae, or wall reliefs, were created to serve as an enduring likeness of the deceased, ensuring their memory would not fade over time. The emphasis was not on portraying the individual's true likeness, but on presenting a timeless, idealized version of them, one that would withstand the ravages of time and remain powerful in the afterlife. The conventional style of Egyptian portraiture was highly formalized and followed strict artistic conventions that emphasized stability, permanence, and order. Pharaohs and nobility were often depicted with larger-than-life proportions, symbolizing their divine status and eternal nature. Even individuals of lesser rank were portrayed in idealized forms, emphasizing their connection to the divine and reinforcing the notion of eternity. Features such as wide, almond-shaped eyes, symmetrical faces, and carefully constructed postures all serve to communicate the person's ideal, unchanging essence rather than the nuances of their physical appearance. This idealization was intended to ensure that the subject's soul would remain protected and would be able to cross into the afterlife. The notion of eternity was also reflected in the materials used in portraiture. Statues were often made from durable materials such as limestone, granite, or basalt, chosen for their ability to endure for millennia. The permanence of the material symbolized the enduring nature of the soul, while the sculpture itself acted as a vessel for the Ka, preserving the person's identity in the physical world. These statues and reliefs were often placed in tombs or temples, where they would serve as a constant reminder of the deceased, offering them protection and sustenance in the afterlife. Portraiture in ancient Egypt was more than an artistic endeavor. It was a spiritual and functional practice aimed at ensuring the continued existence of the individual beyond death. The careful idealization and symbolic representation of the subject in art were integral to the Egyptian belief in immortality. These portraits were designed to last forever, not only preserving the physical appearance of the subject, but also their identity, spirit, and connection to the divine, thus ensuring their place in the eternal cycle of life and death. Through portraiture, the ancient Egyptians found a way to transcend the limitations of the mortal world and connect with the divine, achieving the immortality they so deeply desired. Chapter 5: Painting and Decorative Arts. In ancient Egypt, painting and decorative arts were integral components of both public and private spaces, deeply connected to the culture's spiritual beliefs and its emphasis on immortality. The Egyptians used painting not just as an aesthetic tool, but as a means to communicate divine truths, document history, and ensure the well-being of individuals in the afterlife. The murals and decorations found in tombs, temples, and palaces served various functions, from portraying the daily life of the deceased to invoking the presence of gods and securing a favorable journey in the afterlife. One of the most notable aspects of Egyptian painting is its adherence to specific conventions and a formalized style. Figures were depicted using a composite view, with heads and legs shown in profile, while torsos were rendered frontally. This method allowed for the most recognizable and symbolic portrayal of human figures, rather than a realistic one. The faces were often shown with large eyes, which were painted with great care to reflect clarity and spiritual insight. The rigidity of these conventions had symbolic meaning, suggesting that the depicted figures were meant to transcend time and space and exist eternally, rather than just in the present moment. In tombs, walls were adorned with scenes that depicted the deceased's life, including images of them enjoying food, engaging in leisure activities, or interacting with family members. These vibrant, lively scenes were not simply artistic representations. They were intended to provide the deceased with the comforts of the material world in the afterlife. Additionally, there were images of gods and goddesses, including Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and Anubis, the god of mummification, which conveyed a sense of divine protection and guidance for the deceased's soul. These divine representations helped connect the deceased with the divine order, ensuring their safe passage into the afterlife. The colors used in Egyptian painting also carried deep symbolic meanings. Red and yellow were often associated with life and vitality, while black was a color linked to the underworld and death, but also to fertility and rebirth. The use of bright, earthy pigments, sourced from minerals such as ochre, malachite, and lapis lazuli, further emphasized the importance of symbolism in the art. The use of these colors in the context of tomb paintings or temple murals was designed to evoke specific divine and spiritual forces that would benefit the deceased. In temples and royal palaces, murals and frescoes depicted the pharaohs in divine or heroic poses, often receiving offerings from gods or interacting with mythological figures. These paintings reinforced the pharaoh's divine role as an intermediary between the gods and the people, perpetuating his eternal legacy. The decorative arts in these spaces were as much about political and religious ideology as they were about artistic expression. The decorative arts in Egypt were not confined to murals and paintings, but extended to various objects such as pottery, jewelry, and textiles. These items were decorated with intricate patterns, often featuring motifs from nature, gods, or animals, and were designed to be both functional and symbolic. Jewelry, in particular, was crafted with materials like gold, silver, and precious stones, and often bore inscriptions or images that linked the wearer to divine protection and immortality. In conclusion, painting and decorative arts in ancient Egypt were more than simple visual representations. They were vital instruments for ensuring the spiritual well-being of the individual, for communicating divine truths, and for reinforcing the social and political structures of the time. The highly stylized, symbolic nature of Egyptian painting allowed it to transcend mere decoration, serving as a powerful tool for immortality and divine connection. These arts, as seen in tombs, temples, and everyday life, reflected the Egyptians' deep reverence for the divine, the afterlife, and the eternal preservation of the soul. Wall paintings in tombs and temples. Wall paintings in ancient Egypt played an essential role in the cultural and religious practices surrounding death, the afterlife, and the divine. The walls of tombs and temples were often covered with vibrant murals and paintings that depicted scenes of daily life, divine figures, and mythological themes. These paintings were not just artistic expressions, but were deeply tied to the Egyptians' belief in immortality, the protection of the deceased, and their connection to the gods. In tombs, wall paintings were primarily intended to ensure the continued existence of the deceased in the afterlife. The scenes depicted on the walls of these tombs often portrayed the deceased engaged in various activities they enjoyed in life, such as hunting, feasting, or receiving offerings. These paintings were symbolic of the deceased's eternal life, as they were meant to provide the deceased with the things they would need for a comfortable afterlife. The idea was that these vibrant, lifelike images would come to life in the spiritual realm and ensure that the deceased would enjoy the same pleasures and comforts they experienced in the physical world. Through these depictions, the living were able to honor their ancestors and secure their well-being in the afterlife. The artwork in tombs also depicted gods and goddesses, often in the form of large, symbolic representations. Deities such as Osiris, the god of the afterlife, Anubis, the god of mummification, and Horus, the god of the sky, were commonly featured to provide divine protection for the deceased. The presence of these deities in the tomb paintings was meant to guide the deceased through their journey to the afterlife, ensuring a favorable judgment in the afterlife and providing safe passage to the underworld. These divine figures were typically depicted in a highly stylized manner, following the formalized conventions of Egyptian art, where gods were shown in the most idealized forms to emphasize their divine power and significance. Temples, on the other hand, were adorned with paintings that highlighted the relationship between the pharaoh and the gods. These murals often depicted the pharaohs offering sacrifices or prayers to the gods, reinforcing their divine authority and their role as intermediaries between the gods and the people. In many temples, the walls were covered with intricate paintings that told the stories of the gods and their actions, explaining creation myths, divine battles, and the pharaoh's role in maintaining cosmic order. These murals were intended not only to honor the gods, but also to maintain the balance between the divine and human realms, ensuring prosperity and harmony for the kingdom. Both tomb and temple paintings followed strict artistic conventions. Figures were portrayed with their heads in profile, torsos shown frontally, and legs depicted in profile, allowing for the clearest and most symbolic representation of human form. The use of bold colors, such as gold, red, blue, and black, was also deliberate, with each color carrying specific symbolic meaning related to life, death, fertility, and rebirth. In conclusion, wall paintings in tombs and temples were far more than decorative elements. They were deeply rooted in Egyptian spiritual beliefs, providing a visual connection to the divine and ensuring the survival of the deceased in the afterlife. These paintings were symbolic tools created to evoke the necessary spiritual forces for protection, sustenance, and immortality. Through these murals, ancient Egyptians created a visual language that reinforced their religious practices, memorialized their rulers, and celebrated the eternal nature of life beyond death. The use of color and its symbolic meaning. In ancient Egypt, color was more than just a visual element. It was an integral part of the cultural and spiritual framework. The use of color in Egyptian art, from tomb paintings to statues, jewelry, and architecture, was highly symbolic, with each color carrying a specific meaning that connected to the broader themes of life, death, nature, and the divine. The Egyptians employed a rich palette of colors derived from natural minerals and stones, and these colors were used with great intention to convey various metaphysical and religious ideas. One of the most significant colors in Egyptian art was red, which symbolized life, vitality, and the natural world. Red was often associated with the life-giving forces of the sun and the desert, where it was a color of both creation and destruction. In tomb paintings, red was frequently used to depict human figures, particularly for the flesh of the deceased or their attendants, signifying the living and the connection to the physical world. In contrast, black had a dual meaning in Egyptian culture. On one hand, it was the color of the underworld, associated with death, decay, and the afterlife. However, it also symbolized fertility and rebirth, as the soil of the Nile River, which was dark and rich, brought new life and abundance to the land. Thus, black represented both the end of life and the possibility of renewal, a reflection of the cyclical nature of existence. The color yellow was often associated with gold, the sun, and eternity. It was a symbol of immortality and divine power, and was frequently used to depict the flesh of gods and deities, emphasizing their eternal and unchanging nature. The Egyptians believed that gold was the skin of the gods, particularly the sun god Ra, which is why it was used to represent the divine. Similarly, blue and green were connected to the Nile River and nature's regenerative powers. Blue symbolized the heavens, the cosmos, and water, while green represented the life-giving forces of the Nile, agriculture, and fertility. The abundance of the Nile's waters and the crops they nourished made blue and green colors of prosperity and hope for renewal in both the physical and spiritual realms. White, as a color of purity and sacredness, was often used in representations of temples, burial cloths, and sacred objects. It symbolized cleanliness, spiritual power, and was frequently associated with the gods, signifying their divine and untouchable nature. Gold and silver, when used in combination with these colors, further emphasized divine qualities, especially in jewelry, statues, and burial items. The Egyptians often used precious metals in their art to honor the gods, rulers, and those who had passed, solidifying their connection to the divine realm. In addition to these individual meanings, color also had practical purposes in Egyptian art. It was used to differentiate between the social status of individuals, such as using darker tones for lower status figures and lighter tones for higher status individuals, and to enhance the narrative of a scene, emphasizing important figures or divine elements. In conclusion, color in ancient Egyptian art was deeply intertwined with religious and cultural beliefs, serving as a visual language that conveyed complex spiritual and cosmic ideas. The symbolic meanings attached to different colors were crucial in expressing concepts of life, death, immortality, fertility, and divine power, giving art in ancient Egypt a profound and enduring spiritual significance. Through color, Egyptians were able to connect the material world with the divine, ensuring harmony and balance between both realms. Egyptian mosaics and their evolution. Mosaics, though not as prominent in ancient Egyptian art as wall paintings or sculpture, still played a significant role in the visual culture of the civilization, especially during the later periods. Mosaics were often used in temples, tombs, and royal palaces, incorporating a variety of materials, from stone and glass to faience and other colorful stones. These mosaics evolved over time, reflecting changes in artistic practices and influences from neighboring cultures. The earliest forms of Egyptian mosaics can be traced back to the Middle Kingdom, c. 2040 to 1782 BCE, where small inlaid stones were used to create simple patterns and decorative motifs. These early mosaics were often used in the decoration of floors, walls, and tombs, where they served both an aesthetic and functional purpose. In this period, Egyptian mosaics were typically composed of small pieces of stone, glass, or ceramic set into a surface, forming intricate geometric patterns or symbolic designs. These mosaics, while relatively simple, played an important role in the overall design of tombs and temples, as they were meant to evoke the divine order and bring spiritual harmony. During the New Kingdom, c. 1550-1070 BCE, the use of mosaics began to expand, influenced by both Egyptian traditions and external artistic practices, particularly those from the Near East and the Aegean. This period saw the emergence of more sophisticated and elaborate mosaics, often featuring scenes of deities, pharaohs, or royal imagery. Mosaics began to be used in a broader range of contexts, from the walls of temples to the floors of tombs and even in personal jewelry. The designs became more complex, incorporating detailed depictions of gods and symbolic motifs, reinforcing the connection between the material world and the divine. One of the most notable developments in Egyptian mosaics occurred during the Greco-Roman period, following Alexander the Great's conquest of Egypt in 332 BCE. During this time, Egyptian mosaics began to incorporate new techniques and materials, blending traditional Egyptian styles with the influences of Greek and Roman art. Glass, particularly colored glass tesserae, became increasingly popular as it allowed for the creation of more vibrant and intricate designs. These mosaics were used to decorate both public and private spaces, including the floors of villas and palaces, as well as the walls of temples. The motifs used in Egyptian mosaics during the Greco-Roman period were often inspired by nature, mythology, and daily life, reflecting the broader cosmopolitan culture of the time. Animals, plants, and scenes from Egyptian mythology were common themes, while new elements, such as human figures, became more prevalent due to the influence of Hellenistic art. These mosaics often served as a testament to the blending of Egyptian, Greek, and Roman artistic traditions, creating a unique fusion of styles that characterized the later periods of Egyptian art. In conclusion, Egyptian mosaics evolved significantly over the centuries, adapting to changing tastes and cultural influences. While their use was initially limited to simple geometric patterns and symbolic representations, mosaics became more complex and varied in their designs, especially during the New Kingdom and Greco-Roman periods. Mosaics in Egypt not only served as decorative elements, but also played a significant role in conveying religious, political, and cultural messages, ensuring their place in the rich tapestry of Egyptian art history. Through their evolution, mosaics reflected both the continuity and transformation of Egyptian art in the face of shifting political, cultural, and artistic landscapes. Ceramics and pottery as artistic expression. In ancient Egypt, ceramics and pottery were not only functional objects but also served as a powerful medium for artistic expression, reflecting the cultural, religious, and social values of the civilization. The production of pottery in Egypt was a highly skilled craft, practiced by artisans who created both everyday utilitarian items and more intricate works for ceremonial or decorative purposes. Pottery, like other forms of art in Egypt, was intertwined with the symbolism of life, death, and the divine, and it was essential in both the domestic and religious spheres. The Egyptian potter's wheel, which was used from the Old Kingdom onward, allowed for the mass production of pottery vessels, from simple storage jars to finely crafted containers used in rituals or as grave goods. While everyday pottery was designed with practical considerations in mind, such as the need for durability and utility, even these everyday items often incorporated stylistic elements that reflected the broader artistic traditions of Egypt. The shapes and forms of Egyptian pottery were typically simple, with functional items such as bowls, jars, and vases being made with elegant lines and proportions that emphasized symmetry. The pottery was often decorated with geometric patterns, animal motifs, and hieroglyphs, linking the objects to the symbolic world of the Egyptians. In addition to practical pottery, more elaborate works were created for ritual purposes or as luxury items for the elite. Some ceramics were intricately painted with scenes of daily life or religious themes, often depicting gods, pharaohs, or sacred symbols like the ankh and the scarab. These decorative elements were more than ornamental. They were believed to possess magical or protective powers, ensuring divine favor or safeguarding the owner from harm. Pottery used in tombs or temples, for instance, often carried symbols intended to aid the deceased in their journey to the afterlife or invoke the blessings of the gods. One of the most significant aspects of Egyptian pottery was its role in funerary practices. Pottery vessels were often included in tombs as grave goods, serving both practical and symbolic functions. Jars and containers were used to hold food, oils, and perfumes for the deceased, offering them sustenance in the afterlife. However, the inclusion of pottery in tombs also had deeper religious significance. Pottery, especially in the form of ritual vessels, was seen as a conduit for the deceased soul to connect with the divine, ensuring protection and a smooth transition to the afterlife. Elaborate burial pottery might feature intricate designs and inscriptions, further emphasizing its importance as both an object of ritual and an artistic creation. Ceramics and pottery also played a role in the broader artistic expression of the ancient Egyptian worldview. The designs on pottery were often influenced by religious beliefs, with motifs that reflected the Egyptians' connection to the natural world, the gods, and the cosmos. The use of color in pottery was also significant, with certain colors such as red, black, and gold carrying specific symbolic meanings that tied the objects to the spiritual realm. In conclusion, ceramics and pottery in ancient Egypt were far more than functional items. They were important vehicles for artistic expression, reflecting the cultural, religious, and social life of the civilization. Whether in everyday use or in ceremonial contexts, Egyptian pottery was a medium through which the Egyptians could convey their beliefs about life, death, and the divine. Through its craftsmanship, decoration, and symbolism, pottery played a vital role in connecting the material world with the spiritual, making it an enduring form of artistic expression in Egyptian culture. Textile art and weaving techniques. Textile art in ancient Egypt was a highly developed craft integral to daily life, religious practices, and the elite's cultural expression. The Egyptians produced a variety of textiles, including garments, linens, and decorative pieces, using weaving techniques that were passed down through generations. Textiles were not only functional items, but also served as important symbolic and artistic expressions, often conveying social status, religious affiliation, and personal wealth. The basic material used in Egyptian textiles was flax, from which linen was made. Linen, prized for its softness and breathability, was the fabric of choice for clothing and ceremonial purposes. Flax fibers were harvested, spun into thread, and then woven into cloth. The Egyptians mastered the art of spinning and weaving by hand, often using simple tools like the spindle and the loom. Weaving techniques evolved over time, with Egyptians developing both horizontal and vertical looms. The vertical loom, particularly in the New Kingdom, allowed for the creation of finer, more detailed patterns in fabric, showcasing the craft's sophistication. Linen garments were worn by people of all social classes, with the quality and elaborateness of the textiles often reflecting the wearer's social status. For the elite, finely woven linens with intricate designs were common. Clothing for the wealthy often included decorative borders, pleating, and embroidery. Additionally, textiles were used in the creation of headpieces, scarves, and jewelry, adding further layers of decoration. The use of color in Egyptian textiles was highly symbolic. While natural, undyed linen was the most common for everyday use, colored textiles dyed with plant-based dyes were worn by the elite or used for ritual purposes. Blue and red, for instance, were significant colors, symbolizing the heavens and life-giving forces, respectively. Textiles also had religious and funerary significance. In tombs, the deceased were often wrapped in fine linen, and burial garments were typically adorned with prayers, symbols of protection, or depictions of deities intended to ensure safe passage to the afterlife. Linen shrouds, along with decorated textiles, were essential parts of Egyptian burial practices, connecting the deceased to the divine realm. The Egyptians believed that textiles, like other materials used in funerary rituals, could act as intermediaries between the living and the divine, providing spiritual protection and comfort to the deceased. In addition to clothing and burial textiles, weaving and textile art were utilized in the decoration of temples and royal palaces. Banners, tapestries, and ceremonial cloths were often adorned with sacred symbols, deities, and mythological scenes, reinforcing the connection between the physical and spiritual worlds. These decorative textiles were also used to communicate power, wealth, and divine favor, particularly in royal and religious settings. Overall, textile art in ancient Egypt was a versatile and multifaceted craft, combining function and beauty while playing an essential role in the cultural, religious, and social life of the civilization. Through weaving techniques, the Egyptians created garments, burial shrouds, and ceremonial textiles that were not only artistic expressions, but also deeply symbolic, reflecting the civilization's values, beliefs, and intricate relationship with the divine. The legacy of Egyptian textile art endures, highlighting the sophistication and creativity of a culture that saw even the most everyday objects as opportunities for artistic expression. Chapter 6: The Role of Mythology in Egyptian Art. Mythology was a central component of Egyptian life, shaping not only religious beliefs, but also influencing all forms of artistic expression. In the context of Egyptian art, mythology provided the framework for understanding the cosmos, human existence, and the relationship between the gods and the pharaoh. The gods and goddesses of Egypt, their stories, and their symbolism were woven into the fabric of artistic creation, with artists drawing upon mythological themes to convey complex religious ideas, celebrate the divine, and ensure cosmic order. Through visual representations of these mythologies, Egyptian art served as both a form of worship and a way of interpreting the world. The most prominent feature of Egyptian mythology in art is the depiction of gods and goddesses, whose powerful and symbolic images were a constant presence in temples, tombs, and royal monuments. Gods were often portrayed in anthropomorphic forms, human figures with animal heads, or entirely animalistic representations, each symbolizing specific traits or dominions. For instance, the lion-headed goddess Sekhmet represented strength and war, while the falcon-headed Horus was associated with the sky and kingship. These deities were believed to maintain cosmic harmony, or Mat, and their presence in art was essential for ensuring divine protection, justice, and balance in the world. Many works of Egyptian art were inspired by mythological narratives that explained the origins of the world, the reign of the gods, and the role of the pharaoh in maintaining divine order. One of the most significant myths was the story of Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and his death and resurrection. Osiris's story was depicted in numerous forms of art, from tomb paintings to statues, as a symbol of death and rebirth, reflecting the cyclical nature of life in Egypt. Osiris's resurrection after his murder by his brother Phra, Set became a central theme in the art and rituals surrounding death and the afterlife, embodying the Egyptians' belief in eternal life and the transformative power of the gods. Another myth that shaped Egyptian art was the creation myth, which involved the god Atum and the creation of the world from the primeval waters of chaos. This myth was visually represented in many temples and tombs, with depictions of Atum, the sun god Ra, and other deities of creation, illustrating the Egyptians' understanding of the universe and the divine forces that governed it. The sun's journey across the sky, as represented by Ra in his daily voyage, was another recurring theme depicted in art to emphasize the unending cycle of life and death, light and darkness. Egyptian mythological themes were not only present in monumental art, but also played a role in personal and funerary art. In tombs, scenes often illustrated the deceased's journey to the afterlife, guided by the gods, where mythological motifs ensured safe passage and a successful transformation into the next life. The imagery of gods like Anubis, the god of mummification, or Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing, was used to secure protection and favor in the afterlife. These mythological figures were central to the artistic decoration of tombs, with the belief that their divine power would safeguard the deceased on their journey to eternity. In conclusion, mythology in Egyptian art was much more than just an artistic motif. It was a language through which the Egyptians could communicate their religious beliefs, understand their place in the cosmos, and express their relationship with the divine. Through vivid depictions of gods, creation myths, and the afterlife, Egyptian artists conveyed profound spiritual and philosophical ideas that were central to the civilization's worldview. Mythology, in all its forms, provided a rich source of inspiration and meaning, ensuring that Egyptian art remained both an aesthetic and sacred pursuit that resonated deeply with the Egyptian understanding of life, death, and the divine order. Depictions of gods and goddesses. In ancient Egypt, the gods and goddesses were central to both the religious and artistic life of the civilization. These divine beings embodied the forces that governed the cosmos, from creation and destruction to life and death. The way in which gods and goddesses were depicted in Egyptian art was deeply symbolic, with each representation designed to communicate their nature, power, and relationship with both the human world and the divine. These images were not only artistic renderings, but also visual prayers and rituals, meant to invoke the protection, blessings, and favor of the gods. The physical appearance of gods and goddesses in Egyptian art was highly stylized, serving to express their divine attributes rather than their human characteristics. Deities were often depicted with human bodies combined with the heads of animals, birds, or other creatures, reflecting the belief that the divine transcended human form and encompassed a vast range of powers. For instance, the goddess Sekhmet was shown with the head of a lioness, symbolizing her fierce nature as the goddess of war and destruction. Similarly, Horus, the god of the sky and kingship, was depicted with the head of a falcon, representing his sharp vision and connection to the heavens. These animal forms were not arbitrary, but were carefully chosen to represent the specific qualities and domains of each deity, such as strength, wisdom, protection, or fertility. In addition to these animal features, many gods and goddesses were also shown in human form, often with specific attributes that indicated their roles in Egyptian mythology. The sun god Ra, for example, was typically depicted as a man with a solar disk above his head, representing his power over the sun, and his role in the daily creation of light. Similarly, Osiris, the god of the afterlife, was often shown as a mummified figure wearing the Atef crown, a white crown of Upper Egypt flanked by two ostrich feathers, symbolizing his connection to death and resurrection. The careful inclusion of symbols like crowns, scepters, and ankh signs in these depictions further reinforced each god's specific powers and roles in Egyptian cosmology. The use of color in the depiction of gods and goddesses also carried deep symbolic meaning. Gold, for instance, was often used to represent the skin of gods or the divine radiance of the sun, as seen in depictions of Ra. Gods associated with the earth or fertility were sometimes portrayed with green or blue skin, linking them to the fertility of the Nile River and the life-giving properties of water. Red, symbolizing chaos or disorder, was sometimes used for gods like Set, the god of chaos, who was often portrayed in stark contrast to the more orderly and balanced deities. These depictions were not just artistic, but were integral to the spiritual and religious practices of the Egyptians. Statues, paintings, and carvings of gods and goddesses were often placed in temples, tombs, and other sacred spaces to ensure that the divine presence was always near. The act of creating these images was seen as a way to bring the gods into the physical world, providing a tangible connection between the human and divine realms. Rituals, prayers, and offerings were performed in front of these images, reinforcing the belief that the gods could influence the world, protect the people, and ensure cosmic harmony. In conclusion, the depictions of gods and goddesses in ancient Egyptian art were profound expressions of divine power, order, and protection. Through the use of symbolic animal forms, human attributes, and carefully chosen colors, these images conveyed the nature of the deities and their roles in the vast network of Egyptian mythology. The gods and goddesses were not only central to the spiritual lives of the Egyptians, but were also embedded in the very fabric of their artistic expression, with each depiction designed to bridge the human and divine worlds and to sustain the eternal balance of the universe. Symbolism of animal forms. In ancient Egyptian art, The use of animal forms to represent gods, goddesses, and various divine attributes was deeply symbolic and integral to the civilization's understanding of the natural world and its relationship to the divine. The Egyptians believed that animals embodied specific characteristics or forces in nature, and these attributes were associated with the gods and their roles in maintaining cosmic order. Animal imagery was not used arbitrarily, but was chosen with careful consideration of the qualities that each creature symbolized, creating a rich and intricate visual language that allowed the Egyptians to convey complex spiritual and philosophical ideas. One of the most prominent examples of animal symbolism in Egyptian art is the depiction of deities with the heads or bodies of animals. These anthropomorphic forms allowed the gods to represent both human and divine qualities, often merging the traits of both species. The goddess Sekhmet, for example, was depicted as a lioness, symbolizing her fierce power and protective nature. As a goddess of war and healing, her lioness form emphasized her strength, ferocity, and her ability to protect the pharaoh and the people from evil forces. Similarly, the god Horus was often shown as a falcon or as a man with the head of a falcon, representing his association with the sky, kingship, and protection. The falcon's sharp vision was linked to Horus's ability to oversee and protect the land and his role as the divine ruler of Egypt. In addition to these well-known gods, many other deities were depicted with animal forms to reflect their specific roles and domains. Anubis, the god of mummification and the afterlife, was represented as a jackal or with a jackal's head, a symbol of the scavenger animals that roamed the deserts and graveyards. The jackal's association with death and the protection of the dead made it an appropriate form for Anubis, whose role was to guide souls to the afterlife. Similarly, the cow-headed goddess Hathor, associated with love, beauty, and motherhood, symbolized the nurturing aspects of life. Cows were revered for their fertility and maternal qualities, making them a fitting representation for Hathor's role in fertility and women's protection. The use of animal symbolism in Egyptian art extended beyond deities and was also applied to other divine concepts. For instance, the serpent was often associated with chaos and evil, as seen in the depiction of the god Set, who was represented with a mysterious animal form that was often identified as a Set animal, a creature that embodies disorder and destruction. Meanwhile, the ram, commonly associated with the god Amun, symbolized fertility and strength, linking the deity to the life-giving force of nature. The symbolism of animal forms was not restricted to deities alone, but permeated other aspects of Egyptian art, including royal and funerary practices. Pharaohs were sometimes depicted with animal attributes, such as the lion's strength or the hawk's dominance, to emphasize their divine power and leadership qualities. Likewise, animals were often included in tombs and burial scenes, with specific creatures representing the deceased's desired qualities or ensuring protection in the afterlife. In conclusion, the symbolism of animal forms in Egyptian art was a powerful means of expressing complex religious and philosophical concepts. By associating gods and divine forces with animals that embodied specific traits, the Egyptians created a visual language that bridged the human and divine realms, reinforcing their beliefs in the interconnectedness of all life and the power of the gods to influence the world. This rich use of animal imagery helped the Egyptians communicate their understanding of the natural world and their place within it, making it an enduring and essential element of their artistic heritage. The creation myth in art. The creation myth holds a significant place in ancient Egyptian religion, offering an explanation for the origins of the world and the gods. This myth was central to Egyptian art as it provided a framework for understanding the cosmic order and the divine forces that shape the universe. Depictions of the creation myth in Egyptian art were both symbolic and functional, serving as a way to communicate the divine power that sustained the world and to reaffirm the role of the pharaoh as the intermediary between the gods and humanity. The most widely known version of the Egyptian creation myth is centered around the god Atum, who in the beginning existed alone in the primordial waters of chaos, called Nun. Adam, often depicted as a man with a double crown and a solar disk above his head, represented the sun and the act of creation itself. In the myth, Adam created the first gods, Shu, god of air, and Tefnut, goddess of moisture, by spitting or ejaculating them out of his body, thus bringing forth the first aspects of the world, air and moisture. From these gods, the world began to take shape with the emergence of Geb, earth, and Nut, sky, who in turn produced other gods, ultimately creating the foundation for all life. This myth was represented in Egyptian art in various forms, often with Adam depicted as a central figure surrounded by the gods he created. In many representations, the god Adam is shown seated or standing with the sun disk above him, a symbol of his role in the creation of the world and the ongoing cycle of life and death. His image often appears in tombs and temples, reinforcing his association with rebirth and renewal, as the daily journey of the sun across the sky was seen as a perpetual act of creation and destruction. Art that depicted Adam and the creation of the world underscored the divine power of the sun, which Egyptians believed brought life, growth, and sustenance to all things. One of the most prominent depictions of the creation myth can be found in the pyramid texts and coffin texts, where the creation process is illustrated through intricate reliefs and inscriptions. These sacred texts, often found in the tombs of pharaohs and high-ranking officials, highlight the importance of the creation myth in funerary practices, as it was believed that by invoking the gods of creation, the deceased could achieve rebirth and continue their existence in the afterlife. Scenes from the creation myth were often carved into the walls of royal tombs, showing Adam or other creator gods emerging from the chaotic waters, a powerful symbol of order emerging from disorder. Additionally, the creation myth was often depicted in temples, particularly in the imagery of the sun god Ra, who was closely associated with Adam. Ra's daily journey through the sky, which mirrored the cycle of creation, was visually represented as a way of connecting the divine order of creation with the human experience. The pharaoh, as the living incarnation of Ra, was also often included in these depictions, reinforcing the notion that the ruler was divinely appointed to maintain the order of the world and carry out the will of the gods. In conclusion, the creation myth in Egyptian art was a vital element that conveyed the belief in the divine origins of the world and the enduring power of the gods. Through its depiction in tombs, temples, and funerary art, the myth provided a framework for understanding the universe, life, and death, reinforcing the central role of the pharaoh and the gods in maintaining cosmic harmony. The creation myth was not just a story. It was a visual representation of divine order and the perpetual cycle of creation that the Egyptians believed governed the world. Gods as protectors of the pharaoh. In ancient Egypt, the pharaoh was seen as the divine ruler of the land, the intermediary between the gods and humanity. As such, the pharaoh's power and authority were deeply tied to the protection and favor of the gods. Egyptian art often depicted gods as guardians, offering their protection to the pharaoh in both his earthly and spiritual roles. These gods not only protected the pharaoh in life, but also ensured his safe journey to the afterlife, where his divine role as ruler continued. The relationship between the pharaoh and the gods was a central theme in Egyptian art, reinforcing the belief that the monarch's reign was both sacred and protected by divine forces. Many gods were associated with the protection of the pharaoh, each offering specific forms of divine aid. One of the most prominent protectors of the pharaoh was Horus, the falcon-headed god of the sky and kingship. Horus was closely tied to the living pharaoh, often depicted as the divine patron of the king, whose role was to ensure the stability of the kingdom and its rulers. The pharaoh, as the earthly manifestation of Horus, was believed to draw strength and protection from the god. In artworks, Horus was frequently shown with the pharaoh, symbolizing their close connection and the divine support the king received. This close relationship was not only symbolic, but was also an essential part of the legitimacy of the pharaoh's rule. Another important protector was the goddess Sekhmet, often depicted as a lioness or as a woman with the head of a lioness. Sekhmet was the goddess of war and healing, and she played a critical role in defending the pharaoh from threats, both external and internal. In times of war, the pharaoh would invoke Sekhmet's power to ensure victory, while in times of peace, her protective nature ensured that the ruler remained safe from illness and harm. Artworks frequently depicted the pharaoh in the company of Sekhmet, emphasizing her role as a fierce protector who could both destroy enemies and restore health. Additionally, the god Anubis, the jackal-headed god of mummification and the afterlife, was considered a protector in the spiritual realm. Anubis's role as the guide to the afterlife ensured that the pharaoh's soul would be safely transported to the realm of the gods upon death. In funerary art, Anubis was often depicted standing beside the deceased pharaoh, overseeing the mummification process and ensuring that the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife was protected by divine forces. His role was central to the idea that the pharaoh's protection extended beyond the physical world, offering security in both life and death. The art of ancient Egypt vividly illustrated these relationships between the gods and the pharaoh. In temples, tombs, and royal monuments, gods were often depicted standing guard over the pharaoh, reinforcing the belief that divine protection ensured the king's power, safety, and continuity. Scenes of gods and goddesses in protective roles were intended to secure the pharaoh's reign, ensuring that he could fulfill his divine duty of maintaining cosmic order, or Ma'at, on earth. In conclusion, the gods of ancient Egypt were seen as essential protectors of the pharaoh, offering both earthly and spiritual defense. Through art, these divine figures were not only portrayed as abstract symbols of power, but as active participants in the safeguarding of the pharaoh's rule and afterlife. The pharaoh's close connection with these protective gods was central to his legitimacy as ruler, as it reinforced his role as the divine agent of cosmic harmony and the protector of Egypt itself. The relationship between myth and power. In ancient Egypt, myth and power were inextricably linked, with myths serving as a foundational element in the legitimization of the pharaoh's authority. The pharaoh was not only the ruler of Egypt, but also considered a divine figure, often regarded as a living god. This divine status was closely tied to the myths of creation, cosmic order, and the gods, which were visualized and reinforced in Egyptian art. Through these myths, the pharaoh's reign was depicted as part of a larger cosmic narrative, positioning him as the central figure in maintaining the balance between order and chaos. In this way, myth was not just a religious or cultural story. It was a tool for consolidating and maintaining political power. One of the key myths that underpinned the pharaoh's divine right to rule was the story of Horus, the god of kingship in the sky. According to Egyptian mythology, Horus was the son of Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and Isis, the goddess of magic and motherhood. The myth of Horus's struggle to avenge his father's death at the hands of his brother Set was symbolic of the ongoing battle between order and chaos, with Horus representing divine kingship and justice. The pharaoh was seen as the earthly manifestation of Horus, and by associating themselves with Horus, pharaohs could claim their authority as divinely sanctioned rulers. Art and iconography often depicted the king as Horus, reinforcing his role as a defender of order and protector of the land. The myth of Osiris, the god of the afterlife, also had a profound influence on the political and religious power of the pharaoh. Osiris's resurrection after his death symbolized the eternal nature of the pharaoh's rule, with the ruler's death and rebirth closely linked to the cycles of the Nile and the natural world. By invoking Osiris in royal art and religious rituals, pharaohs could assert their role as both the living ruler and the eternal guardian of Egypt's cosmic stability. The association with Osiris also extended to the afterlife, where the pharaoh was believed to join the god in eternal life, continuing his reign in the realm of the gods. This connection provided the pharaoh with divine protection and legitimacy, both in life and after death. The relationship between myth and power was also reflected in the construction of monumental structures, such as temples and tombs. These architectural feats often depicted mythological scenes, where gods and kings interacted, reinforcing the pharaoh's divine role and ensuring that he was protected by the gods in both the physical and spiritual realms. In temples dedicated to gods like Amun, Ra, and Osiris, the pharaoh was often shown in the company of these deities, receiving blessings or engaging in ritual acts that underscored his divine connection and power. The mythological representations in these spaces reinforce the idea that the pharaoh was the mediator between the gods and the people, his power derived from his unique role in upholding the natural and cosmic order. In conclusion, the relationship between myth and power in ancient Egypt was integral to the pharaoh's authority and rule. Through the invocation of myths like those of Horus and Osiris, the pharaoh could claim divine legitimacy, presenting himself as a direct link between the gods and the earthly realm. Art and architecture played a central role in this process, visually reinforcing the connection between myth and political power. The power of the pharaoh was, in essence, a divine power, rooted in the ancient myths that connected the ruler to the gods and the eternal cycles of life, death, and rebirth. Chapter 7: The Pharaoh's Role as the Divine Ruler. The pharaoh of ancient Egypt was considered the embodiment of divine authority on earth, a figure whose power and legitimacy were derived from the gods. As the supreme ruler, the pharaoh was not only the political leader of the land, but also a divine figure tasked with maintaining cosmic order, or Mat, ensuring peace, prosperity, and harmony in Egypt. This dual role as both a ruler and a divine intermediary positioned the pharaoh at the center of Egyptian society, where his actions and decisions were believed to have a direct impact on the welfare of the people, the land, and the gods themselves. The pharaoh's divinity was rooted in the belief that he was the earthly incarnation of the god Horus, the god of kingship in the sky. As Horus's earthly representative, the pharaoh was responsible for ensuring that the will of the gods was carried out on earth. This divine association meant that the pharaoh's rule was not just a political authority, but a sacred responsibility. His primary duty was to uphold Mat, the concept of order, justice, and truth, which was essential for the balance of the universe. The pharaoh's ability to maintain Mat was believed to directly affect the fertility of the land, the flooding of the Nile, the health of the people, and the stability of the state. In addition to his role as the divine ruler, the pharaoh was also viewed as a mediator between the gods and the people. The pharaoh's duty was to perform rituals and offer prayers to the gods on behalf of the nation, ensuring their favor and protection. These rituals, which were often conducted in grand temples, emphasized the pharaoh's role as the intermediary between the divine and human realms. Art and architecture often depicted the pharaoh in the company of gods, emphasizing his role as the divine servant whose power came from the gods. For example, the pharaoh might be shown making offerings to gods like Ra, Amun, or Osiris, illustrating his responsibility to keep the gods pleased and ensure their ongoing support. The pharaoh was also a central figure in religious ceremonies and festivals, which were crucial for maintaining the divine order. These public rituals reinforced the idea that the pharaoh was divinely chosen to rule and that his reign was sanctioned by the gods. This divine mandate was reinforced through monumental inscriptions, reliefs, and statues that depicted the pharaoh in a variety of godlike forms, emphasizing his connection to the divine world. In many cases, the pharaoh was shown as larger than life, either as a god or in the process of interacting with gods, underscoring his elevated status and divine nature. The pharaoh's role as the divine ruler extended beyond his life, as it was believed that he would continue to rule in the afterlife. Upon his death, the pharaoh was thought to join the gods, particularly Ra or Osiris, and continue his eternal reign. This belief in the pharaoh's immortality and continued power in the afterlife was reflected in the elaborate tombs and funerary art that sought to ensure the pharaoh's safe journey to the next world, where he would continue to maintain cosmic order. In conclusion, the pharaoh's role as the divine ruler was central to the governance and religious life of ancient Egypt. His authority was derived from his connection to the gods, and he was seen as the earthly embodiment of divine power. Through his actions, rituals, and ability to maintain Maat, the pharaoh ensured the well-being of the land, the people, and the gods, fulfilling a sacred responsibility that extended into both the physical and spiritual realms. The pharaoh's divinity was not just a title, but a profound responsibility that was expressed and reinforced through art, architecture, and religious practices, securing his place as the central figure in Egyptian society and religion. Artistic representation of pharaohs. The artistic representation of pharaohs in ancient Egypt played a pivotal role in reinforcing their divine status and political authority. Art was not merely for aesthetic purposes. It was a carefully crafted tool used to convey the pharaoh's power, legitimacy, and sacred connection to the gods. Egyptian artists adhered to specific conventions that ensured the pharaoh's image remained consistent across time, emphasizing attributes such as divinity, eternal youth, and supreme strength. These representations were designed to highlight the ruler's role as the intermediary between the gods and the people, reinforcing his authority both in life and after death. Pharaohs were often depicted in a highly stylized manner, with idealized features meant to symbolize their perfection and divine nature. For instance, they were frequently shown with broad shoulders, strong limbs, and youthful faces, regardless of their actual age. This idealization was intended to convey that the pharaoh was timeless, immune to the effects of aging or mortality, and thus fit to rule for eternity. The pharaoh's clothing was also symbolic. His crown, scepter, and elaborate robes were carefully chosen to signify his role as the leader of both Upper and Lower Egypt, with different crowns representing his dominion over each region. In royal portraits, pharaohs were often depicted with the gods, emphasizing their divine connection. Okay? A common depiction showed the pharaoh as a god or in the process of interacting with one, whether in battle, in prayer, or during ceremonies. This reinforced the idea that the pharaoh's authority was sanctioned by the gods and that he was their earthly representative. The connection between the pharaoh and the divine was central to his rule, as his ability to maintain Maat, the cosmic order, was believed to be in direct relation to the favor he received from the gods. As a result, Egyptian art often emphasized this divine relationship through scenes in temples, tombs, and monuments, where the pharaoh was shown making offerings or receiving blessings from deities such as Ra, Ammon, or Osiris. In addition to their divine portrayals, pharaohs were also depicted as powerful warriors, reinforcing their role as protectors of Egypt. Scenes of the pharaoh in battle were common, showing him defeating enemies or defending the borders of Egypt. These images were meant to demonstrate the pharaoh's strength and valor, highlighting his duty to safeguard Egypt and maintain stability. Moreover, monumental statues, such as those seen in temples and tombs, also depicted the pharaoh as an imposing, eternal figure. The most famous of these is the Great Sphinx of Giza, a colossal statue with the head of Pharaoh Khafre, symbolizing the ruler's close relationship with the divine. These statues were designed to project the pharaoh's strength and permanence, ensuring that his image would endure throughout eternity. In conclusion, the artistic representation of pharaohs was crucial in reinforcing their divine right to rule. Through idealized depictions, divine associations, and portrayals of power, Egyptian art presented the pharaoh as both a god and a ruler, transcending the limits of time and mortality. These artistic conventions ensured that the pharaoh's image remained firmly linked to his sacred role as Egypt's ruler and protector, both in life and in the afterlife. Royal iconography and its significance. In ancient Egypt, royal iconography played a critical role in conveying the power, divinity, and legitimacy of the pharaoh. The symbols and imagery associated with the ruler were carefully chosen to reflect his sacred role as the intermediary between the gods and the people, reinforcing the idea that his authority was divinely sanctioned. These symbols were not merely decorative. They held deep religious and political significance, serving as visual representations of the pharaoh's divine connection and his responsibilities to the land and its people. One of the most important symbols of royal iconography was the crown. The double crown of Egypt, known as the Shent, was a combination of the white crown of Upper Egypt and the red crown of Lower Egypt, signifying the pharaoh's rule over the entire land of Egypt. This crown symbolized the unity of the two regions under the pharaoh's control and was often depicted in royal art to emphasize the ruler's dominion over all of Egypt. The crook and flail, two items traditionally held by the pharaoh, were also key symbols of royal power. The crook represented the pharaoh's role as the shepherd of his people, guiding and protecting them, while the flail symbolized his role as the enforcer of justice, ensuring order and discipline in the land. The use of animal symbolism was another essential aspect of royal iconography. The lion, often associated with the sun god Ra, was a symbol of strength, power, and protection. Pharaohs were frequently depicted with the head of a lion or shown in lion-like poses to emphasize their ferocity as protectors of Egypt. The vulture and cobra, representing the goddesses Nekhbet and Wadjet, were often featured on the pharaoh's crown or regalia, further emphasizing the ruler's divine right to govern and his protection by the gods. These symbols not only communicated the pharaoh's power, but also his sacred connection to the gods who protected the nation. Additionally, the pharaoh was frequently depicted as larger than other figures in royal iconography, further emphasizing his elevated status. In scenes showing the pharaoh with gods, nobles, or enemies, the pharaoh's size was intentionally exaggerated to signify his superior position in the divine hierarchy. This visual convention reinforced the idea that the pharaoh was not just the ruler of Egypt, but a divine figure whose actions and decisions were directly influenced by the gods. Monuments, statues, and temples also served as vehicles for royal iconography. The towering statues of pharaohs, such as those seen at Luxor and Karnak, were designed to impress and intimidate, projecting the image of the ruler as an eternal and unyielding figure. These massive representations ensured that the pharaoh's divine authority was visibly reinforced in the architectural landscape, solidifying his presence in both the physical and spiritual realms. In conclusion, royal iconography in ancient Egypt was an essential tool for conveying the divine authority and power of the pharaoh. Through the use of symbols such as crowns, animal imagery, and exaggerated size, the pharaoh's position as both a political leader and a divine figure was visually communicated to the people. These images served to reinforce the belief that the pharaoh's rule was sanctioned by the gods, ensuring his legitimacy as Egypt's ruler and protector. The pharaoh's depiction in funerary art. In ancient Egypt, funerary art played a significant role in preserving the legacy of the pharaoh, ensuring their divine and eternal existence in the afterlife. The pharaoh's depiction in funerary art was meticulously designed to emphasize his continued sovereignty, power, and divine protection even beyond death. These artistic representations were not merely decorative, but served as vital tools in securing the ruler's eternal journey and reinforcing his connection with the gods. The pharaoh's image in tombs, pyramids, and other burial monuments often depicted him as a divine, eternal being. His appearance was idealized to showcase strength, youth, and immortality. Artists adhered to strict conventions, ensuring that the pharaoh's physical attributes remained consistent with the idealized royal image. He was shown with a strong, athletic physique, youthful features, and the regalia of kingship, such as the crown, scepter, and the symbolic crook and flail. These depictions symbolize not only the ruler's role during his reign, but also his continued power in the afterlife. One of the primary functions of funerary art was to ensure that the pharaoh's ka, or spirit, would receive the necessary sustenance and protection in the afterlife. Therefore, scenes of daily life were often depicted on tomb walls, illustrating the pharaoh in moments of offering, receiving prayers, or engaging in ritual activities. These depictions reinforced the notion that the pharaoh was still actively engaged in overseeing Egypt, even from the realm of the dead. They served as reminders of his earthly role and maintained his presence within the tomb, ensuring his soul was provided with offerings to sustain him in the afterlife. Furthermore, pharaohs were frequently depicted in scenes of divine interaction in funerary art, reinforcing their divine status. These scenes portrayed the ruler being embraced or protected by gods such as Osiris, Ra, and Anubis, signifying that the pharaoh's divine connection would extend beyond the earthly realm. The pharaoh's association with Osiris, the god of the afterlife, was particularly important as it linked the ruler to the cycle of death, resurrection, and eternal life. Such depictions serve to guarantee the pharaoh's safe passage through the dangers of the afterlife and his eventual resurrection. In addition to the idealized human depictions, pharaohs were also shown in symbolic forms that highlighted their divine nature. These included scenes where the pharaoh's body was transformed into the figure of Osiris, emphasizing his rebirth and eternal rule. Such representations reinforced the belief that the pharaoh's rule did not end with death, but would continue eternally, ensuring stability and protection for Egypt long after his physical passing. In conclusion, the depiction of the pharaoh in funerary art was a crucial aspect of ancient Egyptian culture, reinforcing the ruler's divinity, power, and eternal presence. These images not only celebrated the pharaoh's role in life, but also ensured his continued existence in the afterlife, securing his protection by the gods and his role as Egypt's eternal sovereign. Through the careful and deliberate portrayal of the pharaoh in death, funerary art guaranteed that the ruler's legacy would endure for all eternity. The use of art to solidify authority. In ancient Egypt, art was a powerful tool used by the pharaohs to reinforce and solidify their authority. Art was not simply for decorative purposes. It was a deliberate medium of communication designed to assert the divine right of the ruler and portray his power over both the people and the gods. The careful crafting of royal imagery and the strategic placement of art in public and private spaces ensured that the pharaoh's presence was felt everywhere, further cementing his role as the supreme ruler of Egypt. One of the most significant ways art solidified royal authority was through the idealized depiction of the pharaoh. Royal portraits and statues, often larger than life, emphasized strength, vitality, and divine connection. Pharaohs were shown as youthful and eternally powerful, even if they were elderly or nearing the end of their reign. These portrayals, including the iconic seated statues and monumental reliefs found in temples, tombs, and public spaces, were created to reinforce the idea that the pharaoh was a timeless figure, ageless, and unchallenged in his authority. By idealizing the king in this way, art helped cultivate the perception that his reign was not only divinely sanctioned, but also unbreakable, providing a sense of stability to the people of Egypt. Another way art solidified the pharaoh's authority was through the representation of his divine role. Pharaohs were often depicted in the company of gods, reinforcing their status as intermediaries between the divine and mortal worlds. Such depictions, especially in temples and tombs, frequently showed the pharaoh receiving gifts or blessings from gods like Amun, Ra, and Osiris. These divine associations in art reinforced the notion that the pharaoh's power came directly from the gods, legitimizing his rule in the eyes of both his subjects and any foreign powers. Public monuments, including temples and obelisks, also played a vital role in reinforcing authority. Monuments were often inscribed with royal victories, divine support, or accomplishments. By commissioning massive statues or constructing grand architectural works, the pharaoh demonstrated not only his authority, but also his ability to shape the landscape itself, physically manifesting his control over Egypt. The sheer size and visibility of these works further projected his power, ensuring that his presence was perpetually acknowledged. art also had a practical function in asserting power, as it was used to document and celebrate the pharaoh's military successes and political accomplishments. Scenes of the pharaoh in battle, vanquishing enemies, and securing Egypt's borders were frequently depicted in temples and public spaces. These representations reinforced the image of the pharaoh as the protector of Egypt, solidifying his role as a warrior king and securing the loyalty and trust of his subjects. In conclusion, art was a central instrument in the pharaoh's strategy to solidify his authority. By representing the pharaoh in idealized forms, associating him with divine powers, and commemorating his military and political triumphs, art was essential in reinforcing the pharaoh's authority as both a ruler and a divine figure. Through art, the pharaoh's power was made visible, unchallenged, and eternal, ensuring his continued dominance in both life and death. The concept of divine kingship in art. In ancient Egypt, the concept of divine kingship was deeply ingrained in the culture and played a crucial role in the way pharaohs were depicted in art. The pharaoh was not just a political leader, but also considered a divine figure, chosen by the gods to rule and maintain order in the land. This divine status was central to the legitimacy of the pharaoh's rule and was consistently reinforced through art. The artistic representation of the pharaoh emphasized his role as both a godlike ruler and a mediator between the divine and human realms, ensuring that his authority was viewed as sacred and unchallenged. One of the most important aspects of divine kingship was the portrayal of the pharaoh's physical features in art. Pharaohs were typically depicted with idealized, youthful appearances that emphasized strength, vitality, and perfection. Regardless of their actual age, pharaohs were shown with powerful physiques and facial features that conveyed an aura of divinity and immortality. These representations were meant to communicate that the pharaoh was ageless and transcendent, a figure whose power and rule were eternal. By adhering to this idealized imagery, artists ensured that the pharaoh's divinity was clear, making his image one of unwavering authority and unchallenged strength. Pharaohs were also often depicted in close association with the gods, underscoring their divine role. In numerous works of art, the pharaoh was shown making offerings to gods, receiving blessings, or participating in sacred rituals. This symbolic connection between the ruler and the gods reinforced the idea that the pharaoh's authority came directly from divine sanction. The pharaoh was viewed as the earthly manifestation of gods such as Horus, Ra, and Osiris, which meant that his actions were believed to be guided and protected by the gods. This divine link was symbolized in art by the pharaoh's portrayal in the company of deities, either standing alongside them or being blessed by their presence. Monuments and temples were designed not just as architectural feats, but as representations of divine kingship. The massive structures and grand statues of pharaohs emphasized their role as protectors of Egypt, and their monumental size symbolized the pharaoh's larger-than-life status. These artistic works were meant to inspire awe, reminding the people that their ruler was a divine figure worthy of reverence. Through these representations, the idea of divine kingship was not only visualized but also embedded in the physical landscape, making the pharaoh's sacred power visible at every turn. In addition, the depiction of pharaohs in the afterlife also served to solidify their divine kingship. Funerary art often showed the pharaoh in the company of gods in the afterlife, emphasizing his continuing role as ruler even after death. The transformation of the pharaoh into a godlike figure in the afterlife, particularly through his association with Osiris, was a central aspect of Egyptian beliefs about divine kingship, ensuring that the pharaoh's divine power endured for eternity. In conclusion, the concept of divine kingship was fundamental to the way pharaohs were depicted in Egyptian art. Through idealized representations, close associations with gods, and monumental works, art consistently reinforced the idea that the pharaoh was not just a ruler, but a divine figure whose authority was both sanctioned and sustained by the gods. This visual language helped secure the pharaoh's power and ensured that his reign was seen as part of a greater, eternal cosmic order. Chapter 8, Funerary Art and the Afterlife. In ancient Egypt, the concept of the afterlife was central to the culture, and funerary art played a vital role in ensuring a successful journey for the deceased. The Egyptians believed that death was not an end, but a transition to a new existence, one where the soul would continue to live in a parallel world. Funerary art was created to provide for and protect the deceased in this journey, guaranteeing that the individual would be welcomed into the afterlife by the gods and preserved for eternity. The elaborate and detailed nature of funerary art highlights the significance of this belief in Egyptian society and the importance of art as a means of securing immortality. Tombs and burial sites were adorned with a wide range of artistic works designed to accompany the deceased in the afterlife. The walls of tombs were often painted with scenes depicting daily life, illustrating that the deceased would continue to enjoy the comforts and sustenance they experienced during their lifetime. These scenes served a functional purpose, ensuring that the deceased would have access to food, drink, and the company of family and servants in the afterlife. Such depictions were not just for the deceased's benefit, but were intended to remind the living of their ongoing connection to the dead, reinforcing social and familial bonds that persisted beyond death. In addition to scenes of daily life, funerary art also frequently depicted religious and mythological themes, which were intended to aid the deceased in their journey to the afterlife. The judgment of the deceased, a key moment in Egyptian funerary beliefs, was often depicted in tombs. This scene showed the deceased being weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and justice, to determine whether they were worthy of entering the afterlife. The presence of deities, such as Osiris, Anubis, and Horus, in funerary art reinforced the idea that the gods would provide protection and guidance to the deceased as they passed through the dangerous underworld. Sculpture also played an important role in funerary art. Statuary of the deceased was often placed within tombs to serve as a vessel for the soul, providing a place for the spirit to reside if the body was damaged or decayed. The idealized forms in which the deceased were represented emphasized their eternal nature, and their likenesses were meant to preserve the individual's essence for eternity. These statues were often positioned in prayerful poses or engaged in activities from their lifetime, ensuring that their essence would continue to thrive in the afterlife. Funerary art was also heavily focused on the preservation of the physical body, as the Egyptians believed that the body would be reanimated in the afterlife. The art associated with mummification, such as burial masks and shrouds, was meant to protect and preserve the body for resurrection. The famous golden death mask of Tutankhamun is one of the most iconic examples of this kind of art, which not only ensured the preservation of the king's body, but also served as a divine representation of his eternal kingship. In conclusion, funerary art in ancient Egypt was a crucial aspect of the belief in the afterlife, reflecting the Egyptians' view of death as a continuation rather than an end. By adorning tombs with images of daily life, religious themes, and divine protection, the Egyptians created an artistic legacy that helped ensure the deceased's safe passage and eternal existence. These works were not just artistic expressions, but essential components of a complex system designed to guarantee that the soul would live on forever in the presence of the gods. The importance of the tomb in Egyptian art. In ancient Egypt, the tomb was more than just a burial site. It was considered a sacred space that played a central role in the afterlife journey. The tomb was designed to ensure that the deceased would continue to exist in a favorable and prosperous manner in the next world. Art was an integral component of the tomb, serving both functional and symbolic purposes that helped preserve the deceased's identity and legacy for eternity. Through elaborate tomb paintings, carvings, and other forms of artistic expression, The tomb transformed into a bridge between the physical world and the divine afterlife. The walls of Egyptian tombs were often decorated with detailed scenes that depicted the deceased in a variety of activities, particularly those associated with daily life and the afterlife. These representations were not merely decorative, but were intended to provide for the deceased in the afterlife. Depictions of food, drink, servants, and animals ensured that the individual would have all they needed in the next life, whether it be sustenance or companionship. These scenes were believed to serve as offerings that would be consumed by the spirit of the deceased, making them an essential part of the tomb's function. Beyond these daily life scenes, tombs often contained religious and ritualistic artwork that reflected the spiritual journey of the deceased. For example, images of the deceased in the presence of gods like Osiris, Ra, and Anubis emphasized the pharaoh's or noble's divine connection. The famous weighing of the heart scene from the Book of the Dead was commonly depicted in tombs, illustrating the judgment the soul would face to determine if it would be allowed into the afterlife. The presence of gods and divine symbols reinforced the notion that the tomb was a place of spiritual transformation, where the deceased could receive divine favor and protection. Tombs also served as homes for the deceased's kea, or spirit, which needed a place to reside after the body was mummified. Statues of the deceased were often placed in tombs, as they were believed to serve as a vessel for the ka. These statues ensured that the individual's essence would persist eternally, even if the physical body deteriorated. The idealized and sometimes larger-than-life statues represented the deceased in an eternal state of youth and vitality, further solidifying their connection to immortality. Moreover, the design and decoration of tombs served a critical role in solidifying the social status and legacy of the deceased. For pharaohs, nobles, and high-ranking officials, the size, grandeur, and content of the tomb reflected their rank in life and continued influence in death. The inclusion of lavish materials such as gold, precious stones, and fine wood also symbolized wealth, ensuring that the deceased would be honored and remembered in both the earthly and divine realms. In conclusion, the tomb was a critical element in Egyptian art, acting as a portal for the deceased's continued existence. Through detailed and purposeful artwork, tombs were designed to provide for, protect, and preserve the spirit of the deceased, ensuring a successful journey into the afterlife. The tomb was not just a physical space, but a spiritual one, and the art within it was essential for safeguarding the individual's eternal legacy. Mummification and its artistic connection. Mummification was one of the most essential aspects of ancient Egyptian funerary practices, intricately connected to the preservation of the deceased's body for the afterlife. The process of mummification was designed to safeguard the physical form, allowing the soul, or ka, to recognize and return to the body in the next world. This belief in the body's resurrection profoundly influenced the art that accompanied mummification, particularly through funerary masks, burial goods, and tomb art. Through artistic endeavors, the Egyptians sought to ensure that the deceased would retain their identity and divine protection after death, reflecting the deep connection between mummification and art. The first and most direct link between mummification and art was the creation of the mummification masks. These masks were typically placed over the heads of the deceased, especially for pharaohs and high-ranking individuals. Made of materials such as linen, wood, or gold, the masks were often meticulously crafted to resemble the deceased's features. The golden funerary mask of Tutankhamun is perhaps the most famous example, symbolizing the king's divine and eternal nature. These masks were not simply likenesses of the deceased. They were designed to preserve the individual's soul. The idealized portrayal of the face emphasized youthful vigor and strength, reinforcing the notion of immortality and divine kingship. The art of creating these masks was an essential component of the mummification process, ensuring the deceased's continuity in the afterlife. Additionally, the wrapping of the body itself had artistic significance. The linen used in mummification was often intricately decorated with spells and symbols intended to protect the body and guide the soul through the afterlife. The bandages were sometimes inscribed with prayers from the Book of the Dead, meant to shield the deceased from dangers in the underworld. The artistry in the mummification process, particularly the use of painted symbols and sacred texts, played a crucial role in ensuring the safety of the deceased's ka during its journey. Tombs also housed various artistic objects intended to aid in the afterlife. The inclusion of statues, paintings, and offerings inside the tomb served a dual purpose. They provided both spiritual protection and symbolic representations of wealth and status. Artworks often depicted scenes of the deceased engaging in activities from their life, such as hunting or feasting, which were meant to ensure their continuity in the afterlife. Statues, placed in tombs, acted as focal points for the spirit to return to if the physical body was damaged or decayed. These artistic creations were believed to act as a surrogate body for the deceased, maintaining their presence even after death. In essence, mummification and art were inseparable in ancient Egyptian culture, with art playing a pivotal role in ensuring the preservation of the deceased soul. Whether through the creation of masks, decorated bandages, or objects placed in the tomb, the artistic elements of mummification provided both spiritual security and a testament to the individual's life. Through these artistic practices, Egyptians sought not only to preserve the body, but also to guarantee that the deceased would continue to exist in the afterlife, eternally protected and remembered. Tomb paintings and the journey to the afterlife. Tomb paintings in ancient Egypt were not mere decorations. They were essential to the deceased's journey into the afterlife. The Egyptians believed that the soul, or ka, required sustenance, protection, and guidance to successfully navigate the challenges of the underworld. As part of this belief system, tombs were adorned with detailed scenes depicting various aspects of the deceased's life, spiritual beliefs, and the afterlife itself. These paintings served both practical and symbolic purposes, ensuring the soul's survival and its transition to eternal life. The walls of Egyptian tombs were often covered with vibrant depictions of the deceased engaged in everyday activities, such as hunting, fishing, or feasting. These scenes were not intended to showcase a nostalgic longing for the past, but rather to provide for the deceased in the afterlife. By including images of food, drink, and labor, the painting symbolically ensured that the deceased would have access to the same comforts and necessities in the next world. These representations functioned as visual offerings, providing an eternal supply of sustenance for the ka, which was thought to continue its existence beyond death. In addition to these scenes of daily life, tomb paintings frequently depicted religious themes, particularly those that illustrated the deceased's journey through the afterlife. One of the most prominent themes in tomb art was the weighing of the heart, as described in the Book of the Dead. This judgment scene showed the deceased's heart being weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and justice. If the heart was found to be light and pure, the deceased was granted access to the afterlife. If it was weighed down by sin, the soul would be devoured by the monstrous Ammit. These scenes were critical in guiding the soul through the perilous stages of the afterlife, ensuring the deceased's spiritual survival and eventual rebirth. Other tomb paintings depicted deities who were believed to protect the deceased, such as Osiris, Anubis, and Horus. These gods played vital roles in the afterlife, offering protection, guidance, and assistance in the process of resurrection. The presence of these divine figures in the tomb paintings reinforced the belief that the gods would accompany the deceased on their journey and ensure a safe passage to the afterlife. Additionally, the tombs of high-ranking individuals, such as pharaohs and nobles, often featured elaborate paintings that celebrated their divine status. These representations emphasized the individual's role as a mediator between the gods and humanity, reinforcing the idea that their journey to the afterlife was a continuation of their earthly reign. In conclusion, tomb paintings were far more than artistic expressions. They were vital tools for the deceased's journey into the afterlife. By depicting scenes of daily life, religious rituals, divine protection, and judgment, these artworks ensured that the soul would be provided for and guided through the many challenges of the underworld. They reflected the Egyptians' belief in the continuity of life beyond death, and through these paintings, the tomb itself became a sacred space where the deceased would continue to exist eternally, embraced by the gods. The role of art in preparing for immortality. In ancient Egypt, art played a central role in the preparation for immortality, acting as a bridge between the physical world and the spiritual realm of the afterlife. The Egyptians believed that death was not an end, but a transition to an eternal existence, where the soul, or Ka, would continue to live in the presence of the gods. To ensure a successful journey into the afterlife and a peaceful existence in the next world, the deceased needed protection, sustenance, and guidance. Art, in its various forms, was instrumental in providing these necessities, making it a fundamental part of the ritual preparations for immortality. The creation of tomb art was perhaps the most significant artistic effort tied to the afterlife. Tombs were adorned with murals, carvings, and statues designed to preserve the identity of the deceased and secure their passage to eternity. The wall paintings that decorated tombs often depicted the deceased in idealized, serene forms, participating in scenes of everyday life, religious rituals, and divine encounters. These images were not intended as mere representations, but as functional elements designed to provide for the deceased in the afterlife. By presenting scenes of feasts, hunting, or familial interactions, the art ensured that the deceased would have access to these pleasures in the world beyond. Moreover, these depictions symbolized the belief that the deceased would continue their earthly existence in a realm where all their needs were met. Additionally, art was integral to the process of mummification, which was seen as a crucial step in preparing for immortality. The preservation of the body was vital because the soul was believed to return to it after death. Artistic elements such as mummification masks, sarcophagi, and shrouds were meticulously crafted to preserve the deceased's likeness and protect them on their journey. These works were designed not only to preserve the body physically, but also to ensure that the individual's essence would remain intact. Masks, often made of precious materials like gold, were especially important in ensuring that the deceased's identity and vitality would be maintained in the afterlife. Art also played a role in the spiritual rituals associated with death and burial. Funerary texts like the Book of the Dead, often inscribed on tomb walls or included in burial goods, contain spells and prayers to guide the deceased through the dangerous underworld and assist them in achieving a favorable judgment in the afterlife. The symbolic use of color, material, and form in these texts provided the necessary protection and direction for the soul. Ultimately, art in ancient Egypt was not just an expression of beauty or creativity. It was a powerful tool in securing immortality. By using art to represent idealized forms, divine protection, and life-giving sustenance, the Egyptians ensured that the deceased would not only survive death, but thrive in the eternal life that awaited them. Art, therefore, was not only an essential part of preparing for immortality, but a vital means of making it possible. The development of funerary statues. Funerary statues in ancient Egypt evolved over time to become essential components of the burial process, playing a crucial role in ensuring the deceased's journey into the afterlife. These statues were designed not only as memorials, but as spiritual tools to protect and sustain the deceased's soul, Ka, in the next world. The development of funerary statues reflects the Egyptians' evolving understanding of death, the afterlife, and the necessity of preserving the identity and legacy of the deceased. Initially, early Egyptian tombs featured simple wooden or stone statues that served as substitutes for the deceased. These early statues were often modest in size and design, but they functioned as vessels for the soul, providing a place for the ka to return if the body deteriorated. Over time, these early forms became more detailed and refined as the Egyptians developed a deeper understanding of the need for permanence and protection in the afterlife. The evolution of funerary statues paralleled advancements in other artistic areas, such as painting and architecture, and was closely tied to religious beliefs about immortality. During the Old Kingdom, funerary statues became more sophisticated, especially for the elite and pharaohs. The statues of this period were typically life-sized or larger, with idealized features that reflected the deceased's social status and divine association. Pharaohs and high-ranking officials were often depicted in a powerful, seated position, emphasizing their authority and eternal nature. These statues were carefully crafted to present the deceased in a state of eternal youth and vitality, often with a serene, composed expression, symbolizing the peaceful existence they hoped to achieve in the afterlife. The use of materials like limestone, granite, and basalt also became more refined, highlighting the growing importance of these statues in ensuring the deceased's continued presence. The Middle Kingdom saw further refinement in funerary statues, with an increased focus on realism. Artists began to depict more naturalistic features, while still maintaining the symbolic idealization of the deceased. This shift reflected broader changes in Egyptian society, including a growing focus on individual identity and personal legacy. Statues of family members or servants, often placed in tombs, served as surrogate figures to fulfill specific functions for the deceased in the afterlife. These statues were not only representations of the deceased, but also acted as intermediaries between the living and the divine. By the New Kingdom, funerary statues had become highly specialized works of art, with a wide range of styles and forms. Statues of pharaohs, nobles, and even private individuals were crafted with intricate detail, often incorporating symbolic elements like the hieratic pose or the depiction of gods. These statues were designed to serve both as personal protectors and as representations of the deceased's continued role in the cosmic order. The practice of placing multiple statues within tombs, each serving different functions for the deceased ka, became increasingly common. In conclusion, the development of funerary statues in ancient Egypt was a reflection of the society's complex spiritual beliefs and their desire to secure immortality. Over time, these statues evolved from simple substitutes to sophisticated representations that embodied the deceased's identity, social status, and divine connection. As both art and spiritual objects, funerary statues ensured the protection and perpetuity of the deceased's soul in the afterlife, and they remain among the most enduring and iconic symbols of ancient Egyptian culture. Chapter 9: Daily Life and Social Classes in Art. In ancient Egypt, art was not only reserved for the religious and royal spheres, but also provided insight into the everyday lives and social structures of the people. Artworks from tombs, temples, and other sources offer a vivid portrayal of the social hierarchy, customs, and daily activities that defined Egyptian society. These depictions of daily life, from agriculture to family life, reflect the Egyptians' values and beliefs, and they also served as a means of reinforcing the social order. The portrayal of social classes in Egyptian art reveals the complexities of society and the way in which art functioned as both a record and a tool for maintaining the structure of Egyptian life. The most striking feature of Egyptian art related to daily life is the clear and defined representation of social classes. Hierarchical differentiation was evident in art, where individuals were portrayed according to their social rank. The wealthier, more powerful members of society, such as pharaohs, nobles, and high-ranking officials, were often depicted larger than others in scenes, a technique known as hierarchical scale. They were shown in idealized forms, youthful, powerful, and composed, while lower classes, such as workers, laborers, and slaves, were depicted smaller and in more realistic or sometimes more crude forms. This visual distinction not only served to reinforce social stratification, but also signified the different roles these individuals played in both the physical and spiritual worlds. Daily life was frequently depicted in tombs and tomb paintings, especially in the tombs of the elite. These artworks illustrated scenes of agricultural work, feasting, music, and family activities. The emphasis on agricultural labor in Egyptian art underscores the importance of agriculture to Egyptian society, which was dependent on the annual flooding of the Nile River. Artists depicted the process of harvesting, planting, and cattle herding, as these were seen as vital to sustaining life both in the present world and in the afterlife. The Nile, with its bountiful resources, was considered a divine gift, and the act of working the land was often associated with the gods themselves. In contrast, scenes of leisure and enjoyment, such as banquets and celebrations, depicted higher social classes enjoying their wealth and status. These scenes highlighted the connection between abundance and divine favor. Entertainment, including dancing, music, and hunting, was often depicted in the tombs of nobles, demonstrating the importance of maintaining one's status and ensuring a comfortable afterlife filled with such pleasures. In addition to work and leisure, family life was another recurring theme in Egyptian art. Depictions of families, often with parents and children, were common in tombs and offer a glimpse into the importance of family bonds. The family unit was seen as essential to both personal identity and social continuity. These family scenes symbolized the idea that maintaining familial relationships was key to ensuring a harmonious existence in both life and the afterlife. Through these visual representations, Egyptian art served not only as a reflection of daily life, but also as a means of reinforcing and perpetuating the social structure. The depiction of social classes in art made clear the roles individuals played in society, and it helped establish a sense of order that transcended the mortal realm. Whether depicting the laborer, the aristocrat, or the king, these artworks served as powerful visual records of the values and priorities of ancient Egyptian civilization, ensuring that daily life would be remembered for centuries to come. Depictions of everyday activities in art. In ancient Egypt, art was not solely focused on the divine or the royal elite. It also depicted the daily activities of ordinary people. These depictions offer a unique glimpse into the lives of the Egyptians, showcasing the tasks, routines, and rituals that define their existence. From farming and fishing to domestic work and feasting, Egyptian art served as both a reflection of society and a means of preserving daily life for eternity. The way these activities were portrayed in tombs and other artworks reveals much about the values, economy, and social structure of ancient Egypt. Agriculture, as the foundation of Egyptian society, was a central theme in depictions of daily life. The importance of the Nile River and its annual flooding was crucial to the fertility of the land, and many artworks celebrated the labor of sowing and harvesting crops. Scenes of workers planting, harvesting, and threshing grain were commonly found in tombs, especially in those of the elite. These depictions did more than simply record the agricultural process. They also symbolized the continuity of life and prosperity. The Egyptians believed that ensuring the productivity of the land was essential for sustaining life both in the physical world and the afterlife. Fishing and hunting were also commonly portrayed in Egyptian art, particularly in the tombs of those who held wealth or power. These activities were often associated with leisure and abundance, as well as with the skills and bravery of the elite. Hunting scenes depicted noblemen or pharaohs chasing wild animals such as lions, gazelles, and birds, emphasizing their control over nature and their ability to provide for their people. Similarly, scenes of fishing on the Nile often portrayed nets being cast and fish being caught, a representation of both survival and luxury, as fish were a vital food source in ancient Egypt. Domestic activities were another key aspect of daily life depicted in Egyptian art. Scenes showing women grinding grain, baking bread, or preparing food were common in the tombs of both men and women. These works not only provide insight into the daily labor of the household, but also reflect the Egyptians' deep connection to the cycles of nature and the importance of sustenance in both life and the afterlife. Depictions of family life were often featured in tombs to emphasize the importance of familial bonds, which were seen as essential for social and spiritual harmony. Social activities and celebrations also played an important role in Egyptian art. Banquets, feasts, and musical performances were often featured in tomb paintings, especially for higher status individuals. These scenes illustrated the abundance and joy that were part of the elite's lives, serving as symbolic reminders of the pleasures awaiting the deceased in the afterlife. Music and dancing were seen as expressions of joy and spiritual connection, reinforcing the idea that life on earth should be mirrored in the afterlife. In sum, the depictions of everyday activities in ancient Egyptian art were multifaceted and deeply significant. They not only reflected the daily labor and leisure that defined Egyptian society, but also symbolized the continuity of life and the sustenance needed for both the mortal world and the afterlife. These artworks, with their focus on agriculture, domesticity, and social life, remain essential records of ancient Egyptian culture, offering us a window into the routine yet rich lives of one of history's most fascinating civilizations. The role of art in social hierarchy. In ancient Egypt, art was a powerful tool used to reinforce and communicate the complex social hierarchy that governed society. The Egyptians believed that order, or mat, was essential not only for the cosmos, but also for the proper functioning of society. This concept of order was often reflected in art, where visual representation played a key role in maintaining the social structure. Art was used not only to depict individuals, but also to reinforce the roles they played within the social system, from the pharaoh at the top to the laborers at the bottom. One of the most important ways that art reflected social hierarchy was through the use of size and scale. The relative size of figures in Egyptian art was directly linked to their social rank and importance. Pharaohs, nobles, and gods were often depicted as larger than others in scenes, signifying their higher status. This technique, known as hierarchical scale, was a visual shorthand that reinforced the idea of the pharaoh's divine right to rule and the inherent power and authority of the upper classes. The larger the figure, the more important and powerful they were believed to be. Conversely, smaller figures, often depicting workers, slaves, or commoners, were shown as less significant in the grand cosmic order. This distinction was not meant to dehumanize the lower classes, but to reflect the religious and social order that placed rulers and gods at the center of Egyptian life. In addition to size, the poses and the way individuals were depicted also communicated social roles. The seated or standing poses, commonly used for pharaohs and high officials, represented their authority, stability, and divine connection. These figures were often shown with idealized features that emphasized strength, eternal youth, and dignity, symbolizing their role as protectors of society and intermediaries between humans and the gods. In contrast, commoners or workers were depicted in more naturalistic poses, often engaged in physical labor, and their features were generally more realistic. This difference in representation helped to emphasize the division of labor and the responsibilities assigned to different classes in society. Art also served as a means of perpetuating the social hierarchy beyond death. Funerary art, such as tomb paintings and statues, often depicted the deceased in idealized forms, preserving their status and ensuring their continued protection and recognition in the afterlife. These artworks were created to reflect not only the individual's life and achievements, but also to emphasize their place in society, reinforcing their importance in both the mortal world and the divine realm. In tombs of the elite, scenes of daily life, wealth, and abundance were meant to ensure the deceased's eternal enjoyment of these privileges. Ultimately, the role of art in reinforcing social hierarchy in ancient Egypt was central to the preservation of the status quo. It helped to define and communicate the rigid social structure that governed Egyptian society, ensuring that each individual's position within the order was recognized and maintained. Through size, scale, and the portrayal of roles, art became both a reflection of and a tool for perpetuating the divine order that underpinned the entire civilization. Artistic representations of workers and servants. In ancient Egyptian art, the depiction of workers and servants offers important insights into the social structure and daily life of the civilization. Unlike the idealized portrayals of pharaohs and elites, the representations of common laborers were more grounded in realism, reflecting their roles in society and their contributions to the overall functioning of the Egyptian economy. While these figures were not shown with the same grandeur as royalty, they still played an essential role in the visual narratives of Egyptian tombs and monuments, underscoring the importance of their labor in maintaining the prosperity and stability of ancient Egypt. Workers and servants were often depicted in scenes of physical labor, such as farming, construction, and other essential tasks. In tomb paintings and reliefs, these figures were shown engaged in activities like plowing fields, harvesting crops, fishing, or building monuments. While the elite were depicted in idealized poses, workers were shown with more naturalistic features and in more realistic, action-oriented poses. This representation, although less flattering, highlighted the vital contributions of these individuals to the agricultural and construction-based economy of Egypt. In particular, agricultural labor, a key to Egypt's survival, was frequently depicted, with scenes showing workers planting, harvesting, or processing grain. These depictions not only illustrated the labor itself, but also emphasized the relationship between the workers and the land, as the Egyptians viewed the land as a divine gift. Despite being shown in more humble settings and roles, workers and servants were still depicted with dignity, and their contributions were valued. The scenes in tombs were not meant to diminish the laboring classes, but instead to recognize their essential role in supporting the elite and sustaining the kingdom. Some depictions even show workers enjoying leisure time or participating in celebrations, suggesting that they, too, were entitled to moments of joy and rest, although these occasions were usually limited to the more privileged members of society. These scenes served as a reminder of the interconnectedness of all levels of society, where every role, no matter how humble, contributed to the continuation of Egypt's success. The representation of servants in the context of domestic life also reflects the social stratification of Egyptian society. Servants were often shown in scenes within the homes of the elite, engaged in activities such as food preparation, serving drinks, or attending to their masters. These portrayals reinforce the hierarchy within households, where the labor of servants ensured the comfort and luxury of the elite. Just as with workers, these individuals were often depicted with more realistic features, a reflection of their position in society. In conclusion, artistic representations of workers and servants in ancient Egypt were integral to the portrayal of the social order. Though depicted with less grandeur than their royal counterparts, these figures were still shown with respect and dignity, recognizing the indispensable roles they played in sustaining the civilization. Their inclusion in tombs and monuments was a testament to their importance in both daily life and the afterlife, where their contributions to society were eternally acknowledged. Art as a reflection of Egyptian family life. In ancient Egypt, art was a powerful medium through which family life, relationships, and societal values were expressed and preserved for eternity. Family was a central aspect of Egyptian life, and this is clearly reflected in the art created for tombs, temples, and other public spaces. The depictions of family life in Egyptian art reveal the importance placed on family bonds, the roles of men and women, and the relationships between parents and children. These representations serve not only as records of daily existence, but also as symbols of continuity, emphasizing the belief that family connections extended beyond death and into the afterlife. Tomb paintings, reliefs, and statues often depicted family members in intimate domestic settings, highlighting the nurturing and protective roles that were integral to Egyptian society. In these works, the family was typically shown together, with the husband and wife sharing a close and respectful bond, symbolizing the partnership between man and woman. These scenes of affection and togetherness were meant to reflect the harmonious nature of family life, where mutual care and respect were central. Children were often depicted alongside their parents, and their presence in art was a reminder of the continuity of the family line. Parents' duty to ensure the welfare and future of their children was a key aspect of Egyptian social norms. In terms of gender roles, Egyptian art often reinforced the traditional roles of men and women within the family structure. Men were commonly depicted as providers and protectors, engaged in activities such as farming, hunting, or overseeing household affairs. Women, on the other hand, were often shown in domestic settings, managing the household, preparing food, or attending to children. However, women were not limited to these domestic roles. Some women of higher status were depicted as involved in religious rituals, in the role of priestesses or queens, signifying the broader scope of their societal contributions. Family life was also reflected in the funerary art of the elite, where depictions of family members were intended to ensure that familial bonds remained intact in the afterlife. These artworks were part of the larger funerary practices meant to guarantee that the deceased, along with their loved ones, would experience an eternal life filled with peace, prosperity, and familial love. The depiction of family in tombs was not only a representation of mortal relationships, but also a reinforcement of the belief in an eternal family unit in the afterlife. Overall, Egyptian art served as both a reflection and reinforcement of family life. The portrayal of family bonds in art was integral to the civilization's understanding of society, relationships, and the continuity of life after death. These artistic representations preserve the ideals of familial love, respect, and duty, ensuring that future generations would remember the importance of family connections in both the earthly and spiritual realms. Through art, the ancient Egyptians celebrated the sanctity of family and its eternal nature, making it one of the most significant aspects of their artistic legacy. The depiction of foreigners and tributes. In ancient Egyptian art, the depiction of foreigners and tributes played a significant role in portraying Egypt's interactions with neighboring regions and its status as a dominant power in the ancient world. These representations were not just simple records of foreign peoples. They were carefully constructed to demonstrate Egypt's superiority, its military victories, and the wealth that came from its extensive trade and tribute networks. The way foreigners were depicted in Egyptian art reveals much about the Egyptian worldview, their perceptions of other cultures, and the ways in which they utilized art to reinforce their political power and cultural identity. Foreigners in Egyptian art were often shown in a stylized manner, highlighting their differences from the Egyptians. These representations emphasized physical features such as skin color, clothing, and hairstyle, which served to visually distinguish them from the Egyptian elite. In many instances, foreigners were depicted as captives or tribute bearers, offering valuable goods to the pharaoh. These scenes were commonly found in tombs, temples, and monuments, often accompanying depictions of military victories or diplomatic events. The act of receiving tribute was seen as a symbol of Egypt's dominance and the power of the pharaoh. The tribute offerings range from precious metals, exotic animals, and textiles to more symbolic items that represented the wealth and influence Egypt exerted over its neighbors. The Egyptians often depicted foreigners in a subjugated or inferior position, reinforcing the concept of Egypt's supremacy. Captured enemies, for instance, were shown bound and in defeat, often placed in a lower position in the artwork, which visually communicated their status as subjugated peoples. This hierarchical representation was not just a reflection of the military conquests, but also a political tool. It served to legitimize the authority of the pharaoh, portraying him as the ruler of a vast and prosperous empire that controlled and collected wealth from distant lands. The tribute scenes also emphasize the benefits Egypt gained from its interactions with foreign nations, underlining the reciprocal relationship between tribute and the preservation of Egypt's power. Interestingly, while foreigners were often shown in a negative or submissive light, some depictions also suggested a sense of admiration for certain foreign cultures. For example, some foreigners were depicted wearing elaborate clothing or participating in the court's rituals, which indicated that the Egyptians acknowledged their unique characteristics. This nuanced portrayal shows that while Egypt viewed itself as superior, it also recognized the value in engaging with foreign peoples and cultures, particularly in matters of trade and diplomacy. In conclusion, the depiction of foreigners and tributes in Egyptian art was a powerful way to communicate Egypt's political and military prowess. Through art, the Egyptians conveyed their dominance over neighboring regions, while also symbolizing the wealth and prestige that came with their empire's vast reach. These representations reinforced the notion of Egypt as a superior civilization and served as a constant reminder of the pharaoh's role as the guardian of Egypt's power and prosperity. Chapter 10: Religion and Art in Ancient Egypt. Religion and art were inextricably linked in ancient Egyptian society, with artistic expression serving as a means to convey and honor the gods, divine forces, and the afterlife. Ancient Egypt was a deeply religious civilization, where gods and goddesses played a central role in every aspect of life, from politics and social order to personal relationships and spiritual beliefs. As a result, much of Egyptian art was created with a clear religious purpose, whether to honor deities, commemorate the pharaoh's divine status, or ensure the eternal life of the deceased. The visual arts were not simply aesthetic, they were sacred tools designed to connect the mortal and divine realms. One of the primary functions of Egyptian art was to depict the gods and their attributes. Temples, tombs, and monuments were often adorned with representations of deities, each carefully chosen for their symbolism and connection to the natural world, society, and the afterlife. Gods like Osiris, Isis, Horus, and Ra were frequently portrayed in specific iconographies that communicated their powers and domains. For example, Ra, the sun god, was often shown with a sun disk above his head, while Osiris, the god of the afterlife, was depicted with a white crown and a scepter, symbols of his authority over the dead. These images were not just decorative. They served as channels through which the divine could interact with the living, ensuring prosperity, protection, and guidance. In addition to depictions of gods, pharaohs were often portrayed in art as divine figures themselves, underscoring their role as intermediaries between the gods and humanity. Pharaohs were commonly shown with symbols of divine power, such as the ankh, representing life, or the scepter, signifying royal authority. In some depictions, the pharaoh was shown with the head of a lion or hawk, symbolizing divine strength and protection. These representations elevated the ruler to a godlike status, reinforcing the notion of divine kingship, which was a cornerstone of Egyptian belief. The pharaoh was not only a political leader, but also a spiritual figure, tasked with maintaining Ma'at, the cosmic order, and ensuring harmony between the divine and mortal worlds. Art also played an essential role in funerary practices, as it was believed that representations of gods and ritual objects would provide spiritual protection and assist the deceased in their journey to the afterlife. Tombs were often adorned with scenes from the Book of the Dead, a collection of spells and illustrations designed to guide the soul through the underworld. By providing images of the gods, the deceased could gain access to divine protection and blessings, ensuring a safe passage to eternal life. Overall, religion and art were deeply intertwined in ancient Egypt. Art was not created for personal expression or entertainment, but to serve religious and spiritual purposes, maintaining cosmic order, ensuring divine protection, and guiding individuals through life and death. Through art, Egyptians sought to bring the divine closer to the human world, solidifying the god's presence in everyday life and reinforcing the power of the pharaoh as a divine ruler. Temples and religious iconography. Temples were among the most significant architectural and artistic expressions of ancient Egyptian religion. They were not just places of worship. They were believed to be the earthly residences of the gods, where divine power could be accessed through rituals and offerings. The design and decoration of Egyptian temples were meticulously planned to honor the gods and ensure their continued favor. Within these sacred spaces, religious iconography played a central role, with statues, carvings, and paintings all serving to symbolize the presence of divine forces and facilitate communication between the mortal world and the divine. The structure of Egyptian temples was highly symbolic in itself. Temples were often oriented to align with the rising and setting of the sun, symbolizing the connection between the divine realm and the natural world. The inner sanctum of the temple, where the deity's statue resided, was considered the most sacred space, and only priests and the pharaoh were allowed to enter. The layout of the temple reflected the journey of the soul toward the divine, with open courtyards leading into smaller, more intimate halls, and finally into the innermost chamber. Each part of the temple was carefully designed to represent aspects of divine presence, power, and creation. The walls of these temples were adorned with elaborate reliefs and paintings, many of which depicted gods and goddesses in various forms and attributes. These images were not simply decorative, but served a functional and symbolic purpose. The gods were often shown in their full glory, with specific symbols and iconography that indicated their powers and roles within the pantheon. For example, Ra, the sun god, was typically depicted with a sun disk over his head, while Osiris, the god of the afterlife, was often shown in mummified form with a white crown of Upper Egypt. The use of specific colors, such as green for rebirth or red for chaos, was integral to these depictions, as each hue carried a symbolic meaning that further communicated the essence of the deity. One of the most prominent forms of religious iconography in temples was the statue of the god or goddess, which was believed to house the divine presence. These statues were meticulously crafted, often from durable materials like granite, limestone, or wood, and were placed in the innermost chambers of the temple. The statues were often adorned with offerings of food, incense, and precious items to honor the deity and maintain the relationship between the gods and the people. In addition to the images of gods, the pharaoh was frequently depicted in temples as a divine figure, often shown in scenes where he is making offerings or performing rituals before the gods. This reinforced the idea of the pharaoh as the intermediary between the gods and the people, further solidifying his divine kingship. The pharaoh's image in temples symbolized the continuity of divine order and Egypt's prosperity under his rule. In conclusion, temples and their religious iconography were vital to the spiritual life of ancient Egypt. Through the architecture, statues, and wall reliefs, the Egyptians sought to establish and maintain a tangible connection with their gods, reinforcing the cosmic order and the power of divine kingship. These artistic expressions not only facilitated worship, but also served as a permanent reminder of the eternal presence of the gods in the daily life of the Egyptians. Divine and mortal realms in art. In ancient Egyptian art, the distinction between the divine and mortal realms was a central theme, reflecting the civilization's deep belief in the presence and power of gods in the everyday life of humans. This division was not just philosophical, but was visually represented in the way art depicted both the gods and the people who served them. The contrast between the mortal and divine was often highlighted through artistic styles, iconography, and spatial organization, emphasizing the hierarchical structure of the Egyptian universe, where the divine controlled the cosmos and the mortal realm was subject to divine order. One of the key ways the divine and mortal realms were separated in Egyptian art was through scale. Gods and deities were typically depicted on a much larger scale than humans, symbolizing their superiority and cosmic significance. The pharaoh, as the divine ruler, was also often portrayed larger than his subjects, reinforcing his intermediary role between the gods and the people. The size difference was not simply for aesthetic effect. It served to convey the power dynamics in the Egyptian worldview, where divine entities were omnipotent and humans were part of a larger, divinely ordered system. The positioning of figures also reinforced this separation. Gods were often shown in more formal, idealized poses, reflecting their eternal nature and association with the cosmic order. They were portrayed with symbols of their power, such as the ankh for life or the scepter for royal authority. In contrast, human figures were often depicted in more naturalistic poses, reflecting their mortal nature. While pharaohs could be depicted in divine forms, their depictions were still infused with human characteristics, highlighting their status as both rulers and mortals. This blending of the divine and mortal in the pharaoh's image reflected the belief that he was a god in human form, ruling on behalf of the divine while remaining subject to its power. Another crucial aspect of the divine-mortal relationship in Egyptian art was the use of iconography. Gods were represented with specific attributes, such as animal forms or symbolic items, which underscored their power and roles. For instance, Horus, the god of the sky, was often shown with the head of a falcon, symbolizing his dominion over the heavens. In contrast, humans were often depicted with fewer symbolic elements, focusing more on their daily lives or roles within the social structure. The afterlife also represented a crucial intersection of the divine and mortal realms. Funerary art, particularly in tombs, emphasized the transition of the deceased from the mortal world to the divine one. Artworks in tombs were intended to ensure the deceased's safe passage to the afterlife, where they would join the gods in a realm of eternal life. Scenes of divine judgment, such as the weighing of the heart from the Book of the Dead, portrayed the deceased in the presence of gods, reinforcing the idea that the mortal soul was judged by divine forces and either granted immortality or condemned. In summary, Egyptian art consistently represented the division between the divine and mortal realms, using scale, symbolism, and positioning to communicate the power of the gods and the human role within their cosmic order. These artistic distinctions not only reinforced religious beliefs, but also conveyed the hierarchical structure of Egyptian society, where the divine was omnipresent and the mortal world was intricately linked to it, especially through the pharaoh's divine kingship and the afterlife. Ritual artifacts and sacred objects. In ancient Egypt, ritual artifacts and sacred objects were integral components of religious practice, serving both practical and symbolic purposes. These objects, often crafted with exceptional skill and attention to detail, were essential for conducting rituals and ceremonies, which were believed to maintain cosmic order, honor the gods, and ensure the well-being of the deceased in the afterlife. The significance of these items transcended their functional use. They were also imbued with powerful symbolism, representing divine forces and facilitating communication between the human and divine realms. One of the most prominent categories of ritual artifacts were the offerings made to the gods. These included food, incense, and various goods, often depicted in art to show the piety of the worshippers and the prosperity of the kingdom. These items were placed in temples or tombs to nourish the gods or the deceased, ensuring their favor and continued protection. While these offerings were physical objects, they were understood to have a deeper, spiritual meaning, representing sustenance for the divine and ensuring that the forces of life and fertility were maintained. Incense, for example, symbolized the prayers and intentions of the worshippers, rising up to the gods as an offering of devotion. Another key category of ritual objects were those used in the embalming and funerary practices. The materials used in mummification, such as linen, resin, and natron, were not only functional in preserving the body, but were also thought to have magical properties that aided the deceased's journey to the afterlife. Canopic jars, which held the organs of the deceased, were intricately carved with the heads of the four sons of Horus, deities who protected these vital organs. These jars and other ritual tools were often inscribed with spells from the Book of the Dead, reinforcing their importance in ensuring a safe transition to the afterlife. Statuettes and amulets also played a vital role in both funerary and religious practices. Small statues of gods and goddesses, as well as representations of animals, were placed in tombs and temples to invoke the presence and protection of the divine. Amulets, which were commonly made from materials such as faience, stone, or gold, were worn by the living for protection or buried with the dead to safeguard the soul in the afterlife. Common amulets included the scarab beetle, a symbol of rebirth, and the ankh, representing life. These objects were seen as possessing intrinsic spiritual power, with the ability to protect, heal, or empower their owner. Scepters, staffs, and other ceremonial tools were frequently used in rituals and royal ceremonies. These objects often represented authority, divine right, and kingship. The scepter, in particular, was a symbol of the pharaoh's connection to the gods and his role as the divine ruler on earth. These objects, crafted from precious metals and adorned with inscriptions, reinforced the idea that the pharaoh's authority was divinely sanctioned. In summary, ritual artifacts and sacred objects in ancient Egypt were not merely decorative, but carried profound religious and symbolic meaning. They facilitated interaction with the divine, protected the living and the dead, and played a crucial role in the maintenance of cosmic order. Whether through offerings, amulets, or ceremonial tools, these items connected the human realm to the divine, ensuring that Egypt remained in harmony with the gods. The function of art in religious ceremonies. In ancient Egypt, art was not merely an aesthetic pursuit, but played a critical role in religious ceremonies, acting as a conduit between the mortal and divine realms. The Egyptians believed that the act of creation itself was sacred, and the production of art, whether in the form of statues, paintings, or ritual objects, was an essential part of religious rituals meant to maintain harmony in the universe. These artworks were viewed as sacred tools to honor the gods, facilitate the passage of the deceased to the afterlife, and ensure the fertility and prosperity of the land. One of the primary functions of art in religious ceremonies was to serve as a vehicle for divine presence. Statues of gods placed in temples were believed to house the spirit of the deity they represented. During rituals, priests would dress, anoint, and offer food or incense to these statues, thus awakening the deity to participate in the ceremony. The art in these sacred spaces transformed a physical object into a link to the divine, making it a focus for prayers and offerings. The physical interaction with these statues was seen as an important way to invoke divine power and receive blessings. Similarly, art in tombs played an essential role in religious ceremonies tied to the afterlife. Wall paintings and reliefs depicted scenes of the deceased's journey through the afterlife, ensuring that the soul would be protected and guided on its way to the next world. These depictions often featured gods and deities who would judge, protect, and guide the deceased. The Book of the Dead, a funerary text filled with spells and instructions, was often inscribed on the tomb walls or on papyrus scrolls, and was used as part of the burial ritual to ensure that the deceased passed successfully through the trials of the afterlife. In this sense, the art functioned as both a visual representation of the afterlife and a guide to the deceased's soul, helping it navigate through spiritual trials. Art also played a key role in the daily religious practices performed in temples. Temples were adorned with elaborate paintings, reliefs, and statues that depicted gods, goddesses, and the pharaoh in scenes of worship and ritual. These artistic depictions reinforced the sacred nature of the space and the activities conducted within it. The rituals, which included offerings, prayers, and sacrifices, were deeply intertwined with the imagery on temple walls. For example, a common scene depicted the pharaoh presenting offerings to the gods, reinforcing his role as the intermediary between the divine and human realms. The art surrounding these rituals enhanced the participants' connection to the gods, making the divine more tangible and accessible. Finally, art was central to the royal coronation and other state-sponsored religious ceremonies, further reinforcing the divine authority of the pharaoh. Large statues, ceremonial tools, and symbolic objects created for these occasions helped to establish the pharaoh's divine kingship. Through elaborate rituals and the artistic representations associated with them, the power of the pharaoh was symbolically validated by the gods. In conclusion, art in ancient Egypt served as an essential tool in religious ceremonies. Whether through the creation of divine statues, funerary wall paintings, or the adornment of temples, art allowed for the active participation of both the living and the dead in sacred rituals. These artworks were not only representations of the divine, but also functional elements in the maintenance of cosmic order, reinforcing the Egyptians' deep connection to their gods and the afterlife. The influence of priests and clergy on artistic expression. In ancient Egypt, the role of priests and clergy extended far beyond religious ceremonies and rituals. They were key figures in shaping and influencing artistic expression. The close relationship between the religious elite and the artistic community had profound effects on the style, symbolism, and function of art in Egypt. As intermediaries between the gods and the people, priests wielded significant influence in ensuring that the art produced served religious purposes, upheld divine order, and reinforced the pharaoh's divine rule. This dynamic is evident in both the content and context of Egyptian art. Priests were responsible for the maintenance of temples and the performance of daily rituals, which required the creation and use of sacred art. They dictated the specific representations of gods and deities that would be depicted in temples, shrines, and tombs. Temple walls, for example, were covered with reliefs that illustrated divine myths, rituals, and the king's interaction with gods. The clergy would often commission such works to preserve the religious significance of the space, ensuring that the art aligned with the religious texts and ceremonial practices. This close relationship between art and religious duties meant that artistic creations were often viewed as sacred tasks, completed under the watchful eyes of the priests who provided direction. The clergy's influence extended to the symbolic and iconographic elements of art. Specific gods, for instance, were associated with particular colors, materials, and postures, all of which had specific meanings in relation to their divine attributes. Priests would guide artists in the use of these elements to ensure the artwork maintained its spiritual integrity. The symbolic representation of the gods was intended to be universally understood by both the temple elite and the people who viewed the art, ensuring that the divine presence was effectively communicated and that the cosmic order was maintained. The artistic representation of the pharaoh was another area influenced by the clergy. As the king was considered the divine representative on earth, the clergy played an essential role in ensuring that his image in art reflected his sacred status. This is seen in the portrayal of the pharaoh in larger-than-life statues and reliefs, where his form was often idealized to emphasize his divine nature. The clergy's involvement in these artistic endeavors ensured that the pharaoh's image conformed to religious ideals, symbolizing his role as the intermediary between the gods and the people. Moreover, the clergy often had control over the production of funerary art. Tombs and burial sites were richly decorated with artworks intended to facilitate the deceased's safe passage into the afterlife. Priests would oversee the commissioning of such art, ensuring that the scenes depicted in tombs were consistent with the religious texts, like the Book of the Dead, that outlined the journey of the soul. By influencing the creation of these artworks, priests not only protected the deceased, but also reinforced the theological and cosmological views that governed Egyptian society. In conclusion, priests and clergy held considerable influence over the artistic expression in ancient Egypt. Their guidance in the creation of religious and funerary art ensured that artworks were aligned with the needs of the gods, the king, and the afterlife. This close relationship between the clergy and the artistic community helped to maintain the spiritual and social order, embedding religious ideals deeply into the fabric of Egyptian art. Chapter 11: The Artistic Legacy of Ancient Egypt. The artistic legacy of ancient Egypt is one of the most enduring and influential in the history of human civilization. Spanning over 3 millennia, Egyptian art reflected the society's profound spiritual beliefs, its fascination with the afterlife, and its structured social hierarchy. The art produced during this period remains not only an expression of ancient religious and cultural values, but also a source of inspiration for countless civilizations that followed. Egyptian art's meticulous attention to detail, its symbolic richness, and its devotion to eternity left a profound impact on both the ancient world and the modern one. One of the key elements of the artistic legacy of ancient Egypt is its distinctive style. Unlike the art of other ancient cultures, Egyptian art was governed by a set of strict rules and conventions. Figures were often depicted in composite poses, with heads and legs shown in profile, but torsos in full frontal view, creating a sense of clarity and timelessness. These artistic conventions aim to represent the idealized, eternal form rather than the fleeting human moment. This focus on idealization and eternity influenced art for centuries, both in ancient cultures that came into contact with Egypt and in later periods, such as the Greco-Roman era, when Egyptian motifs were often incorporated into the art of the Mediterranean world. Equally influential was the symbolism embedded in Egyptian art. The use of color, materials, and symbols was not just decorative, but carried specific meanings tied to the gods, the afterlife, and cosmic order. For instance, the use of gold symbolized divine power, while the color green was associated with rebirth and regeneration. This deep connection between art and symbolism influenced the way later societies approached art, often imbuing it with meanings that went beyond aesthetics. The enduring power of Egyptian symbols, such as the ankh or the scarab, continues to resonate in contemporary culture, especially in religious and mystical contexts. Egyptian funerary art, designed to ensure the safe passage of the soul into the afterlife, also left an indelible mark. The tombs and burial monuments of the pharaohs, such as the pyramids in the Valley of the Kings, not only served as final resting places, but as elaborate works of art that conveyed the king's divine status and ensured their immortality. The preservation of these structures and their accompanying artwork has provided modern scholars with invaluable insights into ancient Egyptian beliefs, customs, and practices. The artistic legacy of ancient Egypt also extends beyond the visual. Egyptian art's focus on permanence and stability influenced architectural practices in subsequent cultures, particularly in the development of monumental structures. The methods of construction used in Egypt to create the pyramids and temples were studied and adapted by later civilizations, influencing architectural styles in Greece and Rome. Additionally, Egyptian motifs, such as obelisks and sphinxes, became iconic elements in classical art and architecture. In conclusion, the artistic legacy of ancient Egypt is far-reaching and multifaceted, influencing countless aspects of art, architecture, and culture for millennia. Its emphasis on permanence, symbolism, and the divine continues to inspire and inform art today, securing Egypt's place as one of the most influential civilizations in human history. Through its art, Egypt not only preserved its culture, but shaped the artistic traditions of the future. The influence on later civilizations. The artistic legacy of ancient Egypt has had a profound and lasting impact on later civilizations, influencing not only the art, but also the architecture, religious iconography, and cultural practices of subsequent societies. Egypt's unique style, its symbolism, and its approach to representation have resonated through the centuries, leaving an indelible mark on cultures from the ancient Mediterranean to modern times. One of the most notable ways Egyptian art influenced later civilizations is through its monumental architecture. The grandeur of the pyramids, temples, and other structures built during Egypt's long history set a precedent for monumental construction in other parts of the world. Ancient Greece and Rome, in particular, borrowed many architectural elements from Egypt, such as the use of columns, obelisks, and grand public spaces. The Romans, for example, adopted Egyptian obelisks as symbols of imperial power, transporting them to cities such as Rome, where they were placed in prominent locations. The symbolic use of these monuments highlighted the ongoing reverence for Egypt's artistic achievements and their perceived connection to divine power and authority. In addition to architecture, Egyptian art's emphasis on the eternal and the idealized form influenced later representations of the human body. Greek and Roman artists, while developing their own distinctive styles, were inspired by Egypt's focus on proportion and idealization in the human form. Egyptian figures were often depicted with highly standardized and symmetrical proportions, a practice that had an enduring effect on classical art, where balance and harmony in the depiction of the human body were central concerns. The Greeks and Romans admired Egypt's artistic sophistication and incorporated elements of Egyptian style into their own works, blending them with their ideals of naturalism and movement. Egypt's religious iconography also left a lasting influence on later civilizations. Many of the gods and symbols of ancient Egypt, such as the Ankh, symbolizing life, and the scarab, representing regeneration, continue to resonate throughout the Mediterranean world. In particular, the symbols of Egyptian gods were absorbed into the religious practices of the Greco-Roman world. For example, the goddess Isis became widely worshipped in the Roman Empire, and her image, drawn from Egyptian art, was adopted in various forms across the Mediterranean. The influence of Egyptian religious iconography can also be seen in early Christian art, where symbolic representations of eternal life and resurrection echoed themes found in Egyptian religious art. Furthermore, Egyptian art's focus on the afterlife and funerary practices had a significant influence on the art of later cultures. The use of elaborate tombs, burial rituals, and the representation of the deceased in art were adopted and adapted by other ancient cultures, such as the Etruscans and the Romans. The idea of creating art that ensured the safe passage of the soul and preserved the memory of the deceased persisted long after Egypt's civilization had declined, influencing both artistic and cultural practices related to death and the afterlife in Western societies. In conclusion, the influence of ancient Egyptian art on later civilizations is both deep and widespread. From monumental architecture to religious symbolism, Egyptian artistic traditions have continued to shape and inspire the cultures that followed. The timeless nature of Egyptian art, with its emphasis on permanence, symbolism, and idealized form, has left an enduring legacy that continues to be celebrated and studied today. Egyptian art and modern art movements. The influence of Egyptian art on modern art movements is a testament to the timelessness and universality of its aesthetic principles. Although separated by millennia, the bold simplicity, iconic symbolism, and stylized forms found in ancient Egyptian art have had a profound impact on the development of modern artistic movements. In particular, the advent of modernism, with its break from traditional representation, drew inspiration from the clarity and symbolism of Egyptian art, embracing its abstract qualities and monumental approach to form. One of the primary ways Egyptian art influenced modern art is through its use of simplification and abstraction. Egyptian artists, in their focus on idealized forms and clear, timeless representation, emphasized geometric shapes and symmetry over realistic depictions. This focus on abstraction and stylization resonated strongly with modern artists seeking to move beyond naturalistic representation. Early 20th century movements such as Cubism, led by artists like Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, drew on the flat, simplified forms of Egyptian art. Picasso, in particular, was known to have been inspired by Egyptian art during his visits to the Louvre and by his exposure to Egyptian artifacts. The use of bold, geometric shapes in his paintings and sculptures can be seen as a direct response to the influence of ancient Egyptian artistic conventions. Similarly, the influence of Egyptian art can be seen in the works of the Art Deco movement, which was popular in the 1920s and 1930s. The Art Deco style, known for its emphasis on luxury, geometric patterns, and streamlined forms, embraced many of the visual elements that were central to Egyptian art. The popularity of Egyptian motifs, such as hieroglyphs, sphinxes, and figures in profile, in the design of architecture, jewelry, and decorative arts during the Art Deco period, was a direct reflection of the enduring fascination with Egypt. The discovery of King Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922 further fueled this Egyptomania, inspiring a surge of interest in Egyptian aesthetics and their integration into modern design. Additionally, the concept of eternity and the symbolic use of color and material in Egyptian art continued to influence modern artists. In particular, the symbolist and surrealist movements, with their focus on the metaphysical and the unconscious, found a natural kinship with the symbolic elements of Egyptian art. Artists like Salvador Dali and Giorgio de Chirico, known for their dreamlike, symbolic compositions, drew on the use of iconography and the otherworldly quality of Egyptian art to explore themes of time, memory, and the afterlife. In conclusion, Egyptian art's emphasis on abstraction, symbolism, and monumental scale had a lasting impact on modern art movements. From Cubism and Art Deco to Surrealism, modern artists found inspiration in the timeless qualities of Egyptian art, integrating its ideas into their own revolutionary approaches to form, structure, and meaning. The continued influence of Egyptian art in the modern era underscores its enduring legacy and its ability to transcend time and cultural boundaries. Artistic symbolism and its continued relevance. Artistic symbolism has remained one of the most powerful and enduring aspects of Egyptian art, its influence extending far beyond the ancient world and continuing to resonate in contemporary art and culture. The use of symbols in Egyptian art was not merely for decoration, but served to convey deep meanings tied to religion, spirituality, and the understanding of the universe. These symbols, such as the ankh, symbolizing life, the scarab, representing rebirth, and the Eye of Horus, a symbol of protection and healing, carried powerful associations that have survived through millennia, impacting various art forms and spiritual practices across the globe. The significance of Egyptian symbolism is rooted in its ability to transcend time and cultural boundaries. The Egyptians believed that certain symbols possessed inherent powers that could affect the world and the afterlife, and this belief was reflected in the way they integrated symbols into their art. The careful placement of these symbols in tombs, temples, and monuments was intended to bring about divine protection, ensure safe passage to the afterlife, or maintain cosmic order. These symbols carried universal meanings that spoke to fundamental human concerns: life, death, transformation, and the divine, making them relevant not just in ancient Egypt, but in later cultures as well. The continued relevance of Egyptian symbolism is especially apparent in modern religious and esoteric movements. For instance, the ankh, a symbol of life and immortality, has been embraced by various spiritual groups and incorporated into modern mysticism, New Age practices, and even popular culture. Similarly, the scarab, a symbol of protection and transformation, has found its place in modern jewelry, tattoos, and spiritual iconography. These symbols have been reinterpreted and repurposed by contemporary artists and spiritual communities, attesting to the enduring power of Egyptian symbolism. In addition to its influence on religious and spiritual contexts, Egyptian symbolism continues to impact modern art movements. Artists today often use symbols to communicate complex ideas or to evoke a sense of mystery and transcendence. Egyptian art's emphasis on abstraction, iconography, and the use of symbols as vehicles for conveying meaning resonates with modern movements like surrealism, symbolism, and even pop art. For example, artists such as Salvador Dali and Marc Chagall utilize symbolism to explore themes of the subconscious, the eternal, and the metaphysical, drawing inspiration from the same symbolic language used by the ancient Egyptians. In conclusion, the artistic symbolism of ancient Egypt has had a profound and lasting impact on both the spiritual and artistic worlds. The symbols created by the ancient Egyptians were not only an expression of their worldview, but have become timeless markers of universal themes such as life, death, and the divine. Their continued relevance in modern spirituality and art is a testament to the enduring power of Egyptian symbolism, which continues to inspire and inform artistic expression today. The preservation and rediscovery of ancient art. The preservation and rediscovery of ancient Egyptian art has played a crucial role in our understanding of the civilization's culture, beliefs, and historical achievements. Over millennia, the art of Egypt has endured through careful preservation techniques, archaeological excavation, and scholarly research. The rediscovery of these artistic works, particularly in the modern era, has brought to light treasures that have fascinated historians, archaeologists, and artists alike, providing valuable insight into one of the world's oldest and most influential cultures. The preservation of Egyptian art is inherently tied to the arid climate of Egypt, which has been a critical factor in protecting these artifacts over thousands of years. The dry desert air helped to prevent the rapid decay of materials such as stone, wood, and papyrus, allowing many works of art to remain relatively intact. Additionally, the construction of tombs and temples, often in remote locations or hidden deep within the desert, helped shield these artworks from looting or natural degradation. As a result, many ancient Egyptian paintings, sculptures, and reliefs have survived remarkably well, offering a unique glimpse into the artistic practices of the civilization. The rediscovery of Egyptian art, however, began in earnest in the 19th century, with significant milestones marking the process. One of the most pivotal moments in this rediscovery was the unearthing of the tomb of Tutankhamun in 1922 by British archaeologist Howard Carter. The discovery of the tomb, along with its wealth of stunning artifacts, including statues, paintings, jewelry, and the famous golden death mask of the pharaoh, captured the world's imagination and sparked a renewed interest in ancient Egyptian art. The riches found in Tutankhamun's tomb, along with other discoveries made in the Valley of the Kings and across Egypt, provided invaluable examples of the material culture and artistic traditions that flourished during Egypt's long history. In addition to the work of individual archaeologists, the development of museums and institutions dedicated to ancient Egyptian art, such as the Egyptian Museum in Cairo and the British Museum in London, has been instrumental in preserving and showcasing these masterpieces. These institutions have not only made the art accessible to the public, but have also facilitated further research and conservation efforts, ensuring that these artifacts can be studied and admired for generations to come. The rediscovery of Egyptian art has also sparked a global fascination with the civilization's artistic style, leading to the rise of Egyptology as a field of study. Scholars have worked tirelessly to decipher hieroglyphs, analyze artistic techniques, and interpret the cultural and religious significance of the works, shedding light on the values, beliefs, and daily life of ancient Egyptians. This ongoing research continues to shape our understanding of Egyptian art and its role in the broader context of world history. In conclusion, the preservation and rediscovery of ancient Egyptian art has been an essential aspect of understanding the civilization's legacy. Through natural preservation, archaeological discovery, and scholarly efforts, the artistic achievements of ancient Egypt continue to inspire and inform our understanding of this remarkable culture. As new technologies and research methods emerge, the study of Egyptian art remains a vibrant and evolving field, ensuring that its timeless beauty and significance will endure for generations to come. The role of museums and exhibitions in Egyptology. Museums and exhibitions have played an essential role in the study and public appreciation of Egyptology, acting as bridges between the ancient world and modern society. These institutions have not only preserved and showcased the treasures of ancient Egypt, but they have also contributed significantly to the ongoing research, education, and dissemination of knowledge about one of the world's most fascinating civilizations. From housing valuable artifacts to facilitating scholarly research, museums and exhibitions have been at the heart of Egyptology for centuries, enriching our understanding of Egypt's art, culture, and history. The preservation of ancient Egyptian artifacts within museums allows these invaluable pieces of history to be safeguarded for future generations. Institutions such as the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, the British Museum in London, and the Louvre in Paris house some of the most iconic and significant objects from ancient Egypt, including monumental sculptures, intricate jewelry, and mummified remains. These artifacts provide tangible connections to the past, offering insight into Egyptian society, religion, and daily life. Through careful conservation and curation, museums ensure that these objects remain accessible for ongoing study, while also protecting them from environmental degradation and damage. Museums also serve as crucial centers of research and scholarship. They house collections that are invaluable to Egyptologists, archaeologists, and historians, who rely on these materials to further their understanding of ancient Egypt. The study of hieroglyphics, art, and material culture is often conducted within the walls of these institutions, where scholars have access to artifacts and resources that might otherwise be difficult to obtain. The wealth of information contained in these collections has enabled numerous breakthroughs in the field of Egyptology, from deciphering ancient texts to uncovering the religious and social practices of the ancient Egyptians. In addition to preserving and researching ancient Egyptian art and artifacts, museums also play a vital role in educating the public. Exhibitions dedicated to ancient Egypt are some of the most popular and visited in the world, offering visitors the opportunity to engage with the culture and history of this ancient civilization. Through carefully curated exhibits, museums present complex narratives about ancient Egyptian society, art, and religion in ways that are accessible and engaging. Temporary exhibitions, often traveling to different cities and countries, allow a broader audience to experience the wonders of ancient Egypt, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Exhibitions also facilitate interdisciplinary collaborations, allowing experts from various fields, such as archaeology, anthropology, and conservation, to work together in the study and presentation of ancient Egyptian artifacts. These collaborative efforts often lead to new discoveries, as researchers from different areas bring unique perspectives to the interpretation of ancient objects. Furthermore, traveling exhibitions offer a platform for sharing the latest archaeological finds with global audiences, sparking new interest in Egyptology and inspiring future generations of scholars and museum goers. In conclusion, museums and exhibitions have been instrumental in advancing the field of Egyptology, preserving ancient artifacts, supporting research, and educating the public. These institutions not only safeguard the artistic and cultural heritage of ancient Egypt, but also provide a space for exploration, discovery, and a deeper understanding of one of the world's greatest civilizations. As technology and research methods continue to evolve, museums will remain essential in the ongoing journey to uncover the mysteries of ancient Egypt and share its remarkable legacy with the world. Chapter 12: The Decline and Transformation of Egyptian Art. The decline and transformation of Egyptian art mark a pivotal shift in the history of one of the world's most influential civilizations. For over 3 millennia, Egyptian art remained remarkably consistent, adhering to traditional forms and styles that reflected the values, religious beliefs, and social structures of the time. However, as Egypt faced political turmoil, foreign invasions, and changes in religious practices, its art began to evolve, reflecting new influences and a departure from its classical norms. The decline of Egypt's ancient power began with the gradual weakening of the New Kingdom around 1070 BCE, followed by the periods of division and conquest that followed. During these times, Egypt's central authority became unstable, and the once unified nation found itself under the rule of foreign powers, such as the Libyans, Nubians, Assyrians, and eventually the Persians. As Egypt became increasingly influenced by these external forces, its art began to shift. The strict adherence to the canonical forms of the Old and Middle Kingdoms began to loosen, allowing for more diversity in artistic styles and subject matter. Under foreign rulers, particularly during the Persian and later Greek, Ptolemaic periods, Egyptian art began to adopt elements from other cultures. The Ptolemaic dynasty, which began in 332 BCE with Alexander the Great's conquest of Egypt, ushered in a fusion of Egyptian and Greek artistic styles. This period saw the introduction of Hellenistic influences in both sculpture and architecture, leading to the creation of hybrid forms. For example, pharaohs of the Ptolemaic era were depicted in a manner that combined traditional Egyptian iconography with Greek-inspired naturalism, marking a significant departure from the idealized and rigid depictions of earlier pharaohs. This transformation continued under Roman rule, which followed the Ptolemaic period in 30 BCE. Egyptian art under the Romans was characterized by a further blending of Roman and Egyptian styles, as the once distinctive Egyptian artistic identity was increasingly absorbed into the broader Mediterranean cultural milieu. Roman portraiture, for instance, began to influence Egyptian funerary art, resulting in the creation of the famous Fayum mummy portraits, which combined Roman realism with traditional Egyptian burial practices. Despite these changes, Egyptian art did not completely lose its traditional elements. Even as new influences entered the artistic sphere, core elements of Egyptian art, such as its focus on religious symbolism, the afterlife, and the depiction of gods and pharaohs, remained persistent. The persistence of these themes in the art of the later periods suggests that the transformation of Egyptian art was not solely a result of decline, but also a response to the changing political and cultural landscapes of the ancient world. By the end of the Roman period and the rise of Christianity in Egypt, traditional Egyptian art and its associated religious practices gradually faded from prominence. However, the legacy of Egyptian art, with its highly recognizable symbols, stylistic conventions, and religious significance, continued to inspire future generations in other cultures. The transformation of Egyptian art was not an abrupt end, but a slow evolution into new forms, preserving elements of the past while adapting to new realities. As a result, the art of ancient Egypt, despite its decline, laid the groundwork for future artistic and cultural developments across the Mediterranean and beyond. Foreign invasions and their impact on art. Foreign invasions played a significant role in shaping the evolution of Egyptian art, influencing its style, iconography, and function. For thousands of years, Egypt had been a powerful and relatively isolated civilization, with its art adhering to a consistent set of conventions and traditions that reflected its religious beliefs, political structures, and social norms. However, the arrival of foreign invaders, including the Hyksos, Libyans, Nubians, Assyrians, Persians, and later Greeks and Romans, led to the incorporation of new elements into Egyptian artistic expression, marking a transformation from its classical norms. The first major foreign influence on Egyptian art occurred during the Second Intermediate Period, c. 1650 to 1550 BCE, when the Hyksos, a Semitic-speaking people from the Levant, invaded and ruled parts of northern Egypt. The Hyksos brought with them new technologies, including the chariot, and their influence was seen in the art of the period. For example, Egyptian pottery and weaponry began to reflect changes in style that were linked to their interaction with these foreign rulers. However, the Hyksos period was relatively short-lived, and their influence on Egyptian art was not as pronounced as that of later invaders. A more enduring impact on Egyptian art came with the Nubian and Libyan invasions, which began in the later periods of Egypt's history. The 25th dynasty, also known as the Nubian dynasty, c. 747 to 656 BCE, brought with it a strong influence from Nubian culture, leading to the adoption of certain Nubian elements in Egyptian art. During this time, there was a revival of certain Old Kingdom artistic conventions, but there were also distinct Nubian stylistic traits incorporated into royal representations, such as more naturalistic portrayals of rulers and a greater emphasis on military prowess. Perhaps the most significant foreign influence on Egyptian art came during the Persian period, c. 525 to 404 BCE. With the Persian conquest of Egypt, the art of the Achaemenid Empire introduced new iconographic motifs and stylistic approaches, particularly in royal portraiture and monumental architecture. Persian rulers incorporated elements of their own artistic traditions into Egyptian designs, blending Egyptian motifs with Persian symbolic representations. For instance, Persian rulers depicted themselves in Egyptian style, but added more individualized features, marking a significant departure from the traditional, idealized depictions of pharaohs. The arrival of Alexander the Great in 332 BCE marked the beginning of the Hellenistic period in Egypt, with the establishment of the Ptolemaic dynasty. Greek influence became deeply intertwined with Egyptian art during this time. The Ptolemies sought to legitimize their rule by aligning themselves with traditional Egyptian customs, yet they also introduced elements of Greek culture into royal and religious iconography. This blending of Egyptian and Greek styles led to the creation of hybrid art forms, such as the famous statues of Ptolemaic pharaohs who were depicted in the traditional Egyptian manner, but with a more naturalistic Greek influence. Similarly, Egyptian temples and tombs began to adopt Hellenistic architectural styles while maintaining certain traditional Egyptian features. Under Roman rule, which followed the defeat of Cleopatra II in 30 BCE, Egyptian art continued to evolve through the fusion of Roman and Egyptian elements. Roman portraiture, known for its realism, influenced Egyptian funerary art, particularly in the creation of Fayum mummy portraits. These portraits combined Roman techniques of lifelike representation with traditional Egyptian burial practices, producing a unique form of art that symbolized the intersection of two cultures. In conclusion, foreign invasions had a profound and lasting impact on Egyptian art, resulting in a dynamic fusion of native Egyptian traditions with foreign artistic elements. While the core religious and symbolic functions of Egyptian art persisted, the influence of foreign rulers and cultures contributed to the evolution of Egyptian artistic practices. As a result, Egyptian art gradually transformed over time, adapting to new political realities while maintaining its essential connection to the past. Changes in artistic styles during the Greco-Roman period. The Greco-Roman period marked a significant shift in the evolution of Egyptian art, influenced by the arrival of Greek and later Roman rule. This era began with Alexander the Great's conquest of Egypt in 332 BCE and continued with the establishment of the Ptolemaic dynasty, which blended Egyptian traditions with Greek customs. Later, the Roman Empire's annexation of Egypt in 30 BCE further transformed the artistic landscape. During this time, Egyptian art underwent notable changes as it absorbed foreign influences while still retaining key elements of its ancient heritage. One of the most prominent shifts in artistic style during the Greco-Roman period was the blending of Egyptian and Hellenistic traditions. The Ptolemies, who were of Greek descent, sought to legitimize their rule by aligning themselves with the ancient Egyptian tradition, portraying themselves as pharaohs and adopting the symbols of Egyptian royalty. However, they also introduced Greek elements into their art, particularly in royal portraiture. Egyptian pharaohs were still depicted with traditional regalia, such as the crown and the false beard, but their facial features and proportions became more naturalistic, following the Greek practice of individualized portraiture. This blending of idealized Egyptian imagery with more realistic Greek influences created a unique hybrid style that was distinctive to the Ptolemaic period. In addition to changes in portraiture, architecture during the Greco-Roman period also reflected this fusion of styles. While Egyptian temples continued to be constructed in the traditional manner, they incorporated Greek architectural elements, such as Corinthian columns, which were not found in earlier Egyptian structures. The influence of Greek artistic techniques can also be seen in the decoration of temples and tombs, with the introduction of Greek gods and symbols alongside traditional Egyptian deities. This syncretism resulted in the creation of new iconographies that represented the merging of two powerful cultural traditions. The Roman conquest of Egypt in 30 BCE further continued this process of cultural fusion. Roman rulers sought to maintain Egypt's artistic heritage while integrating their own style into Egyptian art. Roman influence is especially visible in funerary art, particularly in the creation of Fayum mummy portraits. These portraits, which were painted directly onto wooden panels and attached to mummies, combined the realism of Roman portraiture with traditional Egyptian burial practices. The realistic depiction of the deceased, with detailed facial expressions and lifelike proportions, marked a significant departure from the idealized, symbolic representations of earlier periods. While the Greco-Roman period introduced changes in artistic styles, it is important to note that Egyptian art did not lose its core values. Religious symbolism and the focus on the afterlife remained central to artistic production. However, the Greco-Roman period created a space for new artistic expressions, marked by a blending of traditions that reflected the political and cultural realities of the time. Egyptian art during this period thus became a testament to the dynamic interactions between Egypt's ancient cultural identity and the external influences of Greece and Rome. The influence of Alexander the Great and the Ptolemies. The arrival of Alexander the Great in Egypt in 332 BCE marked a pivotal moment in Egyptian history, ushering in a new era of Greek influence that would significantly alter Egyptian art and culture. Upon his conquest of Egypt, Alexander was welcomed as a liberator and was later crowned pharaoh. His reign, though brief, set the stage for the establishment of the Ptolemaic dynasty, which lasted for nearly 3 centuries. The Ptolemies, descendants of one of Alexander's generals, Ptolemy I, continued his legacy and heavily influenced Egyptian art, merging Greek traditions with Egyptian iconography. The most significant influence of Alexander's arrival was the fusion of Greek and Egyptian cultures. As a foreign ruler, Alexander understood the importance of legitimizing his power by aligning himself with Egyptian religious traditions. He embraced the role of pharaoh and presented himself as a deity, commissioning artworks that depicted him in the traditional Egyptian style, such as the use of royal regalia, the crook and flail, and the iconic headdress. His depictions, however, were subtly adjusted to reflect his Greek heritage, especially in the idealized proportions and facial features typical of Hellenistic portraiture. This blend of Greek and Egyptian artistic conventions became a hallmark of the Ptolemaic period, creating a hybridized visual language that symbolized the political and cultural fusion between Egypt and Greece. The Ptolemies, who ruled Egypt from 305 BCE to 30 BCE, embraced both their Greek heritage and the need to align with Egyptian religious and cultural practices. This dual identity is most evident in the royal portraiture of the time. Ptolemaic rulers were depicted in the traditional Egyptian manner, wearing the crown of Upper Egypt or Lower Egypt, the false beard, and other symbols of pharaonic power. Yet their facial features were often rendered in the more naturalistic and individualized style of Greek portraiture. These portraits sought to strike a balance between honoring Egyptian artistic conventions and incorporating the Greek emphasis on realism and individualized depictions. The Ptolemies also promoted the blending of Greek and Egyptian religious beliefs. While they continued to build and decorate temples dedicated to Egyptian gods, they also incorporated Greek deities into the Egyptian pantheon, leading to syncretic religious practices. The famous Greco-Egyptian god Serapis, a blend of the Greek god Zeus and the Egyptian Osiris, was created during the reign of Ptolemy I and became an important religious figure during the Ptolemaic period. In art, Serapis was depicted with Greek-style clothing and the traditional Egyptian symbols of divinity, such as the Atef crown and the scepter. This merging of Greek and Egyptian elements in art extended to architecture as well. While the Ptolemies built monumental temples in the traditional Egyptian style, they also included Greek architectural elements, such as Corinthian columns, which were not native to Egypt. This combination of Greek and Egyptian motifs can be seen in the design and decoration of temples, tombs, and royal monuments, creating a distinctive visual style that characterized the Ptolemaic period. In conclusion, the influence of Alexander the Great and the Ptolemies brought profound changes to Egyptian art. The fusion of Greek and Egyptian artistic traditions created a unique visual language that reflected the political and cultural realities of the time. The Ptolemies' reign marked a time of artistic innovation, where the old and new were interwoven, shaping the visual legacy of Egypt for centuries to come. The adoption of new artistic techniques. The Greco-Roman period in Egypt, beginning with Alexander the Great's conquest and continuing through the reign of the Ptolemies and Roman rule, saw the adoption and integration of new artistic techniques that reshaped Egyptian art. While Egyptian artists continued to honor the traditional forms and symbolism that had been central to their culture for millennia, the influx of Greek and Roman influences introduced a range of techniques that brought new dimensions to Egyptian artistic production. These changes not only reflected the cultural fusion of these two powerful civilizations, but also marked the evolution of Egyptian art in response to shifting political, social, and religious circumstances. One of the most significant new techniques to be adopted during this period was the use of realistic portraiture, particularly in sculpture and painting. Greek artists had long emphasized individualized, naturalistic depictions in their portrait, focusing on accurate representations of the human form, emotions, and physical features. This approach was drastically different from the more stylized and idealized Egyptian depictions of the past, which focused on representing gods, rulers, and individuals in a symbolic and highly conventionalized manner. Under Greek influence, Ptolemaic artists began to create portraits of the ruling class and elite members of society that were more lifelike, with an emphasis on accurate facial features and expression. This shift toward realism can be seen in the famous Fayum mummy portraits, where individuals were painted with remarkable detail, capturing their personalities and providing a striking contrast to the more generic depictions of earlier periods. Another important technique introduced during the Greco-Roman period was the use of Greek-style fresco painting, which was employed to decorate the walls of tombs, temples, and public buildings. This departure from the traditional Egyptian wall painting techniques marked a significant shift in style. While Egyptian wall paintings had remained relatively uniform in their iconography and techniques for centuries, the introduction of fresco allowed for more complex compositions and greater depth in the depiction of space. Greek influences brought in the use of perspective, shadowing, and more sophisticated approaches to depicting the human figure and natural world. This development is visible in the murals from the tombs of the Ptolemaic period, where Greek artistic techniques merged with traditional Egyptian subject matter. Sculpture also saw significant changes, particularly in the treatment of the human body. While Egyptian artists had long adhered to a formulaic approach in the depiction of figures, with strict proportions and front-facing poses, Greek sculptors introduced the concept of contrapposto, or the naturalistic stance of the human body. This technique, which involves a relaxed pose with one leg bearing the weight of the figure, was later adopted by Egyptian sculptors, resulting in a more dynamic and lifelike representation of the human form. This shift can be seen in Ptolemaic royal statues, which began to display a blend of the traditional Egyptian frontal pose with Greek-inspired body proportions and posture. The influence of Greek and Roman art also extended to the adoption of new materials and the refinement of existing ones. Egyptian artists began to use marble, which had been central to Greek art, in addition to the traditional Egyptian materials of stone, wood, and faience. The increased use of imported materials signaled a shift toward more luxurious and elaborate artistic expressions, particularly in the construction of royal and funerary monuments. In conclusion, the adoption of new artistic techniques during the Greco-Roman period significantly altered Egyptian art, blending the ancient traditions of Egypt with the innovations of Greece and Rome. This fusion of styles and techniques led to a dynamic and evolving artistic landscape that marked the transformation of Egypt's visual culture during this era. The transformation of Egyptian religious art. The transformation of Egyptian religious art during the Greco-Roman period was a reflection of the political and cultural changes that Egypt underwent after Alexander the Great's conquest. As Egypt was gradually absorbed into the Greek and later Roman empires, its traditional religious practices and artistic expressions began to evolve. While much of the foundational principles of Egyptian religious art remained intact, the influences of Greek and Roman aesthetics, as well as the integration of foreign deities and religious practices, significantly altered the artistic landscape. This period witnessed a fusion of traditional Egyptian symbolism with new artistic techniques and iconography from the Mediterranean world. One of the most noticeable shifts in religious art during this time was the representation of Egyptian gods and goddesses. The traditional forms, which had been fixed for centuries, began to incorporate elements of Greek and Roman styles. Egyptian deities such as Osiris, Isis, and Horus continued to be depicted in their classic forms, but their appearance often adopted more naturalistic features inspired by Greek sculpture. For instance, the facial features of gods were rendered with more individualized and realistic proportions, moving away from the idealized and symbolic representation that characterized earlier Egyptian religious art. This blending of styles reflects the broader cultural syncretism of the period, as Greek and Roman influences were absorbed into the Egyptian religious worldview. Moreover, the role of divine kingship in Egyptian art underwent significant transformation. Ptolemaic rulers, like their Egyptian predecessors, were depicted as divine figures, often shown in the company of Egyptian gods. However, the portrayal of these rulers began to incorporate Greek and Roman artistic conventions. Ptolemaic kings were often depicted wearing traditional Egyptian regalia, such as the double crown, but their facial features were increasingly rendered with Greek-style realism. This new approach in royal imagery symbolized the dual identity of the Ptolemaic rulers, who were both Egyptian pharaohs and Greek monarchs. This blending of cultural identities can also be seen in the religious artifacts and temples built during this period, where both Greek and Egyptian deities were honored. In addition to changes in depictions of gods and rulers, the transformation of religious art also involved the introduction of new religious iconography. The Greco-Roman period saw the rise of hybrid deities, such as Serapis, a god combining attributes of the Greek god Zeus and the Egyptian god Osiris. Serapis was often represented in a manner that combined both Greek and Egyptian iconographic elements, reflecting the fusion of religious traditions. This syncretism extended to religious rituals and artifacts, as Egyptian religious practices were adapted to incorporate Greek and Roman beliefs, resulting in a complex and diverse religious art tradition. The influence of Greek and Roman artistic techniques also led to changes in religious architecture. While Egyptian temple architecture retained its monumental scale and symbolic significance, the use of Greek-style columns and the incorporation of Roman architectural features began to appear in new temples and religious structures. This evolution in architectural style mirrored the changes occurring in Egyptian religious art and reflected the broader shifts in Egyptian society during the Greco-Roman period. In conclusion, the transformation of Egyptian religious art during the Greco-Roman period was a complex process of adaptation and synthesis. While the traditional forms of Egyptian art were maintained, new influences from Greece and Rome led to changes in the representation of gods, rulers, and religious symbols. This fusion of artistic traditions not only reflected the political realities of the time, but also highlighted the ways in which Egyptian religion and art continued to evolve while still honoring their ancient roots. Chapter 13, Conclusion. The art of ancient Egypt stands as one of the most enduring legacies of human civilization, reflecting not only the aesthetic achievements of a remarkable culture, but also the deep spiritual, political, and social forces that shaped it. From the grandeur of the pyramids to the intricate details of daily life depicted in tomb paintings, Egyptian art tells a story of a society that saw art not merely as decoration, but as a vital force intertwined with religion, power, and the afterlife. Throughout the centuries, Egyptian art remained strikingly consistent in its symbolic representation, with a clear emphasis on permanence and the divine. However, it was also subject to change and evolution as new influences, both internal and external, entered the culture, particularly during periods of foreign rule, such as the Greco-Roman period. In this book, we explored the fundamental principles of Egyptian art, beginning with the religious and cultural beliefs that governed artistic production. The role of the pharaohs, the significance of the gods, and the belief in the afterlife all shaped how art was created and consumed. The meticulous attention to detail in funerary art and the use of symbolism and geometry allowed artists to communicate complex ideas about life, death, and immortality. As we moved through the various periods of Egyptian history, we saw how art served not only as a tool for religious devotion, but also as a means of asserting political power and societal structure. One of the most striking features of Egyptian art is its ability to remain remarkably consistent over thousands of years. Despite the changes in rulers, dynasties, and foreign influences, the fundamental principles of Egyptian artistic expression, such as the use of hierarchy and scale, the symbolic representation of the human form, and the focus on eternity, remained largely intact. This consistency can be seen as a reflection of the deep connection between art and Egyptian identity, where the visual language was not just an aesthetic choice, but a means of reinforcing societal and spiritual beliefs. However, the influence of foreign powers, particularly the Greeks and Romans, led to new developments in style and technique. The integration of more naturalistic forms, the use of new materials, and the merging of cultural iconographies created a new fusion of artistic traditions that enriched Egyptian art. While the essential themes of the afterlife, divine kingship, and immortality continued to dominate, these new influences allowed for more personal expression and a shift towards realism in both portraiture and sculpture. Ultimately, the art of ancient Egypt serves as both a window into the past and a lasting influence on subsequent cultures. It is a testament to the ingenuity and creativity of an ancient civilization that continues to inspire and captivate us today. Through its symbolism, craftsmanship, and profound connection to the spiritual world, Egyptian art remains an enduring reflection of a civilization that, though long gone, continues to leave an indelible mark on the world's cultural heritage. The Art of Ancient Rome, From Republic to Empire, written by High Event, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1, Introduction to Roman Art. The art of ancient Rome stands as a testament to the ingenuity, adaptability, and cultural dynamism of one of history's greatest civilizations. Rooted in a blend of indigenous Italic traditions and foreign influences, particularly from the Etruscans and Greeks, Roman art evolved into a distinctive style that reflected the political, social, and ideological aspirations of the Republic and later the Empire. Unlike the Greeks, who pursued idealized beauty and harmony, Roman artists often focused on realism, practicality, and the glorification of power. One of the defining characteristics of Roman art is its emphasis on functionality and propaganda. Art was not created solely for aesthetic pleasure, but served a broader purpose, whether to commemorate military victories, reinforce social hierarchies, or assert the legitimacy of rulers. This utilitarian approach is evident in public monuments, portraiture, and architectural developments. The use of art as a tool of political messaging became particularly pronounced during the transition from republic to empire, when emperors sought to establish their authority through grand visual statements. A major influence on early Roman art came from the Etruscans, an advanced civilization in central Italy. Etruscan tomb paintings, sculptures, and architectural techniques significantly shaped Roman artistic expression, particularly in the use of terracotta and bronze. However, as Rome expanded and came into direct contact with the Hellenistic world, Greek art became the dominant inspiration. Romans admired Greek sculptures, often commissioning copies of famous works, and integrated Greek motifs into their architecture, frescoes, and decorative arts. Roman art was also deeply tied to patronage. Wealthy individuals, from senators to emperors, commissioned artworks to decorate their homes, public spaces, and temples. This patronage system ensured a continuous evolution of artistic styles, adapting to the tastes and needs of those in power. Artists and craftsmen, many of whom were enslaved or foreign-born, played a crucial role in shaping Rome's artistic legacy, producing everything from elaborate mosaics to towering triumphal arches. Technological advancements and materials played a crucial role in shaping Roman artistic achievements. The development of concrete allowed for unprecedented architectural feats, such as the construction of massive domes, vaulted ceilings, and aqueducts. Marble, imported from across the empire, became a preferred medium for statues and reliefs, while fresco painting flourished in the lavish villas of Pompeii and Herculaneum. Roman art was not static. It adapted over centuries to reflect changing political landscapes, cultural interactions, and religious shifts. As the empire expanded, artistic influences from Egypt, Persia, and the provinces were absorbed, creating a rich and diverse artistic heritage. This introduction provides a foundation for understanding how Roman art evolved, setting the stage for an exploration of its many forms and functions throughout the Republic and Empire. The origins of Roman artistic traditions. The artistic traditions of ancient Rome did not emerge in isolation, but were shaped by a complex interplay of indigenous Italic cultures and external influences, particularly from the Etruscans and Greeks. From its earliest stages, Roman art reflected the practical, religious, and political needs of a society that valued both tradition and innovation. Unlike the purely aesthetic motivations often seen in Greek art, Roman artistic expression was deeply tied to function, commemoration, and social hierarchy. One of the most significant early influences on Roman art came from the Etruscans, a civilization that flourished in central Italy before Rome's dominance. The Etruscans were skilled artisans, producing elaborate bronze sculptures, terracotta temple decorations, and vividly painted tomb frescoes. Their emphasis on funerary art, which celebrated the afterlife and honored the dead, strongly influenced Roman burial practices and portraiture. Additionally, Etruscan architectural elements, such as the use of the arch and vault, laid the foundation for later Roman engineering marvels. As Rome expanded its territories and came into contact with the Greek world, the artistic influence of Hellenistic culture became increasingly dominant. Romans admired Greek sculptures for their idealized beauty and technical mastery, leading to widespread replication and adaptation of Greek artistic styles. Wealthy Romans collected Greek originals or commissioned copies, incorporating them into their homes, temples, and public spaces. This admiration extended beyond sculpture to painting, pottery, and architectural design, with many Roman buildings adopting classical Greek elements, such as columns, pediments, and decorative friezes. Despite these strong external influences, Roman art developed its own distinct character, particularly in the realm of portraiture. While Greek artists sought to capture an idealized human form, Roman sculptors emphasized realism and individual expression. The tradition of veristic, hyper-realistic portraiture, which became prominent during the Republic, reflected Roman values of wisdom, experience, and civic virtue. Busts of aging senators, complete with wrinkles and imperfections, were not mere artistic choices, but deliberate representations of authority and respectability. Religious art also played a crucial role in shaping early Roman artistic traditions. The Romans, like the Etruscans, believed in the power of visual representations to honor deities and ensure divine favor. Temples were adorned with statues and reliefs depicting gods and goddesses, while household shrines featured small votive figures. This tradition of religious art persisted throughout the Republic and Empire, evolving to incorporate foreign deities as Rome absorbed new cultures. Ultimately, the origins of Roman artistic traditions reveal a civilization that was both receptive to external influences and determined to forge a unique artistic identity. By blending Etruscan ingenuity, Greek refinement, and their own practical sensibilities, the Romans created an artistic legacy that would endure for centuries, shaping the visual culture of the Western world. Influence of Etruscan and Greek art. The development of Roman art was deeply influenced by two dominant cultural forces, the Etruscans and the Greeks. These influences shaped the artistic and architectural traditions of Rome, providing both technical innovations and stylistic foundations that would later define the grandeur of Roman art. While the Romans were skilled at adopting and adapting foreign artistic elements, they also infused them with their own distinct cultural values, creating an artistic tradition that was both borrowed and uniquely Roman. The Etruscans, who inhabited central Italy before the rise of Rome, played a crucial role in shaping early Roman art and architecture. They were master metalworkers, painters, and builders whose artistic traditions emphasized religious and funerary themes. Etruscan tomb paintings, with their vivid depictions of banquets, dancing, and ritual ceremonies, provided a model for Roman funerary art. Similarly, Etruscan sarcophagi, which often featured life-size reclining figures of the deceased, influenced Roman portraiture and burial practices. The use of terracotta in sculpture and temple decoration, another hallmark of Etruscan art, was also embraced by the Romans in their early artistic endeavors. Architecturally, the Etruscans introduced the Romans to essential structural innovations, particularly the use of the arch and vault. While the Greeks relied primarily on post and lintel construction, the Etruscans developed more advanced building techniques that allowed for greater flexibility and strength in architectural design. These innovations became foundational for Roman engineering, enabling the construction of monumental structures such as aqueducts, bridges, and amphitheaters. The layout of early Roman temples, including the elevated podium and deep porch, was also directly influenced by Etruscan religious architecture. Greek influence on Roman art became even more pronounced after Rome's expansion into the eastern Mediterranean. Beginning in the 3rd century BCE, as Rome conquered Greek territories, Greek art and artists flooded into the city. The Romans admired the idealized forms, balanced compositions, and intricate details of Greek sculpture, leading to widespread replication and adaptation. Greek statues, often depicting gods, athletes, and mythological figures, were imported to Rome in great numbers, and Roman patrons commissioned copies or modified versions to suit their tastes. Painting and decorative arts also bore the mark of Greek influence. The fresco techniques used in Roman villas, particularly those discovered in Pompeii and Herculaneum, were inspired by Greek traditions of illusionistic painting and architectural trompe-l'oeil effects. Greek myths and literary themes frequently appeared in Roman murals, mosaics, and decorative objects, underscoring the cultural prestige associated with Hellenistic art. While the Etruscans provided Rome with crucial technical and structural foundations, the Greeks contributed artistic refinement and intellectual depth. By merging these influences with their own practical and political needs, the Romans developed a distinctive artistic tradition that celebrated realism, power, and innovation, laying the groundwork for the grandeur of imperial Roman art. Key themes in Roman art. Roman art was shaped by the political, social, and religious values of the civilization, resulting in a diverse and dynamic artistic tradition. Unlike Greek art, which often emphasized idealized beauty and philosophical ideals, Roman art was deeply rooted in realism, propaganda, and the commemoration of historical achievements. These themes permeated various artistic forms, from sculpture and painting to architecture and decorative arts, reflecting the needs and ambitions of a vast and evolving empire. One of the most prominent themes in Roman art was realism, particularly in portraiture. Unlike the Greeks, who idealized the human form, Roman artists often depicted individuals with striking accuracy, emphasizing wrinkles, scars, and other signs of age. This tradition, known as verism, was especially prevalent during the Republic, where realistic depictions of senators and military leaders reinforced values of wisdom, experience, and civic duty. These lifelike portraits were not just personal representations, but served a political function, showcasing the virtues of discipline and service to the state. Another key theme in Roman art was power and propaganda. Art was frequently used as a tool to convey the authority and legitimacy of rulers, particularly during the imperial period. Emperors commissioned grand monuments, statues, and relief sculptures that depicted them as victorious military leaders, benevolent rulers, or even divine figures. Structures like the Arapacis, the Arch of Titus, and Trajan's Column were designed to reinforce imperial authority by commemorating conquests, public works, and the benefits of Roman rule. This use of art as political messaging helped unify the empire and maintain loyalty among its diverse populations. Religious devotion was also a central theme in Roman art. From grand temple architecture to small household shrines, visual representations of deities played an essential role in public and private life. Temples dedicated to Jupiter, Venus, and Mars featured elaborate sculptures and friezes depicting mythological scenes, reinforcing the connection between the gods and the state. As Rome expanded, it incorporated foreign deities into its pantheon, leading to the fusion of artistic styles and religious imagery from Egypt, Persia, and the eastern provinces. With the rise of Christianity in the later empire, religious art evolved to depict biblical themes, saints, and early Christian symbols, laying the foundation for medieval religious art. Commemoration and historical narrative were also significant themes in Roman art. Relief sculptures on triumphal arches and victory columns depicted detailed battle scenes, processions, and civic achievements, serving as lasting records of Rome's military and political history. These visual narratives not only celebrated Roman victories, but also educated the public, reinforcing a collective identity rooted in conquest and expansion. Ultimately, Roman art was not created in isolation, but was deeply tied to the values and ambitions of the civilization. Whether through realistic portraiture, imperial propaganda, religious devotion, or historical commemoration, Roman artists developed a visual language that celebrated power, tradition, and the enduring legacy of Rome. Patronage and artistic production. The flourishing of Roman art was largely driven by patronage, a system in which wealthy individuals, political leaders, and institutions commissioned works to serve personal, public, and political purposes. From the Republic to the Empire, art was not merely a product of individual creativity, but a tool for social status, political propaganda, and religious devotion. The relationship between patrons and artists shaped the development of Roman artistic traditions, influencing the styles, materials, and themes that defined the visual culture of the era. During the Republic, patronage was primarily associated with elite families and political figures who used art to enhance their reputations and assert their authority. Wealthy patricians commissioned busts, statues, and elaborate tombs to commemorate their lineage and achievements. Veristic portraiture, which emphasized realism and age, reflected the Republican values of wisdom, duty, and civic responsibility. Public buildings, such as basilicas, forums, and temples, were often financed by prominent citizens as acts of benefaction, reinforcing their influence in Roman society. The construction of these structures not only served practical purposes, but also demonstrated the patron's dedication to the prosperity of Rome. With the transition to the empire, the role of patronage expanded significantly, particularly under Augustus, who recognized the power of art as a means of consolidating his rule. Imperial patronage became a defining feature of Roman artistic production, with emperors commissioning grand monuments, public works, and sculptures that reinforced their divine authority and military success. Augustus famously transformed Rome into a city of marble, sponsoring projects such as the Arapacis, the Forum of Augustus, and the Temple of Mars Ultor. These works conveyed themes of peace, stability, and imperial grandeur, setting a precedent for later emperors who continued to use art as an instrument of state ideology. Beyond the imperial court, wealthy Romans also played a significant role in supporting artistic production for private and domestic spaces. Lavish villas were adorned with frescoes, mosaics, and sculptures that reflected the owner's wealth, education, and cultural sophistication. Scenes from mythology, nature, and daily life were common subjects, often inspired by Greek artistic traditions. Patronage extended to decorative arts as well, with luxurious objects such as silverware, jewelry, and furniture being commissioned to showcase status and refinement. Despite their contributions, the artists and craftsmen themselves often remained anonymous, working under the direction of their patrons rather than being recognized as individual creators. Many were enslaved or foreign-born artisans brought to Rome from conquered territories who contributed their skills to the city's artistic achievements. While some gained prominence through their craftsmanship, the primary focus of Roman art remained on the patron rather than the artist. Ultimately, patronage was the driving force behind artistic production in ancient Rome, shaping the visual and cultural landscape of the empire. Whether for political power, religious devotion, or personal prestige, Roman patrons ensured that art served both functional and ideological purposes, leaving behind a lasting artistic legacy. Materials and techniques. Roman art was distinguished not only by its themes and functions, but also by the wide range of materials and techniques used in its creation. The Romans were highly resourceful, utilizing both local and imported materials to produce sculptures, frescoes, mosaics, and monumental architecture. Their mastery of engineering and craftsmanship allowed them to develop innovative techniques that would influence artistic production for centuries. One of the most significant materials in Roman art was marble, which was used extensively in sculpture and architecture. Early Roman sculptors primarily worked with locally available stone, but as Rome expanded its influence, high-quality marble, particularly from Greece and Asia Minor, became a preferred medium. The famous white Carrara marble from Italy was widely used for statues, altars, and buildings. Roman sculptors employed a combination of carving, polishing, and sometimes painting to enhance the details of their works, creating realistic and dynamic representations of individuals and mythological figures. Bronze was another essential material, commonly used for statues, busts, and military equipment. Unlike marble, which was heavy and fragile, bronze allowed for more dynamic poses and finer details due to its strength and flexibility. The lost wax casting technique was widely employed, in which a wax model was covered in clay, then melted away to create a mold for molten metal. Many bronze statues from antiquity have been lost due to their later reuse for weapons and tools, but surviving examples, such as the equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius, highlight the sophistication of Roman metalwork. Fresco painting was a dominant technique used for decorating walls in private homes, public buildings, and tombs. Roman frescoes were created using the buon fresco method, in which pigments were applied to wet plaster, allowing the colors to bond permanently with the wall surface. This technique ensured durability and vibrant colors, as seen in the well-preserved frescoes of Pompeii and Herculaneum. Artists also employed shading and perspective techniques to create depth and realism, often depicting architectural illusions, landscapes, and mythological scenes. Mosaics were another significant artistic medium, commonly used for floors, walls, and ceilings. Roman mosaics were composed of small colored stones, glass, or ceramic tiles called tesserae, arranged to create intricate patterns and detailed images. Some mosaics depicted complex narratives, including scenes from mythology, hunting expeditions, and daily life. The durability of mosaics made them a popular choice for decorating public baths, villas, and temples, showcasing the Romans' appreciation for both artistry and practicality. Concrete was perhaps the most revolutionary material developed by the Romans, allowing them to construct large-scale architectural feats such as the Pantheon and aqueducts. The use of concrete enabled the creation of vast interior spaces with domes and vaulted ceilings, transforming the possibilities of architectural design. By combining various materials and perfecting advanced techniques, the Romans left behind an artistic and architectural legacy that continues to inspire the modern world. Chapter 2: Art of the Roman Republic. The art of the Roman Republic, 509 to 27 BCE, reflects the values, traditions, and political structure of a society that emphasized civic duty, realism, and historical commemoration. Unlike the later imperial period, which celebrated the grandeur of emperors and divine rule, Republican art was often characterized by a strong sense of realism and a focus on individuals who contributed to the state. During this period, Roman artistic expression developed under the influence of Etruscan and Greek traditions, while also forging a unique identity that reflected the Republic's political ideals. One of the most distinctive features of Republican art was veristic portraiture, a style that emphasized hyper-realistic depictions of age, wrinkles, and facial imperfections. This style was particularly prominent in busts of senators, magistrates, and military leaders, who were often portrayed as older, stern, and wise. The emphasis on age and experience symbolized virtues such as gravitas, seriousness, and virtus, manly virtue, reinforcing the idea that leadership was earned through service and wisdom rather than inherited privilege. These portraits, typically sculpted in marble or bronze, were displayed in homes, forums, and public spaces as a means of honoring distinguished figures and preserving their legacy. Public monuments and historical reliefs were another key aspect of Republican art. Victory temples, triumphal arches, and commemorative columns were built to celebrate military successes and political achievements. Relief sculptures on these structures often depicted detailed battle scenes, processions, and religious ceremonies, serving both as historical records and as propaganda tools to reinforce the power of Rome. The altar of Domitius Ahenobarbus, one of the earliest known Roman reliefs, exemplifies this tradition, combining religious imagery with depictions of a military census and sacrificial rituals. Architecture during the Republican period also reflected the practical and political needs of the time. Roman engineers, building on Etruscan innovations, perfected the use of concrete arches and vaulting, which allowed for more ambitious construction projects. The development of basilicas, which served as administrative and judicial centers, demonstrated Rome's emphasis on civic organization and governance. Temples followed a blend of Etruscan and Greek styles, featuring high podiums, deep porches, and columned facades. The Temple of Portunus in Rome is a well-preserved example, showcasing the fusion of Italic and Hellenistic architectural influences. In domestic art, frescoes and mosaics adorned the homes of wealthy Romans, depicting mythological scenes, landscapes, and still lifes. These decorations not only reflected artistic skill, but also conveyed social status and cultural refinement. The Republican period laid the foundation for many artistic traditions that would later flourish under the Empire, establishing a visual language that balanced realism, commemoration, and civic identity. Republican values and artistic expression. The art of the Roman Republic was deeply intertwined with the values and ideals that defined Roman society. Republican Rome was built on principles of duty, discipline, and service to the state, and these values were reflected in its artistic production. Unlike the later imperial period, which emphasized the divine authority of emperors, Republican art focused on realism, civic identity, and historical commemoration. Through portraiture, public monuments, and architectural developments, Roman artists visually reinforced the ideals of the Republic, celebrating the achievements of individuals who dedicated themselves to Rome's prosperity. One of the most striking features of Republican art was its commitment to verism, a hyper-realistic style of portraiture that emphasized age, experience, and wisdom. Busts of senators, magistrates, and military leaders often depicted deep wrinkles, sunken cheeks, and other signs of aging. This realism was not simply an artistic choice, but a deliberate reflection of Republican virtues. In a society that valued service to the state above personal ambition, older, battle-hardened faces symbolized experience, integrity, and dedication to Rome. Unlike Greek art, which idealized youth and physical perfection, Roman portraiture presented an unflinching honesty, reinforcing the belief that true leadership came through years of sacrifice and responsibility. Public art and architecture also played a significant role in expressing Republican values. Victory monuments, triumphal arches, and civic buildings were designed not to glorify a single ruler, but to commemorate Rome's collective achievements. Relief sculptures on these structures depicted scenes of military triumphs, religious rituals, and civic duties, reinforcing the idea that Rome's greatness stemmed from the contributions of its citizens. The tabularium, an important Republican-era structure, housed official records and symbolized the government's commitment to order and accountability. Religious devotion was another key theme in Republican artistic expression. Temples dedicated to gods such as Jupiter, Mars, and Fortuna were constructed throughout the city, demonstrating Rome's belief in divine favor as a source of strength. These temples, influenced by both Etruscan and Greek architectural traditions, often featured grand porticos, high podiums, and richly decorated interiors. Religious iconography also appeared in sculpture and reliefs, depicting sacrifices, processions, and other rituals that reinforced the connection between the gods and the Republic's stability. Even in domestic spaces, Republican values were evident in artistic choices. Frescoes and mosaics in the homes of wealthy Romans often depicted historical or mythological themes that reflected ideals of heroism, virtue, and loyalty. Rather than pure decoration, these artworks served as reminders of Rome's moral foundations, linking the private lives of citizens to the greater purpose of the Republic. Through its dedication to realism, commemoration, and civic pride, Republican art became a visual testament to the values that defined Rome before the rise of the empire. Portraiture and verism. Portraiture was one of the most distinctive artistic forms of the Roman Republic, embodying the values and political ideals of the era. Unlike the idealized and youthful depictions common in Greek art, Roman portraiture during the Republic was characterized by verism, a hyper-realistic style that emphasized age, wisdom, and experience. This stylistic choice was not merely an aesthetic preference, but a deliberate expression of Republican virtues, such as gravitas, seriousness, and virtus, manly excellence. By portraying individuals with wrinkles, scars, and other signs of aging, veristic art reinforced the belief that leadership and authority were earned through years of service and dedication to the state. The subjects of veristic portraiture were primarily senators, magistrates, and military leaders, individuals who held significant roles in the Republic's political and social life. These men were depicted with deeply lined faces, furrowed brows, and prominent facial features that conveyed a sense of wisdom and experience. The emphasis on aging was not intended to highlight physical decline, but rather to symbolize the resilience and sacrifice necessary for effective leadership. In contrast to later imperial portraits, which often idealized emperors as godlike figures, Republican portraiture focused on realism to communicate authenticity and moral integrity. Verism extended beyond sculpture to funerary art and ancestral traditions. Roman aristocratic families displayed imagines or wax death masks of their ancestors in their homes and during public processions. These masks, which captured the precise facial features of deceased family members, reinforced lineage and social status. This practice reflected the deeply ingrained Republican value of honoring one's ancestors and maintaining a strong connection to the past. By preserving the memory of great statesmen and warriors, veristic portraiture helped shape a visual record of Rome's most respected citizens. Although verism was most prevalent during the Republic, its influence continued into the early imperial period, particularly in the portraits of Augustus's early rule, which blended realism with subtle idealization. However, as the empire progressed, portraiture shifted toward a more classical and idealized aesthetic, emphasizing divine authority rather than personal experience. The tradition of veristic portraiture demonstrates how Roman art was closely linked to its political and social environment. It was not simply a means of artistic expression, but a powerful visual language that communicated the ideals of the Republic. By prioritizing realism over idealism, Republican portraiture reflected the values of a society that placed duty, experience, and civic service above personal vanity, leaving behind a lasting legacy in the history of art. Temples and public architecture. The architecture of the Roman Republic was shaped by the need to support an expanding society, and temples and public buildings played a significant role in reflecting the values, politics, and religious life of the time. Roman temples were not just places of worship, they symbolized the power of the state, reinforced the connection between Rome and its gods, and served as focal points for civic pride. The design of these structures was heavily influenced by Etruscan and Greek architecture, but the Romans adapted these traditions to suit their own cultural and political needs, resulting in a distinct architectural style that would evolve throughout the empire. Roman temples, such as the Temple of Jupiter, Optimus Maximus, which stood at the heart of the Capitoline Hill, were designed to honor the gods and solidify the power of the state. These temples often followed an Etrusco-Campanian style, with a high podium and a deep porch supported by columns. The raised platform was significant, as it symbolized the distance between the human realm and the divine. Temples were usually dedicated to specific deities that were believed to influence various aspects of Roman life, from military success to agriculture. The temple's grandeur and location were intended to reflect the importance of the gods in the public and political spheres of the Republic. The Tuscan order, a simplified version of the Doric column, was frequently used in Republican temple design, reflecting Roman practicality and functionalism. This architectural order, characterized by its sturdy and straightforward appearance, symbolized the no-nonsense, disciplined nature of the Roman people. Additionally, Roman temples incorporated decorative features such as sculptures, friezes, and reliefs, many of which depicted gods, mythological figures, or scenes from Roman history. These artistic elements not only enhanced the visual impact of the temples, but also communicated Rome's values of piety, devotion, and martial strength. Public architecture in the Roman Republic extended beyond temples and included important civic structures such as basilicas, forums, and monuments. The basilica served as a multifunctional building used for public meetings, legal proceedings, and commercial activities. These long, rectangular structures were typically adorned with rows of columns, and their design was later adapted by early Christians for church construction. The Roman Forum was the center of political and social life, hosting both government buildings and public spaces where citizens gathered to discuss politics and socialize. The triumphal arches and commemorative columns, often built to celebrate military victories, were also important examples of Republican public architecture. These monumental structures, such as the Arch of Augustus, commemorated the achievements of military leaders and reinforced the authority of the Republic. Roman public architecture was not just a means of artistic expression, but a tool for creating and maintaining a public identity. It was designed to showcase the greatness of Rome and solidify its power, with temples and civic buildings serving as reminders of Rome's connection to the divine, its military prowess, and its commitment to civic duty. These structures laid the foundation for the monumental architecture that would define the Roman Empire. Funerary art and inscriptions. Funerary art and inscriptions were integral components of Roman cultural expression, particularly during the Republic, as they embodied the values of family, ancestry, and civic duty. Romans took great pride in commemorating the deceased, and funerary art became a powerful means of preserving memory, asserting social status, and reinforcing the Roman ideal of virtus. These artworks, found in tombs, monuments, and funerary reliefs, were designed not only to honor the dead, but also to remind the living of the virtues that upheld Roman society, such as family loyalty, courage, and service to the state. The most common form of funerary art in the Roman Republic was the funerary relief, a sculpted depiction of the deceased, often shown with their family or in a scene that reflected their achievements. These reliefs were typically placed on tomb monuments or funerary altars and were often highly individualized, capturing the distinct features of the deceased. Some reliefs depicted scenes from everyday life, while others portrayed more idealized or symbolic images, such as the deceased participating in religious rites or military victories. In this way, Roman funerary art celebrated both personal accomplishments and the broader societal values that defined Roman identity. Alongside these reliefs, funerary inscriptions played an important role in Roman burial practices. Inscribed on tombstones, walls, and monuments, these texts recorded the names, titles, and achievements of the deceased. The inscriptions were often brief but served as a lasting record of the individual's identity and their contributions to Roman society. Inscriptions on funerary monuments were carefully crafted to convey the social standing and lineage of the deceased, often emphasizing their roles as soldiers, magistrates, or benefactors to the state. For example, the inscriptions on the tomb of the Scipios, a prominent Roman family, outline the importance of family heritage, military success, and public service. These inscriptions were part of the Roman belief in the eternal preservation of one's name and honor. Funerary art also provided a space for family members to express their grief and devotion. Family tombs often featured multiple memorials for different generations, highlighting the continuity of the family line and its connection to Roman traditions. The sarcophagi, large stone coffins adorned with elaborate reliefs, were common in the late Republic, and they frequently depicted mythological or allegorical scenes. These sarcophagi were often made of marble and designed with great attention to detail, serving as both a final resting place and a lasting tribute to the deceased. In sum, funerary art and inscriptions were more than mere commemorative objects in Roman society. They were symbols of Rome's values of civic duty, family pride, and legacy. These works connected the individual to the larger Roman community, reinforcing the social and moral fabric that underpinned the Republic. Through these artistic expressions, the Romans ensured that their ancestors would be remembered not only by their families, but by the society they helped to shape. The role of art in Roman society. Art in ancient Rome was not merely a decorative or aesthetic pursuit. It played a crucial role in reflecting and shaping the values, ideologies, and political life of Roman society. From the grandeur of public monuments to the intimate settings of private homes, art was interwoven with the everyday experience of Romans, offering insight into their social, political, and religious beliefs. Art served not only as a form of expression, but also as a means of communication, propaganda, and cultural identity. One of the primary functions of art in Roman society was political propaganda. Emperors and political leaders understood the power of art as a tool for consolidating their authority and shaping public perception. Statues, reliefs, and monuments were often commissioned to celebrate military victories, honor military leaders, and project the image of the ruler as both a divine and capable figure. The Column of Trajan, for example, commemorated Emperor Trajan's victory in the Dacian Wars and presented a visual narrative of the emperor's military prowess. Similarly, the Arch of Titus celebrated the conquest of Jerusalem, reinforcing Rome's dominance and the emperor's divine favor. These monuments were strategically placed in public spaces, ensuring that Roman citizens would regularly encounter them, reinforcing the ideals of power, order, and Roman superiority. In addition to political and military symbolism, art also had a religious and spiritual role in Roman society. Temples, altars, and statues of gods were central to religious practices, reflecting Rome's polytheistic beliefs. Public art often depicted deities and religious rituals, reinforcing the connection between the divine and the Roman state. Religious iconography was also present in funerary art, where depictions of the deceased often included scenes of their devotion to the gods, highlighting the belief that honoring the gods and maintaining divine favor was key to securing a favorable afterlife. Art was also integral to social and family life. Wealthy Romans adorned their homes with frescoes, mosaics, and sculptures that not only demonstrated their social status, but also expressed personal tastes and interests. The artwork in domestic spaces often depicted mythological scenes, daily life, and nature, emphasizing the cultured and educated identity of the homeowner. For the Romans, the visual decoration of their homes was a way of showcasing their connection to elite culture, education, and refinement. These private works of art also served as a means of preserving Roman history, as they often commemorated events, victories, and the deeds of ancestors, reinforcing the family's role in the larger narrative of Rome's greatness. In summary, art in Roman society was far more than just an aesthetic endeavor. It was a powerful means of promoting political ideologies, religious beliefs, and social status. Whether in public monuments, temples, or private homes, art played an essential role in shaping Roman identity, reflecting the values of the time and ensuring the continuity of Rome's cultural and political legacy. Chapter 3: The Transition to Empire. The transition from the Roman Republic to the Roman Empire marked a dramatic shift in both the political structure of Rome and the nature of its artistic expression. This period, which spanned from the late Republic to the reign of Augustus, was defined by political upheaval, civil wars, and the eventual consolidation of power under a single ruler. As Rome moved away from its republican ideals and embraced imperial rule, the art and architecture of the time reflected the profound changes in society, governance, and the relationship between the ruler and the ruled. One of the most significant shifts in this period was the rise of individual authority, particularly under Julius Caesar and later Augustus. During the Republic, art and public monuments often focused on collective achievements, emphasizing the virtues of Roman citizens and military leaders. However, with the rise of Julius Caesar and his eventual deification, there was a marked change in how power was represented in art. Caesar's image began to be used as a symbol of authority, with his portrait appearing on coins and public monuments. His portrayal emphasized his strength, leadership, and divine favor, paving the way for future emperors to use their images as tools of propaganda. Augustus, the first Roman emperor, took this concept further by using art and architecture to consolidate his power and legitimize his reign. The art of Augustus's time was specifically designed to celebrate the peace and prosperity he brought to Rome, a period known as the Pax Romana. The Arapacis, Altar of Peace, is a prime example of how Augustus used art to communicate his vision of Rome's future. The altar depicted scenes of peace, fertility, and the emperor's family, reinforcing his role as a bringer of stability and prosperity to the empire. Augustus's portraits also became more idealized, emphasizing youthful vigor and divine attributes, presenting him not just as a ruler, but as a semi-divine figure destined to lead Rome to greatness. Public architecture also underwent a transformation during this period. The building of monumental structures, such as the Pantheon and the Forum of Augustus, became a way for emperors to display their power and solidify their legacy. These grandiose buildings were not just functional spaces. They were symbols of the emperor's authority and the permanence of the empire. The shift from Republican buildings, focused on civic life, to imperial monuments focused on imperial power, marked a significant change in how art was used to communicate political ideals. The transition to empire also saw changes in the style and iconography of Roman art. While earlier art had emphasized veristic portraiture and realism, the imperial period saw a greater focus on idealization and divine representation. Emperors were often depicted as godlike figures, embodying both military strength and divine favor. This shift reflected the changing role of the emperor as not only a political leader, but also a religious and symbolic figurehead. In summary, the transition from the Roman Republic to the empire was a period of profound political, social, and artistic transformation. As the power of the Roman state became increasingly centralized under a single ruler, art became a vital tool for legitimizing imperial authority and shaping public perception of the emperor. Through monumental architecture, idealized portraits, and propaganda-driven works, the art of this period reflected and reinforced the changing identity of Rome as it moved from a republic to an empire. The fall of the Republic and Augustus' rise. The fall of the Roman Republic and the rise of Augustus were pivotal events in Roman history, marking the end of a centuries-old political system and the dawn of the Roman Empire. The collapse of the Republic was not the result of a single event, but rather a series of social, political, and military crises that destabilized the Roman state. During the late Republic, Rome faced increasing internal division characterized by political corruption, class conflict, and a weakened political structure, which ultimately led to civil war. The rise of powerful military leaders, such as Julius Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus, further eroded the authority of the Senate and traditional Republican institutions. The Republic's transformation was most dramatically exemplified by Julius Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon in 49 BCE, an act that symbolized the irreversible breakdown of Republican principles. Caesar's ascent to power as dictator for life and his eventual assassination in 44 BCE set the stage for a bitter struggle for control over Rome. In the aftermath of Caesar's death, the Roman world descended into a series of civil wars, pitting factions loyal to Caesar's memory, such as those led by his adopted heir Octavian, against those seeking to restore the old republican system. These wars culminated in Octavian's victory at the Battle of Actium in 31 BCE, where he defeated Mark Antony and Cleopatra, securing his position as the sole ruler of Rome. Octavian's victory marked the beginning of Augustus' reign, which he carefully crafted to maintain the facade of republican values while consolidating his power as the first emperor. Augustus, originally known as Octavian, positioned himself as the savior of Rome, restoring order after years of civil war. He was careful to avoid the title of king, instead taking the title of princeps, or first citizen, emphasizing his role as a leader in a republican-style government. However, in reality, Augustus held supreme power, controlling the military, the administration, and religious authority, consolidating his influence over all aspects of Roman life. Augustus' rise also heralded the Pax Romana, a period of relative peace and stability that lasted for over 2 centuries. The art and architecture of this period reflected Augustus's political agenda, as he used public monuments and representations to reinforce his image as the bringer of peace and prosperity. Monuments like the Arapacis, an altar celebrating peace, and Augustus' idealized portraits were used as powerful tools to shape his legacy, showcasing his role in bringing Rome out of chaos and into a new era of imperial grandeur. In sum, the fall of the Republic and Augustus's rise represented a dramatic shift in Roman politics, from a system of republican ideals to the autocratic rule of the emperor. Augustus skillfully manipulated political events and artistic expression to solidify his authority, laying the groundwork for the Roman Empire and its enduring legacy. Augustan art and propaganda. Augustan art played a crucial role in shaping the political and social landscape of early imperial Rome. As the first emperor, Augustus sought to establish his rule after a period of civil war and unrest, and art became one of his primary tools for consolidating power and legitimizing his regime. Augustus carefully used art and architecture not only to reinforce his authority, but also to promote his vision of Rome's future, presenting himself as a leader who had restored peace and prosperity to the Roman world. His reign marked a shift from the earlier Republican focus on collective civic values to the imperial cult, where the emperor's image was central to Roman identity. One of the key strategies Augustus employed in his use of art was the idealization of his image. Augustus's portraits often depicted him as youthful, strong, and divinely favored, conveying qualities that were designed to evoke respect and admiration. His public image was carefully curated to reflect both military strength and the wisdom of a ruler who had brought stability after years of civil conflict. A prime example is the Augustus of Prima Porta, a statue that portrays him in military attire with an idealized youthful face, symbolizing his role as a victorious leader. The figure's stance and gesture, with a raised arm as if addressing his troops, reinforced his image as a charismatic and capable ruler. The presence of Cupid riding a dolphin at Augustus's feet also linked him to the divine, as Cupid was the son of Venus, reinforcing Augustus' claim of divine ancestry. Augustus also used art as a form of political propaganda to communicate his vision of the Pax Romana. Public monuments and buildings, such as the Ara Pacis, were used to celebrate the peace and stability he had brought to Rome. The Ara Pacis is an altar adorned with reliefs that depict processions of Roman citizens and gods, emphasizing Augustus's role in fostering unity and prosperity. The altar's depictions of familial unity, especially the image of Augustus' family, were designed to highlight his efforts to restore traditional Roman values and strengthen the empire through moral leadership. Art, during Augustus's reign, also served to reinforce the emperor's religious authority. He portrayed himself as not only a political leader, but as a Pontifex Maximus, the high priest of Roman religion, symbolizing his central role in the religious and spiritual life of the empire. Statues and reliefs often depicted him in the context of religious ceremonies or with divine symbols, positioning him as the mediator between the gods and the Roman people. In sum, Augustan art was an essential element of imperial propaganda. Through idealized portraits, monumental buildings, and religious iconography, Augustus used art to craft a public persona that emphasized his power, legitimacy, and divine favor. These artistic choices were designed not only to solidify his rule, but also to communicate the stability, peace, and moral revival he claimed to have brought to the Roman Empire. The Ara Pacis and imperial imagery. The Ara Pacis, or Altar of Peace, stands as one of the most significant monuments commissioned by Emperor Augustus to celebrate the peace and prosperity he brought to Rome after the tumultuous years of civil war. Completed in 9 BCE, the Ara Pacis is a prime example of how Augustus used art and architecture to reinforce his political agenda, consolidate his power, and promote a new vision of Roman identity under the empire. Through its reliefs and design, the Ara Pacis showcased Augustus's ideals of peace, stability, and the restoration of Roman values, all while promoting the emperor's divine and political legitimacy. The altar was designed to commemorate Augustus's successful return from his campaigns in Spain and Gaul, which were seen as pivotal in bringing peace to the Roman world. The reliefs that adorn the altar represent a fusion of political propaganda and religious symbolism, reinforcing the idea that Augustus was not only a military leader, but also a divinely appointed ruler. The processional frieze, one of the most famous features of the Ara Pacis, depicts a procession of senators, priests, and members of Augustus' family, including Augustus himself, along with his wife Livia and children. This scene emphasizes the importance of family and continuity, linking the emperor's reign to the future of Rome through the next generation of his family. It also symbolizes the unity of the Roman people under Augustus' leadership, portraying him as the protector and restorer of Roman virtues. The reliefs on the Arapacis also display imperial imagery designed to associate Augustus with Roman gods and ideals. On one side of the altar, there are reliefs of the goddess Tellus, symbolizing peace and fertility, while another relief depicts Roma, the personification of the city of Rome, surrounded by divine figures. These images are meant to evoke Augustus' role as the bringer of peace, harmony, and prosperity. Furthermore, the depictions of the emperor's family on the Arapacis emphasize the importance of lineage and succession, a key element of Augustus's propaganda. By showcasing his own family in religious and public rituals, Augustus sought to establish a lasting dynastic legacy, securing the future of his rule and the stability of the empire. The architectural design of the Arapacis also speaks to Augustus' political message. The altar was placed in a prominent public location near the Campus Martius, ensuring it would be seen by a wide audience. The very materials used to construct the Arapacis, such as the marble, were meant to symbolize the permanence and grandeur of Augustus's reign. In conclusion, the Arapacis is a masterpiece of Roman art and propaganda. Through its iconography and design, it effectively communicated Augustus's vision for Rome, portraying him as both a divine figure and the embodiment of peace and prosperity. The altar not only celebrated Augustus' achievements, but also solidified his image as the ruler who had brought Rome into a new era of imperial stability. Public monuments and forums. Public monuments and forums were essential to the visual and ideological fabric of Rome, particularly during the reign of Augustus. These structures were not only architectural feats, but also powerful tools of propaganda, used to convey the power, stability, and greatness of the emperor and the empire. Augustus, aware of the symbolic value of public spaces, oversaw the construction of numerous monuments and forums, transforming the city of Rome into a monumental landscape that visually reinforced his authority and the ideals of imperial rule. The Forum of Augustus, built between 2nd BCE and 2nd CE, is one of the most significant examples of Augustus's use of public monuments to solidify his legacy. This forum was designed to serve both as a functional space for political and legal activities and as a visual symbol of Augustus's power. The center of the forum featured a large temple dedicated to Mars Ultor, Mars the Avenger, which commemorated Augustus's victory over Brutus and Cassius at the Battle of Philippi. This temple symbolized Augustus' role as a restorer of Roman order and a protector of Roman values. The walls of the forum were adorned with statues of great Roman heroes and military leaders, connecting Augustus to the legacy of Rome's past and suggesting that his reign was the culmination of Roman greatness. In addition to the Forum of Augustus, the emperor commissioned other monumental structures to reinforce his image. The Pantheon, originally built by Marcus Agrippa during the reign of Augustus and later rebuilt by Emperor Hadrian, is another example of imperial grandeur. With its massive dome and classical portico, the Pantheon symbolized the divine favor bestowed upon the emperor. Its inscription dedicating the temple to all the gods reflected the emperor's role as the high priest of Rome, connecting him to the divine sphere and emphasizing the unity of the empire under his rule. Public monuments, such as the Arch of Augustus and the Column of Augustus, were designed to commemorate Augustus's military victories and military prowess. The Arch of Augustus, for example, depicted scenes of military triumph and celebrated the emperor's divine protection, reminding the public of Augustus's ability to bring peace through strength. The Column of Trajan, though built later, similarly celebrated military conquests with its intricately carved frieze, illustrating the emperor's military achievements and connecting his reign to the divine. In addition to their symbolic functions, these public monuments and forums were an expression of the emperor's connection to the people. By constructing monumental spaces that were accessible to the public, Augustus was able to use art and architecture to create a sense of awe and reverence, reinforcing his power while also contributing to the identity and civic pride of the Roman people. Through these public works, Augustus's reign was not only documented, but also enshrined in the very fabric of Rome, immortalizing his achievements and ideals for future generations. In summary, public monuments and forums were integral to Augustus's propaganda strategy, serving as visual representations of his power and the stability he brought to the Roman Empire. Through their design, iconography, and location, these monuments celebrated Augustus' military victories, divine favor, and commitment to restoring Rome's greatness, ensuring his legacy was solidified in both the physical and cultural landscape of the empire. Changes in sculpture and architecture. The transition from the Roman Republic to the Roman Empire, particularly under Augustus, brought significant changes to Roman sculpture and architecture. As Augustus consolidated his power and transformed Rome into an imperial capital, these art forms evolved to reflect the political, social, and ideological shifts of the time. The changes in both sculpture and architecture were not only a reflection of Augustus's imperial vision, but also a conscious effort to establish a new identity for Rome that blended its republican past with its imperial future. One of the most notable shifts in sculpture during Augustus's reign was the move from veristic realism to a more idealized style. In the Republic, sculptures often emphasized the physical imperfections of their subjects, particularly in portraiture, where the focus was on age, experience, and individualism. This veristic style was intended to celebrate the virtues of Roman citizens, particularly their wisdom and public service. However, under Augustus, portraiture evolved to emphasize youthful vigor, physical perfection, and divine ancestry. Augustus's own portraits, such as the Augustus of Prima Porta, depict him as a youthful and confident figure, with smooth features and a strong idealized body. This shift reflected Augustus's desire to present himself not just as a political leader, but as a heroic and almost divine figure, embodying the virtues of strength, leadership, and divine favor. In addition to changes in portraiture, historical reliefs also became more stylized during the Augustan period. Rather than focusing on detailed, realistic depictions of events, as seen in earlier works, reliefs from the time of Augustus often depicted events in a more symbolic and dramatic manner. The Ara Pacis, for instance, shows a procession of senators and imperial family members in idealized forms, reinforcing the notion of family unity and the restoration of peace. These reliefs were not only artistic expressions but also served as political propaganda, emphasizing the themes of unity, divine favor, and the emperor's role in bringing peace and stability to Rome. In architecture, Augustus also initiated a transformation of Rome's urban landscape. The construction of monumental public buildings and forums became a way to showcase imperial power and grandeur. One of the most significant architectural projects during Augustus's reign was the creation of the Forum of Augustus, which featured a large temple to Mars Ultor and served as a space for political and legal activities. The Pantheon, which was rebuilt by Hadrian but originally commissioned by Augustus, represented the imperial connection to the divine, with its grand dome symbolizing the heavens and the emperor's role as the earthly representative of divine authority. Overall, the changes in sculpture and architecture during Augustus's reign were integral to the establishment of the imperial cult and the solidification of the emperor's image as both a divine and political figure. Through idealized portraits and monumental buildings, Augustus not only celebrated his rule, but also created a visual narrative of peace, stability, and divine favor that would define the Roman Empire for centuries to come. Chapter 4: Architecture and Engineering. The achievements of Roman architecture and engineering are among the most lasting legacies of the Roman Empire. The Romans were known for their ability to blend functionality, beauty, and innovation in their architectural designs. Under the reign of Augustus and throughout the empire, the Romans revolutionized architecture with the development of new building materials, techniques, and engineering solutions that allowed for the construction of monumental structures that were both durable and aesthetically grand. These innovations not only served practical needs, but also symbolized the power and permanence of the Roman Empire. One of the most significant advances in Roman architecture was the extensive use of concrete. While the Greeks and earlier civilizations used stone or marble, the Romans developed a form of concrete that could set underwater, allowing them to create structures in more varied environments. Roman concrete was mixed with volcanic ash, which made it stronger and more durable than any previous material. This allowed the Romans to build vast, complex structures such as aqueducts, bridges, and the famous Roman basilicas and thermae, public baths, which required enormous and enduring infrastructure. Roman engineering also saw tremendous progress with the construction of the arch and the vault, which revolutionized the way buildings and bridges could be designed. The arch, in particular, was used extensively in the construction of aqueducts and bridges, allowing for the creation of long spans without the need for supporting columns. This innovation enabled the Romans to build larger, more stable, and longer-lasting structures. The vault, a feature of many Roman buildings, allowed for the construction of massive ceilings and domes. The Pantheon, with its famous concrete dome and oculus, stands as a testament to Roman ingenuity in engineering, demonstrating the Romans' ability to create vast interior spaces that were both structurally sound and aesthetically pleasing. Roman architects were also known for their ability to plan large-scale urban spaces. The Roman Forum, the Circus Maximus, and the Colosseum are all examples of Roman urban planning, which sought to organize public spaces in ways that reflected both the practical needs of the population and the power of the emperor. The Colosseum, for instance, was not just an arena for gladiatorial games, but also a symbol of Roman power, engineering prowess, and entertainment. The arena was an engineering marvel of its time, with its complex system of corridors, elevators, and trapdoors used to facilitate the dramatic spectacles that took place within it. Roman aqueducts, which carried water into the city from distant sources, were also a remarkable feat of engineering. These structures, such as the Aqua Appia and the Aqua Claudia, provided Rome with a reliable water supply, which was essential for the city's growth, sanitation, and public baths. The aqueducts, precision, and durability demonstrate the advanced understanding the Romans had of hydraulics and engineering. In conclusion, Roman architecture and engineering were not just practical concerns, but tools of imperial propaganda. Through monumental public works, the Romans communicated their power and technological sophistication. The advances in materials and techniques that the Romans developed allowed for the construction of durable, awe-inspiring structures that stood as symbols of Roman authority and ingenuity. The development of concrete construction. The development of concrete construction was one of the most revolutionary advancements in Roman architecture and engineering, marking a key shift in the construction of monumental structures. Concrete, as a building material, allowed the Romans to push the boundaries of architectural design, enabling the creation of vast, complex, and enduring structures that defined the Roman Empire. Prior to Roman concrete, civilizations relied on materials like stone and brick for construction. While these materials were durable, they were not always suitable for the massive scale and variety of structures the Romans aimed to create. The invention and widespread use of concrete transformed the way buildings were designed and constructed, giving rise to iconic Roman structures such as the Pantheon, the Colosseum, and the aqueducts. Roman concrete, known as opus cementitium, was made from a mixture of lime, volcanic ash, and water, with volcanic tuff or other aggregate materials used to provide strength. The key ingredient was pozzolana, a type of volcanic ash found in the regions around Rome. When mixed with lime and water, pozzolana created a chemical reaction that caused the mixture to harden over time, even underwater. This made Roman concrete not only versatile, but also incredibly durable. The unique properties of Roman concrete allowed for the construction of structures that could withstand the test of time, even in harsh environmental conditions. One of the most notable features of Roman concrete construction was its ability to create complex, large-scale forms that were impossible to achieve with traditional stone or brick construction. The use of concrete allowed the Romans to design and build structures with large, uninterrupted spaces, such as the expansive dome of the Pantheon. The Pantheon's dome, still the largest unreinforced concrete dome in the world, is a testament to Roman mastery of concrete construction. The use of concrete also facilitated the creation of vaults and arches, which became essential elements in the design of Roman public buildings, such as the basilicas and the Colosseum. Concrete was also a key component in the construction of aqueducts, which carried water from distant sources into Roman cities. These aqueducts, built using concrete, featured arches and vaulted channels that allowed for the efficient transport of water over long distances. The durability and flexibility of concrete made it an ideal material for such ambitious infrastructure projects, which were vital for the growth of Roman cities. Beyond its practical applications, concrete also allowed for the creation of decorative surfaces. Romans were able to finish concrete structures with a variety of coatings, including stucco, which could be painted or decorated with intricate reliefs and mosaics. This combination of functionality and aesthetic appeal made concrete an essential material for both public and private Roman buildings. In conclusion, the development of concrete construction was a defining achievement of Roman architecture. The versatility, strength, and durability of Roman concrete allowed the Romans to build some of the most impressive and enduring structures of the ancient world. By harnessing the potential of this innovative material, the Romans were able to transform their urban landscapes, leaving a legacy that continues to influence modern construction techniques. The Roman arch and vaulting. The Roman arch and vaulting techniques revolutionized the construction of large, durable, and stable structures, marking a significant advancement in Roman architecture and engineering. These innovations allowed the Romans to build monumental public works, including bridges, aqueducts, and arenas, which would have been impossible with earlier construction methods. The arch, which had been used by earlier civilizations like the Etruscans, was perfected by the Romans, who applied it to a wide range of architectural applications, creating an enduring legacy in the world of architecture. The Roman arch is a curved structure that relies on the principle of the keystone, the central stone at the apex of the arch that holds the entire structure together. The arch distributes weight evenly across its span, allowing it to support much heavier loads than horizontal lintels made of stone or wood. This ability to bear significant weight made the arch a fundamental element in the construction of large public buildings, bridges, and aqueducts. Roman engineers realized that by stacking successive arches, they could create continuous structures capable of spanning great distances without needing solid support in the middle. This method of construction allowed for the creation of complex forms such as aqueducts, which carried water over vast stretches of land, and the towering structures of the Colosseum and other arenas. One of the most important applications of the arch was in vaulting, a technique that extended the arch into a three-dimensional form. A vault is a roof-like structure formed by a series of arches placed in succession. The Romans perfected several types of vaults, including the barrel vault and the groin vault, which allowed for the construction of vast interior spaces without the need for supporting columns or beams. A barrel vault is created by extending a single arch along its length, forming a continuous, tunnel-like structure. The groin vault, on the other hand, is created by the intersection of two barrel vaults, allowing for more complex and flexible designs. These techniques enabled the Romans to build expansive interior spaces in buildings like basilicas, therma, public baths, and temples, where large open spaces were necessary for public gatherings and activities. The Pantheon, with its massive concrete dome, is one of the most famous examples of the Roman mastery of vaulting. The interior of the Pantheon is supported by a series of intersecting arches and a central oculus, which lightens the massive dome and allows the structure to stand without any central support. The use of vaulting in the Pantheon not only demonstrates the technical brilliance of Roman engineers, but also highlights their ability to create awe-inspiring spaces that were both functional and visually impressive. In addition to public buildings, the Roman arch and vaulting techniques were used extensively in infrastructure projects like aqueducts, which transported water over great distances. The ability to create long stretches of arches allowed the Romans to build aqueducts that could span valleys, cross rivers, and ascend hills, ensuring a steady supply of water to Roman cities. In conclusion, the Roman arch and vaulting techniques were crucial innovations that transformed the architectural landscape of the Roman Empire. By mastering these techniques, the Romans were able to construct monumental structures that were not only functional, but also visually striking. These advancements laid the foundation for much of Western architecture and continue to influence modern construction practices. Aqueducts and infrastructure. The construction of aqueducts was one of the most impressive feats of Roman engineering, essential to the growth and sustainability of Roman cities. The Romans built extensive aqueduct systems to transport water from distant sources to urban areas, ensuring a reliable supply for drinking, bathing, irrigation, and other daily needs. These systems were integral to the success of Rome and its provinces, playing a vital role in the development of Roman cities and their infrastructure. The efficiency and scale of Roman aqueducts set a standard for engineering and urban planning that would influence future civilizations for centuries. Roman aqueducts were an innovative response to the challenges of providing large urban populations with fresh water. Typically, aqueducts were constructed using a combination of channels, bridges, and tunnels built to maintain a gentle downward slope that allowed water to flow naturally by gravity. This method of gravity-fed transportation was highly effective as it minimized the need for pumps or other mechanical devices. The Romans also made use of concrete, the versatile material that allowed them to build durable, long-lasting structures. With concrete, they could create arches that spanned valleys and mountains, maintaining the aqueduct's flow over long distances and varying terrain. One of the most remarkable aspects of Roman aqueducts was their ability to transport water over vast distances, sometimes extending for tens of miles. Famous examples, such as the Aqua Appia, the first Roman aqueduct, and the Aqua Claudia, exemplify the ambition and scale of these projects. The Aqua Appia, completed in 312 BCE, was mostly underground and provided water to the growing city of Rome. Later aqueducts, such as the Aqua Claudia, which was completed in the 1st century CE, were more visible and often included monumental arches that are still admired today for their engineering ingenuity. The arches of these aqueducts enabled the water to be transported over valleys and low-lying terrain, ensuring that the water supply reached the city from distant springs. Aqueducts were not just an engineering solution, but also an essential part of Roman urban infrastructure. The water they brought into cities was used for a wide range of purposes, from filling the public baths to supporting the elaborate fountains and decorative pools in Roman gardens. In addition to providing water, the aqueducts helped prevent diseases by ensuring a steady and clean supply. They also contributed to the construction of grand public buildings and amenities, including the famous Roman baths. Cities like Rome, with its extensive aqueduct system, were able to support large populations and complex social structures, thanks in part to the infrastructure that these aqueducts enabled. The Roman aqueducts also influenced the development of roads, bridges, and other public works. Aqueducts often ran alongside roads or were integrated into existing infrastructure, highlighting the Romans' ability to plan and design cities holistically. The use of the arch in aqueduct construction was applied to bridges, gateways, and other civic structures, demonstrating the versatility and widespread use of Roman engineering techniques. In conclusion, Roman aqueducts were a testament to the advanced engineering capabilities of the Roman Empire. Through these intricate systems, the Romans were able to supply their cities with water and support urban growth, public health, and daily life in a way that had never been achieved before. The legacy of Roman aqueducts continues to be felt today, as many of their structures remain standing as symbols of the enduring brilliance of Roman engineering. Theaters and amphitheaters. Theaters and amphitheaters were essential components of Roman public life, providing spaces for entertainment, cultural expression, and social interaction. These structures were integral to the Roman urban landscape, reflecting the Roman love for spectacle and the imperial desire to control public life through entertainment. Theaters, often used for dramatic performances and musical events, and amphitheaters, designed for gladiatorial contests and other forms of mass entertainment, were both architectural feats and instruments of social cohesion. Roman theaters were typically modeled after the Greek theater, but with distinct differences in construction and design. The Romans perfected the use of the theater building as a freestanding structure, using concrete and stone to create buildings that could hold large audiences. Roman theaters had a semicircular seating arrangement with the stage, or at one end, and the audience arranged in tiers in front of it. The use of arches and vaulting allowed the Romans to build large, stable structures capable of seating thousands of spectators. One of the most famous Roman theaters is the Theater of Pompey, built in 55 BCE, which is considered the first permanent theater in Rome. It could seat over 20,000 people and was part of a larger complex that included a portico, gardens, and a temple, further emphasizing the social and cultural role of the theater. Amphitheaters, on the other hand, were designed for gladiatorial combat and other public spectacles, such as animal hunts and mock naval battles. Unlike theaters, amphitheaters were elliptical in shape, designed to ensure all spectators had a clear view of the action in the center. The Colosseum in Rome is perhaps the most iconic example of a Roman amphitheater, capable of holding up to 80,000 spectators. It was used for a wide range of events, including gladiatorial contests, public executions, and animal hunts, which served both as entertainment and a display of imperial power. The Colosseum's design incorporated innovative architectural elements, including a system of elevators and trapdoors that allowed for dramatic entrances and surprise elements during the games. Both theaters and amphitheaters were central to Roman life, not just as entertainment venues, but as symbols of Roman control over space, spectacle, and society. The events held within these structures were often free to the public, provided by emperors and politicians as a form of public patronage, ensuring political favor and reinforcing the image of benevolent rulers. The vast size and intricate design of these structures also emphasize the grandeur of Rome, showcasing the empire's wealth and engineering capabilities. Theaters and amphitheaters also played a role in the Roman cultural agenda by reflecting the values and ideals of the empire. The events hosted in these spaces often celebrated Roman military victories, the prowess of individual gladiators, and the power of the emperor. They acted as a means of social control, distracting and pacifying the population while reinforcing the emperor's image as a provider and protector of the people. In conclusion, Roman theaters and amphitheaters were not just architectural wonders, but played a significant role in Roman culture and society. They were central to Roman entertainment, political strategy, and cultural identity, reflecting both the grandeur of the empire and its ability to engineer spaces that could accommodate the desires and needs of its vast population. The legacy of these structures continues to influence modern architecture and entertainment, cementing their place as symbols of Roman ingenuity. Urban planning and housing. Roman urban planning and housing were integral to the development of the empire's cities, reflecting the Romans' sophisticated approach to city design, infrastructure, and social organization. The Romans understood the importance of well-organized, functional cities for both practical and symbolic reasons. Urban planning in Rome and its provinces involved a careful balance of public spaces, residential areas, and amenities, all designed to facilitate efficient movement, social interaction, and the projection of Roman power. The emphasis on urban functionality, combined with a commitment to monumental architecture, created cities that were both practical and awe-inspiring. Roman cities were typically laid out in a grid pattern with two main streets, the Cardo, north-south, and the Decumanus, east-west, intersecting at the center. This grid system allowed for efficient navigation and easy division of space, with the Forum typically located at the intersection of these main streets. The Forum served as the heart of Roman cities, functioning as a marketplace, social hub, and political center. It was surrounded by important public buildings, including temples, basilicas, and government offices. This centralization of important functions allowed for easy access to the core of civic life. Residential areas, however, were more diverse, varying greatly in size and complexity depending on the wealth and status of the inhabitants. Wealthier Romans lived in large private homes known as domus, often located in the city's more affluent neighborhoods. The domus was typically a single-story house centered around an open courtyard, known as the atrium, with rooms arranged around it. These homes were designed for privacy and comfort, with elaborate decorations, including frescoes and mosaics, that reflected the owner's wealth and status. Wealthy families also had access to luxurious baths, gardens, and private spaces for entertaining guests. For the majority of the population, however, housing was much more modest. Insulae, or apartment buildings, were common in Rome and other major cities. These multi-story buildings housed the lower and middle classes, with commercial spaces often located on the ground floor. Insulae were typically cramped and often poorly constructed, with little regard for privacy or sanitation. These buildings were densely packed and could be quite dangerous, with the risk of fire being a constant concern due to the flammable materials used in construction. Despite these challenges, insulae were a necessary response to the rapid urbanization of Rome, where space was limited and the demand for housing was high. In addition to the residential and commercial areas, the Romans also incorporated a range of amenities into their urban designs. Public baths, therma, were one of the most important features of Roman cities, serving as centers of social interaction, relaxation, and hygiene. The Roman baths were equipped with hot and cold pools, steam rooms, and exercise areas, offering a place for people from all walks of life to gather. Other public buildings, such as theaters, amphitheaters, and markets, contributed to the social fabric of Roman cities, creating spaces for entertainment, commerce, and civic activities. Roman urban planning also included advanced infrastructure like roads, aqueducts, and sewer systems, all designed to ensure the smooth functioning of the city. The roads connected Roman cities and facilitated trade and military movement across the empire, while the aqueducts brought water into the city, feeding public fountains, baths, and private homes. The Romans were pioneers in urban infrastructure, with their engineering innovations laying the groundwork for future city development. In conclusion, Roman urban planning and housing were crucial to the success of the Roman Empire, providing the necessary infrastructure for a growing population while maintaining order and promoting social interaction. The organization of space in Roman cities, combined with their impressive architectural achievements, helped to shape the urban environment in a way that was both practical and symbolic, reflecting the empire's power, wealth, and technological prowess. The legacy of Roman urban planning continues to influence modern cities, demonstrating the lasting impact of Roman ingenuity on urban development. Chapter 5, Sculpture and portraiture. Sculpture and portraiture in ancient Rome were not only important art forms, but also powerful tools for communication and self-expression. The Roman approach to sculpture was deeply influenced by Greek art, yet they developed distinct styles and techniques that reflected their own cultural values, political ambitions, and social structures. Roman sculpture, especially in the form of portraiture, became one of the most enduring symbols of the empire, serving both as a means to immortalize individuals and convey ideals of Roman power, leadership, and identity. One of the most significant aspects of Roman sculpture was the portraiture of individuals, especially emperors, politicians, and military leaders. Roman portraiture emphasized realism or verism, which sought to depict the subject with precise and often unflattering detail. This focus on naturalistic features set Roman portraiture apart from the idealized, youthful depictions of Greek statues. Roman portraits often highlighted the physical signs of aging, such as wrinkles and sagging skin, in order to convey the wisdom, experience, and gravitas associated with maturity. This technique not only portrayed the individual's personal features, but also acted as a reflection of their social status and moral integrity. By showing themselves as serious, experienced, and grounded, Roman leaders presented an image of authority and trustworthiness to the public. The bust became the most common form of Roman portraiture, usually created in marble or bronze. These sculptures typically focused on the face and upper torso, often with an emphasis on intricate details like facial wrinkles, hairstyles, and expressions. The production of these portraits was widespread, as wealthy Romans commissioned busts of themselves, their ancestors, and important figures to be displayed in their homes or public spaces. These portraits not only served as personal mementos, but also functioned as a way to ensure that one's legacy lived on through generations. The display of family portraits became a sign of respect for one's lineage and a means of honoring ancestors. In addition to personal portraiture, Roman sculpture was also used to convey political and ideological messages. Emperors and military leaders were often depicted in grand statues that idealized their strength and authority. The famous equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius, for example, portrays the emperor as a strong and noble ruler, exuding power and dignity. These monumental sculptures were often placed in public spaces, such as forums or temples, where they would serve as a constant reminder of the emperor's presence and the strength of the empire. Roman sculpture also included larger works like reliefs and monumental statues that adorned public buildings and commemorated military victories or significant events. The Trajan's Column, for example, is a towering monument that depicts the story of Emperor Trajan's victory in the Dacian Wars, with intricate reliefs that tell a narrative of military conquest. These sculptures serve not only as commemorations of the emperor's achievements, but also as propaganda tools, reinforcing the image of imperial power and success. In conclusion, Roman sculpture and portraiture played a crucial role in the empire's visual culture. The focus on realism in portraiture, combined with the use of monumental statues and reliefs, allowed the Romans to communicate power, status, and ideology in highly effective ways. Through sculpture, the Roman elite sought to immortalize their achievements and reinforce their authority, while simultaneously shaping the public's perception of Roman values and the enduring strength of the empire. The influence of Roman portraiture and sculpture can still be seen in the art and portraiture of later civilizations, continuing to serve as a symbol of political and personal identity. The evolution of Roman portraiture. Roman portraiture underwent significant evolution throughout the history of the Roman Republic and Empire, reflecting shifts in political, social, and cultural priorities. Initially influenced by Greek art, Roman portraiture gradually developed its own distinct style, moving from idealized representations to more realistic and individualized depictions. This evolution was intertwined with the changing nature of Roman society as well as the growing influence of the empire, which saw portraiture become a tool of political propaganda and a means of solidifying imperial power. In the early Republic, Roman portraiture was heavily influenced by Greek artistic traditions, which emphasized the depiction of the idealized human form. However, the Romans began to diverge from this style in favor of verism, a focus on realism that was especially apparent in their portraits of the elderly. Roman leaders and aristocrats began to commission busts that emphasized the physical features associated with age, such as wrinkles and sagging skin, as these were seen as symbols of wisdom, experience, and moral integrity. This emphasis on naturalism was not intended to flatter the subject, but rather to convey their virtuous qualities, positioning them as wise and trustworthy public figures. The use of veristic portraiture became widespread, especially among the elite, who sought to show themselves as grounded in reality and connected to the values of Roman tradition. As the Republic transitioned into the Empire, portraiture began to evolve in response to new political dynamics. With the rise of emperors and the consolidation of power, imperial portraiture took on a more idealized and symbolic character. Emperors, like Augustus, were often depicted in youthful, idealized forms, even if they were older in reality. These portraits emphasized the emperor's divine favor and strength, with Augustus frequently shown with the serene expression and youthful features typical of Greek gods and heroes. This shift from veristic portraits to idealized representations marked the increasing use of portraiture as a tool of imperial propaganda, used to project an image of power, invincibility, and eternal youth. Under the Flavian and Antonine dynasties, portraiture continued to evolve, often combining elements of verism and idealization to reflect the emperor's virtues and divine nature. Emperors were increasingly portrayed in military attire, emphasizing their role as protectors of the empire. The busts of emperors such as Trajan, Hadrian, and Marcus Aurelius began to reflect their authority and accomplishments, often in more dignified and controlled poses. These portraits were meticulously crafted to communicate the strength of the emperor's reign and to remind citizens of the emperor's role in maintaining stability and prosperity. In the later stages of the empire, portraiture increasingly became a tool to convey divine authority and absolute power. The portrayal of emperors as godlike figures became more pronounced, with portraits adopting highly stylized features and exaggerated iconography. These portraits often became less realistic and more symbolic, representing the emperor's divine or semi-divine status rather than his personal likeness. In conclusion, the evolution of Roman portraiture reflects the complex relationship between art, politics, and identity in the Roman world. What began as a focus on realism and the portrayal of individual traits gradually gave way to the use of portraiture for political and imperial purposes. Over time, Roman portraiture not only captured the likenesses of rulers and elites, but also played a central role in shaping public perceptions of power, virtue, and the authority of the emperor. This legacy continued to influence portraiture in later cultures and remains a defining feature of Roman art. Imperial statues and busts. Imperial statues and busts were among the most significant and enduring forms of Roman art, playing an essential role in the visual culture of the Roman Empire. These sculptures were not merely artistic representations. They were deeply intertwined with the political and social functions of the emperor. Through imperial portraiture, emperors sought to reinforce their authority, project their image across the vast empire, and create a tangible connection between the ruler and the people. Whether displayed in public spaces, temples, or private homes, these sculptures conveyed messages of power, divinity, and leadership, and were central to Roman propaganda. One of the most important aspects of imperial portraiture was the idealization of the emperor. Even though Roman portraiture generally emphasized naturalism, imperial statues and busts frequently depicted emperors in an idealized form, often erasing any signs of aging, illness, or imperfection. This idealization helped project an image of strength, vigor, and eternal youth, reinforcing the emperor's role as the source of order, stability, and prosperity for the empire. One of the most famous examples is the Augustus of Primaporta, a statue of Emperor Augustus that portrays him as an eternally youthful and charismatic leader, dressed in military armor and displaying symbolic gestures of power and authority. This statue not only conveyed Augustus's physical presence, but also linked him to divine figures, as evidenced by the inclusion of the god Cupid at his feet, suggesting Augustus's divine lineage through the goddess Venus. In addition to idealization, imperial busts and statues were used as tools of imperial propaganda. The busts of emperors like Trajan, Hadrian, and Marcus Aurelius were crafted to communicate a sense of dignity, power, and wisdom. Trajan's column, for example, features detailed reliefs of his military campaigns, and his portrait busts often emphasized his strength and strategic ability. These statues and busts were typically displayed in public spaces such as forums, marketplaces, and temples, ensuring that the emperor's image was omnipresent throughout the empire. The placement of these statues was deliberate, creating a constant visual reminder of the emperor's authority and role as the protector of the state. The equestrian statues of Roman emperors, such as the one of Marcus Aurelius in Rome, also played a significant role in shaping imperial imagery. These statues often depicted the emperor on horseback, symbolizing the emperor's control over the military and the empire. The horse served as a symbol of power and leadership, while the emperor's commanding posture emphasized his status as a ruler, who commanded both his army and his people. Over time, imperial busts and statues became more stylized, especially during the later stages of the empire. Emperors were increasingly portrayed in an abstract or symbolic manner, with exaggerated features, such as large eyes or idealized facial structures, to convey their divine or semi-divine status. This shift in style reflected the growing sense of the emperor as a godlike figure and underscored the belief that the emperor's image was meant to transcend the mortal realm. In conclusion, imperial statues and busts were crucial to the political and social fabric of the Roman Empire. These works of art not only immortalized the likenesses of emperors, but also served as tools for projecting imperial authority and unity across the empire. The careful crafting of these statues, their idealization, and their strategic placement in public spaces ensured that the emperor's image remained central to Roman society, reinforcing his power and securing his legacy in the eyes of the people. Idealization versus realism. The tension between idealization and realism in Roman art is a defining feature of its visual culture, particularly in sculpture and portraiture. Roman artists, while influenced by Greek precedents, developed their own unique approach to depicting the human form, blending the idealized and the realistic in ways that reflected the cultural, political, and social values of Roman society. The interplay between these two artistic strategies varied depending on the context, the subject, and the intended message, ultimately shaping how individuals and rulers were represented. In the early Roman Republic, realism was dominant, especially in portraiture. The Romans valued the depiction of individuals with an emphasis on their age, experience, and character. The tradition of verism, or the detailed representation of physical features, was central to this style. Roman portraits, especially those of the aristocracy, often highlighted signs of aging, such as wrinkles, sagging skin, and furrowed brows, which were meant to symbolize wisdom, gravitas, and moral integrity. This focus on realism served a political purpose. By depicting themselves in a naturalistic manner, Roman leaders and elites conveyed their connection to the values of Roman tradition, which emphasized virtue and experience over youthful beauty. The idea was that the aging process was an indicator of a lifetime of service to the state, and thus the appearance of age was seen as a mark of honor and respect. However, as the Roman Empire expanded and became more centralized, idealization began to play a larger role in Roman art, particularly in the portraiture of emperors and military leaders. Emperors like Augustus sought to portray themselves as ageless, godlike figures, reflecting their divinely sanctioned power and eternal rule. The Augustus of Primaporta, for example, shows Augustus in a youthful, idealized form, emphasizing his authority, strength, and divine connection, rather than his actual age or appearance. This shift towards idealization was not just about beauty, but about constructing an image of the emperor as the embodiment of Roman ideals, eternal, strong, and virtuous. It was a form of political propaganda, as the emperor's image needed to convey not just personal likeness, but also the qualities of a perfect ruler. Throughout the imperial period, this tension between idealization and realism continued. Emperors and elites were often depicted in idealized forms in public monuments and statues, while more realistic portraits were used in private settings or for commemorative purposes. Over time, however, the idealized portraits of emperors increasingly came to reflect their divine or semi-divine status, especially as Roman emperors were increasingly deified. In conclusion, the balance between idealization and realism in Roman art was a reflection of the broader social, political, and cultural values of the time. While realism focused on the truthful depiction of individuals, idealization served to elevate figures, particularly emperors, into symbols of power, virtue, and divine favor. Together, these two approaches helped construct the visual identity of Rome, blending the real and the ideal in ways that reinforced the values and aspirations of Roman society. Relief sculptures and historical narratives. Relief sculpture played a crucial role in Roman art, serving as a dynamic and impactful medium for conveying historical narratives, political propaganda, and social values. These sculptures, which were carved into flat surfaces and often placed on public monuments, were an important means of storytelling. Roman reliefs depicted scenes from military campaigns, political events, and mythological tales, blending art with history to communicate messages to the public. The use of relief sculpture in Roman art transformed the way historical events were recorded and remembered, creating a visual language that was accessible to both the literate and the illiterate. One of the most significant aspects of Roman relief sculpture was its ability to tell historical narratives in a continuous flowing manner. The most famous example of this is Trajan's Column, a monumental relief sculpture in Rome that commemorates Emperor Trajan's victory in the Dacian Wars. The column, which stands over 100 feet tall, is covered in a spiral band of reliefs that chronicle the military campaign in intricate detail. These reliefs are not static images, but tell a continuous story, with each scene flowing into the next, allowing viewers to follow the events of the war from beginning to end. The narrative style used in these reliefs was both dramatic and informative, capturing the drama of battle as well as the strategic movements of the Roman army. Roman reliefs were also used to highlight the imperial achievements and virtues of emperors. The reliefs on the Arch of Titus in Rome, for example, celebrate the emperor's victory in the Jewish War and his subsequent triumphal procession. These reliefs not only depict the military victories, but also emphasize the emperor's divine right to rule, showcasing him as the central figure in the empire's success. The use of relief sculpture in this way was a form of imperial propaganda, ensuring that the emperor's accomplishments were immortalized and glorified for the public. These monumental reliefs were typically placed in public spaces, such as forums or near temples, where they would be seen by large numbers of people, reinforcing the emperor's image and authority. In addition to military and imperial themes, Roman reliefs also depicted everyday life, including scenes of labor, entertainment, and social customs. These more intimate depictions served as a way to portray Roman society in all its aspects, from the mundane to the extraordinary. The reliefs on the Altar of Peace, Era Pacis, depict a procession of Roman citizens, emphasizing the unity and harmony of the state under Augustus's rule. These scenes of peaceful celebration not only commemorate the emperor's achievements, but also reinforce the Roman ideals of civic duty, piety, and order. Overall, Roman relief sculptures were a vital tool for visual storytelling, capable of recording and preserving historical events, celebrating imperial power, and communicating cultural values. Through these intricate, narrative-driven works of art, the Romans were able to convey their political and historical identity in a way that was both public and permanent, ensuring that their legacies would endure for generations to come. Techniques and materials used in sculpture. Roman sculpture was characterized by a diverse range of techniques and materials that allowed artists to create highly detailed and lifelike works of art. The Romans were skilled in both stone and metalworking, and they adopted and refined various methods to produce sculptures that ranged from small portrait busts to monumental public monuments. The materials chosen for a particular piece often reflected the artist's intentions, the status of the subject, and the intended location of the sculpture, whether in private homes, temples, or public spaces. The most common material used in Roman sculpture was marble, which was prized for its durability, fine grain, and ability to hold intricate details. Marble sculptures, particularly portrait busts and full-body statues, were a hallmark of Roman art. This material allowed sculptors to carve highly realistic representations of their subjects, capturing fine details such as wrinkles, textures of skin, and the intricacies of clothing. One of the key techniques in marble sculpture was the process of carving, where the artist would begin with a block of marble and use tools like chisels and rasps to carefully shape the form. The use of pointing machines allowed for the enlargement of smaller models into full-scale statues, which helped maintain the accuracy of the proportions and details. In addition to marble, bronze was another popular material for creating sculptures. Bronze statues were often more dynamic and could be cast in more fluid, naturalistic poses than marble. The casting process, known as the lost wax technique, involved creating a model of the statue in wax, coating it with clay, and then heating the mold to melt the wax away, leaving a hollow space into which molten bronze could be poured. This method allowed for the production of more complex sculptures with greater freedom of movement. Many bronze statues, such as the equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius, have survived to this day and demonstrate the skillful manipulation of this material to create lifelike, larger-than-life figures. Roman sculptors also used terracotta for smaller works, particularly in the early Republic. Terracotta was more accessible and inexpensive than marble or bronze, making it a common choice for creating figurines, busts, and votive offerings. While not as durable as marble or bronze, terracotta allowed for quick and expressive works, often used in household shrines or as personal mementos. Another technique frequently employed by Roman sculptors was relief carving, particularly in the creation of monumental works like the Arapacis or Trajan's Column. Relief sculpture allowed artists to carve intricate scenes into a flat surface, creating a narrative that could be easily understood by the public. The relief process involved varying the depth of the carving, with more prominent figures standing out in higher relief, while others were carved deeper into the stone to create a sense of depth and perspective. Roman sculptors also utilized paint to enhance the appearance of their works, especially in the earlier periods. While many sculptures are now seen in their white marble state, many were originally brightly painted to enhance details and make the figures more lifelike. Colors were applied to the eyes, hair, clothing, and sometimes to the entire figure, adding vibrancy and realism to the sculpture. In conclusion, the techniques and materials used in Roman sculpture were integral to the creation of some of the most enduring works of art in history. From the detailed carvings in marble to the dynamic bronzes and intricate reliefs, Roman sculptors combined skill, innovation, and creativity to produce pieces that were not only aesthetically remarkable, but also carried profound political, cultural, and historical significance. The materials and techniques of Roman sculpture played a vital role in shaping how the empire understood itself, its rulers, and its legacy. Chapter 6: Painting and Mosaics. Roman painting and mosaics were integral to the visual culture of ancient Rome, serving both decorative and functional purposes in private homes, public spaces, and religious sites. These art forms were not only valued for their beauty, but also for their ability to convey wealth, status, and cultural sophistication. Roman painting, primarily found in the homes of the elite, and mosaics, used in both public and private settings, are key to understanding the artistic practices of the Roman world. These mediums played a central role in Roman architecture, enhancing the visual experience and providing insight into daily life, mythology, and imperial power. Roman painting was influenced by earlier Greek traditions, but the Romans added their own distinct characteristics. Paintings were executed in fresco, a technique in which pigments were applied to freshly laid wet plaster. This method allowed the paint to bond directly with the surface, ensuring the durability of the artwork. The frescoed walls in Roman villas, such as those in Pompeii and Herculaneum, reveal a rich variety of styles, ranging from intricate landscapes and still lifes to mythological scenes and depictions of daily life. The paintings in these homes often had a decorative function, creating the illusion of space and grandeur within rooms. Some rooms featured architectural illusionism, where painted columns, windows, and landscapes gave the appearance of extending the room into the outdoors. Other paintings depicted mythological themes, which were used to display cultural sophistication or connect the homeowner to divine figures. For example, the frescoes from the Villa of the Mysteries in Pompeii depict the initiation rites of a Dionysian cult, emphasizing both religious and social themes. Roman mosaics, made from small pieces of stone, glass, or ceramic, were another prominent form of decoration, particularly in floors and walls. These mosaics were often used in public buildings, baths, and private homes, showcasing both intricate designs and scenes of everyday life. Some mosaics portrayed mythological stories, while others featured portraits or representations of nature, such as animals and plants. The House of the Faun in Pompeii, for example, contains one of the most famous mosaics, a depiction of the battle between Alexander the Great and Darius III, which demonstrates the use of mosaics to capture significant historical events. Mosaics were also employed in more functional spaces, such as baths or dining areas, where they often depicted scenes of leisure, such as banquets or gladiatorial games, reinforcing the social values of luxury and entertainment. The use of color and detail in Roman mosaics was highly advanced. The tesserae, or small pieces of stone or glass, were carefully arranged to create finely detailed images with a remarkable sense of depth and texture. These mosaics often use shading and perspective to create realistic and dynamic compositions. Many mosaics also served as markers of social status, as wealthy Romans commissioned elaborate works for their homes to impress guests and demonstrate their wealth and taste. In conclusion, painting and mosaics were crucial to the cultural and artistic landscape of ancient Rome. They were not only mediums of artistic expression, but also powerful tools of social and political commentary. Whether in the form of grand frescoes in villas or intricate mosaics in public spaces, Roman artists used these art forms to reflect the values, ideals, and concerns of Roman society, creating works that continue to captivate audiences today. Fresco styles and techniques. Roman fresco painting represents one of the most significant achievements in the visual culture of ancient Rome. The technique of fresco, in which pigments are applied onto freshly laid plaster, allowed for vibrant and durable artworks that adorned the walls of Roman homes, public buildings, and temples. These frescoes often served both decorative and symbolic purposes, and their styles evolved over time, reflecting the changing tastes, political environments, and social structures of the Roman Empire. The first style of Roman fresco painting, also known as the incrustation style, emerged during the late 3rd century BCE. This style was characterized by the imitation of luxurious marble panels, where walls were painted to resemble marble, creating a sense of opulence and wealth. The frescoes mimicked the appearance of colored marble slabs, often in alternating patterns of stripes and rectangles. This style was particularly common in the early Roman Republic, where the desire to emulate Greek artistic traditions was strong, and it served as a way to signify the homeowner's status and wealth. As the Roman world expanded, the second style of fresco painting, also known as the architectural style, became popular around the 1st century BCE. This style involved the creation of illusionistic space on the walls, where painted columns, windows, and doorways appeared to extend the room into the outdoors. These murals often featured imaginary landscapes, providing a sense of depth and a visual escape from the confines of the interior. The most famous examples of the second style can be found in the Villa of the Mysteries in Pompeii, where large frescoes depict mythological scenes with dramatic perspectives and an almost theatrical quality. This style was used to make interior spaces feel larger and more open, creating an environment that suggested a connection to the broader world outside. The third style, or the ornate style, developed around the late 1st century BCE and continued into the early imperial period. Characterized by intricate, delicate motifs, this style featured smaller, more detailed decorative elements set against flat, monochromatic backgrounds. Architectural elements were minimized, and the focus shifted to ornamental designs such as mythological scenes, landscapes, and still lifes. The use of fine lines and intricate detail was common, creating a sense of elegance and refinement. This style often included subtle elements of mysticism or allegory, where the artwork was intended not just for visual enjoyment, but also to convey symbolic meanings to the viewer. The fourth style, known as the intricate or combined style, emerged during the reign of Emperor Nero and became dominant in the mid-1st century CE. This style represented a synthesis of the previous three, blending elements of architectural illusionism, ornate decoration, and elaborate narrative scenes. It featured bold, colorful patterns and intricate details, often incorporating mythological themes, portraits, and everyday scenes. One of the most famous examples of the fourth style can be found in the House of the Veti in Pompeii, where large, highly detailed frescoes cover the walls, creating a dynamic interplay between architecture and decoration. Roman frescoes were typically executed using the true fresco technique, where pigments were mixed with water and applied directly to wet plaster. As the wall dried, the pigment became an integral part of the surface, making the fresco highly durable. The colors used in Roman frescoes were often derived from natural minerals and plant-based pigments, creating a rich and varied palette. The attention to detail and the skill involved in creating these frescoes were extraordinary, as artists utilized shading, perspective, and color contrast to create lifelike, three-dimensional compositions. In conclusion, the evolution of fresco styles in Roman art demonstrates the dynamic nature of Roman artistic expression. From the simple elegance of the first style to the elaborate narratives and illusionistic spaces of the fourth style, Roman frescoes were an essential part of the architectural landscape, blending artistic technique with social and cultural meaning. These frescoes not only enhanced the beauty of Roman interiors, but also conveyed complex ideas about status, culture, and mythology, leaving a lasting legacy in the history of Western art. Pompeian wall paintings. Pompeian wall paintings, often found in the ruins of the ancient city of Pompeii, are some of the best preserved examples of Roman fresco painting. These artworks offer valuable insight into the daily life, tastes, and artistic achievements of Roman society, particularly during the 1st century BCE and early 1st century CE. The frescoes from Pompeii reflect a range of styles and themes, revealing the Romans' love of opulence, their connection to Greek culture, and their evolving aesthetic sensibilities. The wall paintings of Pompeii are typically classified into 4 distinct styles that evolved over time, each reflecting different artistic priorities and techniques. The first style, known as the incrustation style, was prevalent in the early Republic and was characterized by paintings that imitated the appearance of costly marble. These frescoes created the illusion of luxurious stone panels, often in vibrant colors like red, yellow, and black, and were commonly used in atriums or other central spaces of Roman homes to convey wealth and refinement. The illusion of marble was meant to suggest a sense of sophistication, even in less costly materials. By the 1st century BCE, the second style, or architectural style, became dominant. This style was marked by highly illusionistic frescoes that transformed the interior walls of Roman homes into seemingly open spaces. Artists painted elaborate architectural features, such as columns, windows, and doors, which appeared to extend the walls outward into a fantastic landscape or a view of the outdoors. This style reflected the Roman desire to bring the outside world into their private spaces, often incorporating mythological themes or idealized natural settings. The Villa of the Mysteries in Pompeii is one of the most famous examples of the second style, with its dramatic scenes of Dionysian rites painted in vivid color and intricate detail. The third style, or ornate style, emerged around the late 1st century BCE. This style favored delicate, intricate designs set against plain backgrounds, and it often featured mythological subjects or ornamental patterns. The focus shifted from large, architectural illusions to smaller-scale, more refined motifs, such as figures framed in elaborate borders or fine detail in landscapes. The frescoes from the Villa of the Livia in Rome showcase the elegance of this style, with its beautifully detailed depictions of natural settings, including plants, animals, and mythological scenes. The fourth style, also known as the intricate style, became prominent in the early imperial period, particularly under Emperor Nero's reign. This style combined elements of the earlier styles with a mix of architectural illusionism, small-scale decoration, and large narrative scenes. Frescoes from the House of the Veti in Pompeii, for example, incorporate bright colors, intricate patterns, and mythological stories, creating a lively and complex visual experience. The fourth style was the most elaborate and ornate, often using multiple layers of imagery and illusion to create a sense of depth and complexity on the flat surface of the wall. Pompeian wall paintings offer rich insight into Roman society, as they reflect not only artistic tastes, but also social values and political propaganda. Many of the frescoes contain references to mythological stories, Roman gods and goddesses, and scenes from the lives of emperors, reinforcing the cultural importance of religion and politics. Additionally, the subject matter of the frescoes often had a symbolic meaning, such as themes of luxury, wealth, and the power of Rome, reinforcing the status of the homeowner or the patron who commissioned the work. In conclusion, the Pompeian wall paintings are a testament to the artistic sophistication of Roman fresco artists. Through their use of color, texture, and illusionistic techniques, these paintings were not only decorative elements of Roman interiors, but also powerful visual statements that reflect the cultural, social, and political values of their time. The frescoes continue to captivate audiences today, offering a window into the past and a glimpse into the lives of the people who lived in one of the most influential cities of the Roman Empire. Mythological and daily life themes. The frescoes of Pompeii are rich in imagery, offering a glimpse into the diverse themes that defined Roman art and culture. Two of the most prevalent categories of subject matter found in these wall paintings are mythological themes and depictions of daily life. These themes not only reflect the interests and beliefs of the Roman elite, but also reveal how art was used to communicate values, social status, and connections to divine power or cultural traditions. Mythological themes were particularly prominent in Pompeian frescoes, as they served both as visual narratives and as expressions of Roman religious and cultural identity. Many homes, especially those of the wealthy, featured mythological scenes that drew on Greek and Roman legends, including tales of gods, heroes, and divine interventions. The Villa of the Mysteries, for example, contains a series of frescoes that depict the initiation rites of a Dionysian cult, filled with vivid and dramatic representations of the god Dionysus and his followers. These mythological depictions often portrayed gods and heroes in idealized settings, emphasizing their power, beauty, and moral lessons. The inclusion of such scenes also served to elevate the status of the homeowner, associating them with divine figures or showing their cultural sophistication through the appreciation of mythological tradition. The mythological frescoes were not purely decorative, but were also imbued with symbolic meaning. The gods represented in these artworks were seen as powerful protectors and figures of moral guidance, and many Roman households would feature images of gods such as Jupiter, Venus, and Neptune to invoke their favor. For example, the myth of Persephone's abduction by Pluto, as seen in several Pompeian frescoes, can be interpreted as a reflection on themes of death and rebirth, highlighting the Romans' complex relationship with mortality, the afterlife, and the gods who governed these realms. In contrast to these mythological themes, Roman frescoes also captured the everyday life of the people, reflecting the culture's emphasis on luxury, leisure, and the status of its citizens. These depictions were often more grounded and relatable, offering a window into the social practices, habits, and ideals of Roman society. Frescoes in the House of the Faun and House of the Veti, for instance, show banquets, gatherings, and even glimpses of domestic activities like cooking and bathing. Scenes of domestic life were not only meant to entertain and provide a sense of realism, but also to reinforce Roman values surrounding hospitality, family, and social status. Additionally, many frescoes also portrayed still life scenes where the abundance of food, flowers, and everyday objects symbolized wealth, prosperity, and the enjoyment of luxury. These images served as reminders of the pleasures of life, which were highly valued in Roman culture. In some cases, they also functioned as subtle symbols of the transitory nature of life, as the enjoyment of material goods could be fleeting. Daily life was often presented in conjunction with mythological motifs, blending the divine with the mundane in a way that emphasized the interconnectedness of the Roman worldview. For example, frescoes might depict a banquet scene with divine figures watching over or participating in the feast, thus reinforcing the idea that the gods were present in all aspects of daily life and that the enjoyment of worldly pleasures was a part of divine order. In conclusion, the themes of mythological and daily life in Pompeian frescoes were integral to the way the Romans used art to express their religious beliefs, social values, and personal identities. These paintings reveal a society deeply connected to its myths and gods, while also highlighting the pleasures and intricacies of everyday Roman existence. Through these works, we gain a richer understanding of the cultural dynamics that shaped Roman art and its role in daily life. Mosaic art in public and private spaces. Mosaic art played a significant role in Roman visual culture, appearing in both public and private spaces as a means of decoration, storytelling, and social display. Composed of small pieces of stone, glass, or ceramic, mosaics were used to create detailed and durable images that adorned the floors, walls, and ceilings of Roman buildings. These intricate works were highly valued for their craftsmanship and served as both decorative elements and expressions of wealth, status, and cultural identity. In public spaces, mosaics were often commissioned for use in temples, bathhouses, public villas, and forums, serving not only as decorative elements, but also as powerful tools for reinforcing political and social messages. One of the most striking uses of mosaics in public spaces was in the baths, where large-scale mosaics could be found in both the floors and walls of the bathing areas. These mosaics frequently depicted mythological themes, scenes of nature, and figures from everyday life. The baths of Caracalla in Rome, for example, feature mosaic floors with intricate depictions of animals and mythical creatures, reflecting the public's interest in both the divine and natural worlds. In forums, mosaics serve to celebrate the achievements of emperors and military victories. The famous Battle of Issus mosaic, found in Pompeii and likely commissioned by a wealthy patron, depicts the famous battle between Alexander the Great and Darius III of Persia. This mosaic demonstrates the Roman tendency to use art as a tool of both education and propaganda, immortalizing significant historical moments in the form of a visually striking and easily understandable image. Public mosaics in these spaces were often created to glorify Rome's military power, celebrate imperial victories, and instill pride in Roman citizenship. Mosaics in private spaces, particularly in the homes of the wealthy, were often used to showcase status and sophistication. In private villas, such as those in Pompeii and Herculaneum, mosaics adorned the floors of atriums, dining rooms, and courtyards, providing a visual narrative of the homeowner's lifestyle and values. Common themes included depictions of luxurious banquets, mythological narratives, and domestic scenes, each chosen to reflect the homeowner's refined tastes and social standing. One of the most famous examples of a private mosaic is found in the House of the Faun in Pompeii, where a large floor mosaic depicts the Battle of Alexander the Great, underscoring the homeowner's wealth, education, and interest in history and culture. Another important feature of mosaics in private homes was their ability to reflect the homeowner's personality and cultural sophistication. Some mosaics depicted scenes from everyday life, such as animals, flowers, and domestic activities, while others showcased elaborate geometric patterns or mythological figures, often intended to provoke thought or admiration. The use of mosaics in this context served as a form of self-expression, with homeowners commissioning works that highlighted their wealth, refinement, and connection to elite cultural traditions. The use of mosaic floors in Roman homes also served a practical purpose, as they were durable and easy to maintain, making them a practical and long-lasting choice for decoration. The wide variety of scenes and themes found in both public and private spaces reveals the versatility of mosaics, which could adapt to different settings and purposes, whether they were commemorating important historical events, celebrating leisure, or simply creating an aesthetically pleasing environment. In conclusion, mosaic art in both public and private Roman spaces served multiple purposes. It was a means of displaying wealth and power, conveying political or cultural messages, and adding beauty and refinement to living spaces. Whether in the grand halls of public buildings or the intimate spaces of private homes, Roman mosaics left a lasting impact on the visual culture of the empire, providing future generations with vivid depictions of Roman life, politics, and aesthetics. Color and perspective in Roman painting. Roman painting is renowned for its sophisticated use of color and perspective, techniques that helped artists create realistic and engaging compositions in frescoes and murals. The Roman mastery of these elements allowed them to produce dynamic works of art that not only served decorative functions, but also conveyed deep symbolic meanings and narratives. The use of color and perspective in Roman art reflects both a refined sense of aesthetic beauty and an understanding of how to manipulate space and form to evoke specific emotions or reactions from the viewer. Color played a central role in Roman painting, with artists carefully selecting pigments from natural minerals, plants, and other materials to create a wide range of hues. Roman painters used colors not just for aesthetic appeal, but also to symbolize specific meanings or invoke certain emotions. For instance, red often signified power or wealth, while gold was associated with divinity and the emperor's status. The rich use of color in Roman frescoes and murals was especially evident in domestic spaces, such as the homes in Pompeii, where vibrant hues were used to adorn walls and create a lively atmosphere. These walls often featured bold color schemes, with deep reds, yellows, and greens, complemented by contrasting black and white to create dramatic effects. One of the most notable features of Roman painting was the use of perspective to create the illusion of depth and three-dimensional space on a two-dimensional surface. While the Romans did not develop the mathematical perspective system seen in Renaissance art, they employed a form of illusionistic perspective that made interior spaces appear larger and more open. This technique was particularly evident in the second style of Roman fresco painting, which emerged in the 1st century BCE. Artists used painted columns, windows, and architectural elements to create the illusion of extending the interior room into an imagined outdoor landscape. This allowed them to visually enlarge the space and create a sense of connection between the viewer and the natural world outside. The use of perspective in Roman painting also involved foreshortening, a technique that made figures appear more three-dimensional by adjusting their proportions to simulate depth. This was particularly useful in depicting human figures or objects that receded into the background, as seen in the frescoes of the Villa of the Mysteries in Pompeii. In these paintings, figures and architectural elements are arranged in ways that seem to recede into space, creating a dynamic visual experience for the viewer. In addition to these formal techniques, Roman artists also paid great attention to the gradation of color to enhance the illusion of light and shadow. This technique, known as chiaroscuro, involved using darker shades to suggest depth and lighter hues to represent highlights. The careful manipulation of light and shadow gave figures and objects a sense of volume, making them appear more lifelike and grounded within the painted space. Overall, the use of color and perspective in Roman painting reflects the culture's appreciation for both realism and idealization. Through their understanding of color symbolism and perspective techniques, Roman artists were able to create paintings that were not only visually impressive, but also rich in meaning. These paintings offered a glimpse into the sophisticated artistic practices of the ancient Romans, providing future generations with examples of how color and perspective could be used to create compelling, lifelike, and meaningful works of art. Chapter 7: Public Monuments and Commemorative Art. Public monuments and commemorative art were essential elements of Roman society, serving as both physical landmarks and visual symbols of Roman power, military prowess, and imperial propaganda. These monumental works, which included statues, arches, columns, and triumphal monuments, were designed to honor military victories, celebrate political achievements, and immortalize the glory of the Roman state. Commemorative art was not just a means of decoration, but a strategic tool for reinforcing the Roman identity and the authority of the emperor or the state. One of the most iconic forms of Roman commemorative art is the triumphal arch, which was erected to mark significant military victories. These arches were often adorned with intricate reliefs depicting scenes of battles, the triumphal procession, and the conquered peoples. The Arch of Titus, built by Emperor Domitian in the 1st century CE, is a notable example. It commemorates the Roman victory over Jerusalem in 70 CE, with detailed reliefs showing Roman soldiers carrying spoils from the conquest, including the sacred menorah. These arches not only celebrated military victories, but also served to remind the Roman public of the power and reach of the empire. Similarly, triumphal columns became prominent in commemorating military triumphs, with the most famous being the Column of Trajan. Erected in Rome after Emperor Trajan's victory in the Dacian Wars, this column is a masterpiece of commemorative art, featuring a continuous spiral frieze that depicts the story of Trajan's campaigns. The column's detailed reliefs highlight the Roman army's discipline, the emperor's leadership, and the empire's dominance. Such monuments functioned as both historical records and political statements, reinforcing imperial power and projecting the emperor's image as a victorious leader and protector of Rome. In addition to military commemorations, Roman public monuments also celebrated imperial virtues and the achievements of emperors. Portraits of emperors were often placed in public spaces, whether on horseback statues or on monumental platforms, where they were positioned to be seen by the largest number of citizens. These statues, like the equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius, portrayed the emperor as a divine and powerful figure, reinforcing the authority of the emperor and symbolizing stability and protection for the empire. Commemorative art was also used to honor individuals who had contributed significantly to Roman society. such as generals, senators, and even benefactors of cities. Honorific statues were placed in public spaces like forums and marketplaces to acknowledge these individuals' contributions to the state. These statues were often created in the tradition of verism, emphasizing the individual's character and achievements rather than idealizing their physical form, a style that reinforced Roman values of duty, strength, and integrity. Public monuments were not only tools of remembrance, but also vehicles for political messaging. Through grand public art, the emperors communicated their power, military successes, and virtuous rule. The placement of these monuments in key public locations, such as forums, basilicas, and victory roads, ensured that these messages were visible to all citizens and visitors of Rome. The permanence of these works of art also ensured that the achievements they commemorated would be remembered for generations, solidifying the emperor's legacy and the empire's glory. In conclusion, Roman public monuments and commemorative art played a central role in the visual culture of the empire, functioning as tools of propaganda and historical documentation. Through their scale, design, and location, these works celebrated the power of the Roman state and the virtues of its leaders, ensuring that the grandeur of Rome would be remembered long after its victories had been achieved. Triumphal arches and columns. Triumphal arches and columns were among the most significant forms of commemorative architecture in ancient Rome, celebrating military victories, imperial achievements, and the authority of the emperor. These monumental structures not only served as physical markers of Roman power, but also as visual narratives that conveyed the grandeur and divine sanction of the Roman Empire. Both arches and columns became essential elements of Roman public art, designed to reinforce the emperor's image and remind citizens of the empire's strength and its leaders' successes. The triumphal arch originated as a form of celebration for victorious generals returning from battle, but it evolved into a symbol of the emperor's power. These arches were typically monumental in size, built at key locations in cities such as Rome or in conquered territories to commemorate significant military victories. The Arch of Titus, erected in 81 CE to honor the victory of Emperor Titus in the Siege of Jerusalem, is a prime example of the form. The arch is adorned with relief sculptures that narrate the triumphal procession, showing Roman soldiers carrying the spoils of war, including the famous Jewish menorah. The arch's detailed reliefs serve as a visual record of Roman military might, underscoring the emperor's role as the divine leader who brought order and success to the empire. The Arch of Constantine, built in 315 CE, further exemplifies the use of triumphal arches as a political tool. It commemorates Constantine's victory over Maxentius at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge. The arch is notable not only for its scale, but also for the way it blends elements from earlier arches to associate Constantine with the glory of past emperors, reinforcing his legitimacy. These arches were not just commemorative, they were propaganda tools that helped solidify the emperor's connection to divine favor and imperial triumph. Triumphal columns were similarly important in celebrating victories. The most famous example is the Column of Trajan, erected in 113 CE to honor Trajan's victory in the Dacian Wars. Standing at 98 feet tall, the column is adorned with a continuous spiral frieze that winds its way around the shaft, depicting scenes of battle, military strategy, and the emperor's leadership. The reliefs illustrate the Roman army's discipline and the emperor's role as a military leader, celebrating the triumph not just as a military success, but as a manifestation of Roman virtues. The Column of Trajan serves not only as a commemorative piece, but also as a visual history, narrating the events of the Dacian campaigns for all to see. Both triumphal arches and columns were placed strategically in public spaces, such as forums, along roads, and near temples, ensuring that the messages they conveyed were visible to the largest number of people. They were designed not just for artistic admiration, but as political statements, reinforcing imperial authority and the divine approval of Rome's conquests. In conclusion, Triumphal arches and columns were essential components of Roman public art, serving as both historical records and powerful tools of imperial propaganda. Through these monumental structures, the Roman Empire immortalized its victories and celebrated the power of its rulers, ensuring that their triumphs would be remembered for generations. Victory monuments and military art. Victory monuments and military art were central to the way the Roman Empire commemorated its military successes and celebrated the achievements of its generals and emperors. These monuments served not only as public displays of power and triumph, but also as tools of propaganda that reinforced the ideals of Roman strength, discipline, and divine favor. Whether in the form of statues, reliefs, or monumental structures, these artworks were designed to communicate Rome's dominance over its enemies and the emperor's role in maintaining the empire's glory. Victory monuments, such as triumphal arches and columns, were common throughout the empire, erected to honor generals or emperors who had achieved significant military victories. These structures typically featured detailed relief sculptures that depicted scenes from the battlefield, celebrating the victory and highlighting the bravery and leadership of the emperor. One of the most famous examples of a victory monument is the Column of Trajan, built in 113 CE to commemorate Emperor Trajan's conquest of Dacia. The column's continuous frieze wraps around the structure, showcasing detailed scenes of the military campaign, from the preparation for battle to the final victory. These images not only celebrated Trajan's personal triumph, but also served as a record of the Roman military's organization, tactics, and discipline. Military art in the Roman world extended beyond monumental architecture to include sculptural reliefs and statues. The reliefs found on triumphal arches, such as the Arch of Titus, also functioned as victory monuments. The Arch of Titus, for example, depicts Roman soldiers carrying spoils from the siege of Jerusalem, including the sacred treasures of the Jewish temple. These reliefs conveyed the narrative of conquest and emphasized the Roman army's ability to subdue even the most rebellious of peoples. The use of such imagery was not only to commemorate the victory, but also to remind the Roman public of the emperor's power and the empire's global reach. Another significant form of military art was the equestrian statue, which depicted emperors or military leaders on horseback, emphasizing their authority, strength, and leadership. The equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius, for example, portrays the emperor as a commanding figure, exuding power and control. Such statues were placed in public spaces, reinforcing the emperor's image as the central figure of Roman military might and leadership. In addition to celebrating military victories, victory monuments also served as a reminder of the Roman ideals of discipline, courage, and duty. The depiction of Roman soldiers, often shown in highly idealized and heroic forms, reinforced the virtues that were essential to the success of the empire. These military artworks aimed to inspire admiration, instill pride in the Roman populace, and emphasize the importance of the Roman military in maintaining the empire's stability and expanding its borders. In conclusion, victory monuments and military art were vital to the Roman Empire's strategy of commemoration and propaganda. Through triumphal arches, columns, statues, and reliefs, the Romans not only celebrated their military achievements, but also projected an image of invincibility and divine favor. These artworks helped to immortalize the victories of emperors and generals, while reinforcing the power and glory of the Roman state for future generations. The Forum as a center of public art. The Roman Forum was the heart of political, social, and religious life in ancient Rome, and it also served as a central space for public art. It was here that the most important public monuments, sculptures, and architectural masterpieces were placed to both commemorate historical events and assert the power of the state. The Forum was more than just a marketplace or gathering space. It was a carefully curated environment where art was strategically positioned to reinforce Roman values, glorify imperial achievements, and legitimize the power of the emperor and the Roman state. One of the most prominent features of the Roman Forum was the presence of triumphal arches, columns, and statues that celebrated military victories and political success. The Forum of Augustus, for example, was adorned with large statues of important figures, including Augustus himself, as well as reliefs depicting his military triumphs. These statues were not merely decorative, they were a form of public propaganda, reinforcing Augustus's image as the bringer of peace and stability to Rome. The Forum was designed to communicate power and legitimacy to those who passed through it, often placing visual reminders of the emperor's achievements at every turn. In addition to the triumphal monuments, the Forum was home to honorific statues and busts of generals, consuls, and other prominent figures who had contributed to the Roman state. These statues were placed in prominent locations within the Forum, allowing citizens and visitors to pay homage to those who upheld the ideals of Roman leadership and virtue. Statues like those of Julius Caesar and Marcus Aurelius were not only representations of these figures, but also embodied Roman ideals of power, honor, and strength. They often stood in strategic positions, ensuring that their image was visible to the public as a constant reminder of Roman greatness. Another key feature of public art in the Forum was the use of reliefs on monuments such as the Column of Phocas and the Arch of Titus. These reliefs told the stories of military victories, conquests, and the emperor's divine favor, often highlighting key moments such as the emperor's victory over foreign enemies or his celebrations of peace. The reliefs in the Forum served as visual narratives that conveyed Rome's power and divine right to rule, ensuring that every visitor was aware of the empire's dominance and the emperor's role as its leader. The Forum of Trajan, built in the early 2nd century CE, is another example of the Forum's role as a hub for public art. The monumental Column of Trajan, with its spiral frieze depicting the emperor's Dacian campaigns, is perhaps the most famous feature of this space. The frieze's intricate carvings not only celebrate military triumph, but also showcase Roman organizational prowess, engineering feats, and the discipline of the Roman legions. The column, along with the surrounding statues and reliefs, turned the Forum into a visual history of Trajan's reign and Roman imperial ideology. In conclusion, the Roman Forum functioned as an open-air museum, filled with monumental public art designed to celebrate Rome's imperial power, military victories, and divine protection. The strategically placed sculptures, statues, and reliefs transformed the Forum into a space of constant visual reinforcement of Roman values and the legitimacy of imperial rule. These works of public art communicated the grandeur of Rome to both its citizens and visitors, reminding them of the empire's greatness and the leadership that ensured its dominance in the ancient world. Commemorative inscriptions and epigraphy. Commemorative inscriptions and epigraphy played a crucial role in Roman art and culture, serving as both historical records and instruments of propaganda. These inscriptions were typically carved into stone or metal and placed on public monuments, statues, and buildings to commemorate important events, military victories, and the achievements of emperors, generals, and other prominent figures. Epigraphy, the study of these inscriptions, offers valuable insight into the social, political, and religious life of ancient Rome, allowing us to understand how the Romans memorialized their past and projected their power. One of the most significant aspects of Roman commemorative inscriptions was their use in triumphal monuments, such as triumphal arches, columns, and stelae. These inscriptions were often paired with elaborate sculptural reliefs and served to announce the glory of the emperor and the Roman state. For example, the Arch of Titus, built to commemorate the Roman victory over Jerusalem in 70 CE, contains an inscription that identifies the emperor and celebrates his divine right to rule. This inscription, along with the reliefs depicting the victory, served as both a historical record and a statement of imperial authority. The use of inscriptions in these monuments ensured that future generations would remember the emperor's military successes and his role in expanding and preserving the empire. Inscriptions on honorific statues also served as a key form of commemorative art. These statues were often accompanied by inscriptions that recorded the individual's accomplishments and virtues. For instance, statues of generals or consuls were typically inscribed with their names, titles, and achievements. These inscriptions were designed to immortalize the individual's contributions to the state, allowing their memory to endure long after their death. Such inscriptions were particularly important in the context of Roman society, where memory and reputation were closely tied to one's standing in the community and the lasting legacy of their deeds. In addition to military and political commemorations, epigraphic evidence also includes funerary inscriptions, which were placed on tombs and grave markers to honor the dead. These inscriptions were a means of preserving the memory of individuals and their families, and they often included details about the deceased's life, accomplishments, and virtues. The importance of commemorating the dead was central to Roman religious practices, and many tombs were adorned with inscriptions that invoked the gods, celebrated the deceased's virtues, or outlined the contributions the individual made to Roman society. Epigraphy also provides insight into the cultural and social practices of Rome, as inscriptions were often written in both Latin and Greek, reflecting the empire's multilingual nature. The language used in these inscriptions could be highly formal, emphasizing the grandeur of the subject, or more personal, conveying intimate details about individuals and their families. Whether grandiose or personal, the inscriptions left behind by the Romans offer a direct connection to the past, allowing us to understand how they viewed their world and how they wished to be remembered. In conclusion, commemorative inscriptions and epigraphy were essential to Roman public art, serving not only as historical records, but also as expressions of imperial power, social status, and personal legacy. These inscriptions helped to immortalize the achievements of the emperor, military leaders, and ordinary citizens, ensuring that their memory would be preserved for future generations. Through these written words, the Romans crafted a lasting narrative of their empire, one that continues to inform our understanding of their civilization today. Political messaging in public spaces. Political messaging in public spaces was a key feature of Roman art and architecture, where the visual language of monuments, sculptures, and inscriptions conveyed messages of power, legitimacy, and imperial ideology to the public. These spaces were carefully designed to communicate the emperor's authority, celebrate military victories, and reinforce Roman ideals of citizenship, duty, and loyalty to the state. Public art, displayed in highly visible locations such as the Forum, triumphal arches, and public buildings, functioned as a form of political propaganda, ensuring that messages of the emperor's divine favor and Rome's dominance were constantly in view of its citizens. One of the most significant forms of political messaging was the use of triumphal arches, which celebrated military victories and commemorated the emperor's successes. These arches, such as the Arch of Titus or the Arch of Constantine, were strategically placed in public areas to ensure their visibility. The inscriptions on these arches, alongside the sculptural reliefs, were designed to immortalize the achievements of the emperor and to link his reign to the prosperity and strength of the Roman Empire. Inscriptions not only praised the emperor's military triumphs, but also highlighted his relationship with the gods, often emphasizing that his victories were granted by divine will. These political messages helped to solidify the emperor's legitimacy and divine right to rule. The use of imperial statues in public spaces also played a crucial role in political messaging. Statues of emperors were often placed in prominent locations within cities, particularly in forums, basilicas, and temples. These statues portrayed the emperor in a heroic or divine manner, reinforcing his status as both a political and religious leader. The equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius, for example, portrayed the emperor as a commanding figure, exuding authority and strength, and served as a reminder of the emperor's role in maintaining order and protecting the empire. These statues were not just artistic representations. They were deliberate political symbols that conveyed the power and importance of the emperor in the eyes of the Roman people. In addition to statues and arches, public inscriptions were a critical form of political messaging. These inscriptions, which could be found on everything from temples to military equipment, often proclaimed the emperor's achievements, marked new construction projects, and memorialized political events. They reinforced the idea of Roman prosperity and power, while providing a permanent record of imperial policy and the emperor's role in shaping the empire's destiny. Funerary inscriptions also contributed to political messaging, as they commemorated the lives of prominent Roman citizens and reinforced social hierarchies and values, linking individual success to the broader narrative of Rome's greatness. Public spaces in Rome were carefully constructed as visual landscapes designed to impress and inspire awe, and political messaging was woven into every aspect of this urban environment. These monuments and artworks ensured that political ideologies were not just communicated through speeches or writings, but were integrated into the very fabric of Roman society. By surrounding citizens with symbols of imperial power and military might, the Roman government ensured that its messages of authority, continuity, and divine favor were constantly reinforced. In this way, public art served as an essential tool for maintaining the power and legitimacy of the Roman state, leaving an enduring visual legacy of Roman political life. Chapter 8: Religious Art and Temples. Religious art and temples were central to the cultural and spiritual life of ancient Rome. The Romans believed that their success as an empire was directly linked to their devotion to the gods, and religious art was a means of expressing this reverence. Temples, statues, altars, and other religious artworks were carefully constructed to honor the deities, serve as spaces for worship, and commemorate important religious events. The relationship between the divine and the emperor was also represented in religious art, where the emperor was often depicted as a representative of the gods on earth, blending political power with spiritual authority. The design and decoration of temples were among the most significant forms of Roman religious architecture. Temples were dedicated to various gods and were often strategically placed in prominent locations, such as in the Roman Forum or on the Capitoline Hill, to ensure they were visible to the public. One of the most famous temples is the Pantheon, which, despite its later renovation by Emperor Hadrian, represents the height of Roman temple architecture. Its massive dome, with its oculus opening to the heavens, symbolized the connection between the gods and the Roman people. The Pantheon was originally dedicated to all the gods, a testament to Roman polytheism and their belief in divine favor. Roman religious statues were often placed in temples, and these statues represented the gods in human form. They were carefully crafted, with idealized features that captured the essence of the deity they represented. Jupiter, the king of the gods, was often depicted in a powerful, regal posture, while Venus was shown in a more graceful, sensual manner. These statues were intended to serve as the focal points of worship, with offerings made to them and prayers said in their presence. The quality and style of these sculptures varied, but they generally adhered to a sense of idealization that reflected Roman values of strength, beauty, and divine perfection. The rituals associated with Roman temples were an essential aspect of religious life. Temples were places not only for the display of art, but also for public sacrifices, prayers, and other religious ceremonies. The act of creating and maintaining these sacred spaces was viewed as a means of ensuring the favor of the gods. The altar, often situated in the center of a temple or temple precinct, was the place where offerings were made, and it too was an important part of religious art. These altars could be elaborately decorated with scenes depicting religious myths or ceremonies, adding a visual layer to the religious experience. Religious art was also used to promote the emperor's divine role, especially in the context of the imperial cult. Emperors were often depicted in a divine manner, showing their close association with the gods. Statues and reliefs representing emperors offering sacrifices or in the company of gods were common, reinforcing the idea that the emperor was both the political and spiritual leader of the Roman people. Temples and other religious monuments were often funded by emperors, serving as symbols of their piety and their connection to the divine. In conclusion, religious art and temples were integral to the Roman worldview, serving not only as expressions of piety, but also as tools of political power. Through their architecture, sculptures, and rituals, the Romans created a visible and enduring relationship between the gods, the emperor, and the state, reinforcing the empire's unity and strength. These religious monuments continue to stand as enduring symbols of Roman religious practices and their commitment to securing divine favor. Roman temples and their designs. Roman temples were architectural masterpieces that embodied the Romans' deep sense of religious devotion and their commitment to the divine order. These structures were dedicated to a variety of gods and goddesses, each temple designed to reflect the specific attributes of the deity to whom it was devoted. While Roman temples evolved over time, their design principles were rooted in the classical Greek tradition, albeit with distinct Roman characteristics that reflected the empire's unique needs and aspirations. The most common type of Roman temple was the rectangular temple, designed with a raised platform known as the podium, accessible by a set of steps. This raised platform elevated the temple's sanctity, symbolizing the connection between the gods and the human realm. The Roman temple typically consisted of a cella, the inner chamber where the statue of the god was placed, and an adytum, a sacred space that was usually only accessible to the priests. The surrounding area of the temple was often adorned with columns, creating a peristyle that encircled the structure, allowing for a sense of grandeur and divine order. One of the defining features of Roman temple architecture was the emphasis on the portico, the colonnade of columns that framed the temple's entrance. Roman temples often featured a deep porch with a series of columns, which were a prominent element of the structure's facade. These columns were typically Doric, Ionic, or Corinthian in style, depending on the temple's dedication and intended symbolic message. The use of the Corinthian order became particularly popular during the imperial period, reflecting both the grandeur of the emperors and the connection between Rome's imperial power and divine favor. Roman temples also introduced a disproportionate emphasis on the front of the building, giving the entrance a more monumental presence compared to the rest of the structure. This was part of the Roman desire to create a dramatic and imposing visual impact. In many cases, the temple's inner sanctum was relatively modest, but the exterior was designed to inspire awe and reverence. For instance, the Pantheon in Rome is renowned for its massive, imposing dome and its oculus, which connected the temple to the heavens. Though initially dedicated to all gods, the Pantheon's design emphasized Roman architectural innovation and their belief in a connection between the divine and the earthly realm. The Romans also frequently incorporated the use of materials such as marble, brick, and concrete in their temple construction, which allowed for more durable and grandiose structures. The use of concrete enabled the Romans to build larger, more intricate designs, such as domes and vaults, without relying solely on stone. This shift in materials also led to innovations in temple design that were distinctively Roman, setting them apart from earlier Greek temples. In conclusion, Roman temples were not only places of worship, but also symbols of the empire's relationship with the gods. Their design, blending classical elements with Roman innovations, reflected the grandeur of Roman religious life and the empire's quest for divine favor. The lasting influence of Roman temple architecture can still be seen today in structures around the world, where their monumental designs continue to evoke a sense of reverence and awe. Cult statues and devotional objects. In ancient Rome, cult statues and devotional objects played a central role in religious practices, serving as the primary means of worship and communication with the gods. These objects were integral to Roman religious rituals, helping to create a tangible connection between the divine and the mortal world. Roman temples housed the most significant religious statues, known as cult statues, which represented the gods to whom the temple was dedicated. These statues were carefully crafted to embody the divine characteristics of the deity they depicted, and they were often the focal point of public and private worship. Cult statues were typically made of marble, bronze, or ivory, with marble being particularly favored for its durability and idealized finish. The statues were often life-sized or larger, and were placed in the cella or inner sanctuary of the temple, where they were the centerpiece of worship. For example, the statue of Jupiter in the Temple of Jupiter, Optimus Maximus, was depicted as a powerful, regal figure embodying the authority of the king of the gods. The design of these statues was often idealized, with gods portrayed as perfect, powerful beings who were above the flaws of humans. The statues not only represented the deity, but also served as a conduit for divine power, channeling the gods' favor and protection to those who offered prayers and sacrifices before them. In addition to the larger cult statues, the Romans also used devotional objects as part of their religious practice. These included small statues, amulets, coins, lamps, and statuettes that individuals would carry or place in their homes or personal shrines. These objects were often more portable than the grand statues found in temples and allowed private individuals to maintain a connection with the gods outside the public sphere of the temple. Many Romans believed that these objects had the power to bring divine protection or blessings. For example, small bronze figurines of gods like Hercules or Venus were commonly used as personal devotional objects, offering a sense of divine presence in the household. Religious altars and sacrificial implements, such as incense burners and votive offerings, were also important devotional objects used during rituals. These objects, while not as visually striking as the grand statues in temples, were essential to the performance of religious rites. Votive offerings, for instance, were small objects or figurines given to the gods in thanks for favors or as a plea for help. Many votive objects were left at sacred sites or on altars to show gratitude or devotion. The practice of dedicating votive offerings was widespread across the Roman Empire, with people leaving small statues of body parts to ask for healing or protection, or other objects to signify gratitude. In conclusion, cult statues and devotional objects were crucial elements of Roman religious practice, allowing both the public and private spheres of Roman life to connect with the divine. Through the use of these objects, the Romans sought to maintain a relationship with their gods, ensuring divine favor, protection, and guidance. Whether in the grand setting of a temple or in the intimate space of the home, these religious artifacts served as powerful tools for devotion and communication with the divine. Artistic depictions of gods and goddesses. In ancient Roman art, the depiction of gods and goddesses was a central aspect of religious practice, as these divine figures were believed to influence every aspect of daily life, from personal affairs to the fate of the empire. Roman artists employed a range of styles and techniques to create representations of the divine, and these artistic works were intended to invoke the power, majesty, and protection of the gods. The portrayal of deities in art not only served religious purposes, but also reflected the values, beliefs, and cultural ideals of Roman society. The representation of gods and goddesses in Roman art adhered to certain conventions that were rooted in earlier Greek traditions, although Roman artists often added their own distinctive elements. One of the key features in Roman depictions of deities was the idealization of their physical forms. Gods and goddesses were typically portrayed as perfect, youthful, and immortal beings, endowed with idealized, muscular physiques that conveyed their strength, beauty, and superiority over humans. This emphasis on idealized features was meant to reflect the gods' divine nature and their power to intervene in human affairs. However, Roman depictions of gods also differed from Greek representations in their incorporation of more individualized or symbolic elements. Jupiter, the king of the gods, for example, was often shown with a regal and authoritative posture, holding symbols of power like a thunderbolt or scepter. In contrast, Venus, the goddess of love, was depicted as graceful and sensual, often in poses that emphasized her beauty and fertility. Roman depictions of the gods were frequently imbued with attributes that conveyed specific divine powers or roles, such as Neptune with his trident to represent the sea, or Mars, depicted in full battle armor as the god of war. One of the most famous artistic depictions of the gods is the statue of Augustus of Prima Porta, where the emperor is shown in a pose that recalls the god Apollo, further linking his imperial power with divine authority. The emperor was often depicted as a god or a godlike figure in Roman art, with these artistic representations reinforcing the idea that the emperor's rule was sanctioned by the gods themselves. This merging of the emperor's image with that of the gods became an essential component of Roman imperial propaganda, showcasing the emperor's divine right to rule. In addition to grand statues, smaller sculptural representations of gods and goddesses were commonly created for both public and private devotion. These figures could be used in household shrines, worn as pendants or amulets, or placed in temples as offerings to gain divine favor. In some cases, gods were also depicted in mythological scenes, such as the labors of Hercules or the triumph of Bacchus, capturing key moments from divine narratives and immortalizing them in the visual arts. The portrayal of gods and goddesses in Roman art was not only a reflection of religious devotion, but also served as a means to communicate the Romans' view of the divine and their place in the cosmos. Through these artistic representations, the gods were brought closer to the people, making the divine realm more tangible and accessible. Whether in monumental public statues or in more intimate domestic depictions, these artworks played a vital role in Roman religious life and cultural expression. Mystery cults and funerary religion. In addition to the well-established public worship of Roman gods, mystery cults and funerary religion played a significant role in the spiritual life of ancient Romans. These cults and rituals often focused on personal salvation, the afterlife, and the divine forces that transcended everyday existence. The mystery cults, which were often of foreign origin, provided an alternative to the official state religion and offered a more intimate, personal form of worship. Funerary religion, meanwhile, was an essential part of Roman culture, as the belief in the afterlife and the proper rites for the dead were central to Roman values and practices. Mystery cults, such as those dedicated to Isis, Mithras, and Dionysus, offered Romans the promise of spiritual enlightenment and a deeper connection to the divine. These cults often had secretive rites and initiation ceremonies, which were not open to the public and involved a series of symbolic rituals designed to purify the soul. The initiation into these cults was seen as a means of achieving personal salvation, often with a focus on life after death. For example, the cult of Mithras, which was particularly popular among Roman soldiers, centered on the idea of the soul's journey to the afterlife, with the god Mithras often depicted slaying a bull, a scene rich in symbolic meaning related to the fertility of the earth and the promise of eternal life. Art related to these cults often portrayed the gods in scenes that conveyed their divine power and the spiritual transformation of their followers. Mithras, for example, was commonly depicted in a scene known as the tauroctony, in which he slays a bull, a ritual that symbolized the triumph of life over death and the renewal of the soul. These artistic representations were often created in small, portable forms such as reliefs, altars, or statues, and were used in the private shrines or temples of the mystery cults. The artworks in these cults emphasized the personal, transformative relationship between the devotee and the god, marking a contrast with the public, civic-based worship of the Roman pantheon. Funerary religion, on the other hand, was deeply ingrained in Roman society. The Romans believed that proper burial rites were essential to ensure the peaceful journey of the deceased into the afterlife. Funerary art played a significant role in this process, with tombs, monuments, and inscriptions often created to honor the dead and preserve their memory. Sarcophagi and funerary reliefs frequently depicted scenes of daily life, mythology, or the deceased's virtues, and these images were intended to ensure that the individual's legacy lived on. Funerary art often portrayed the deceased as eternally youthful or as active participants in divine or heroic actions, underscoring the idea of immortality through art. Romans also believed that death rituals had the power to maintain family bonds, with the living responsible for caring for the spirits of the dead through offerings and prayers at tombs. Funerary inscriptions, often carved into stone or metal, were used to commemorate the deceased and ensure their continued protection by the gods. These inscriptions sometimes included portraits or images of the deceased to reinforce their presence in the afterlife. In conclusion, mystery cults and funerary religion provided distinct but interconnected avenues for Romans to engage with the divine. While the official state religion focused on the public and civic aspect of worship, mystery cults offered a personal connection with the gods and promises of an afterlife, while funerary religion emphasized the continuity of the soul and the family beyond death. Both played essential roles in shaping Roman spiritual and artistic practices, enriching the complexity of Roman religious life. Christian influence on late Roman art. The rise of Christianity in the Roman Empire had a profound impact on the development of art, particularly in the late stages of the empire. As Christianity became more widely accepted, culminating in its status as the official religion under Emperor Constantine in the early 4th century CE, its influence began to reshape Roman artistic traditions. Early Christian art diverged significantly from the traditional Roman artistic forms, particularly in terms of its religious themes, symbolism, and the representation of the human form. One of the most notable changes brought about by Christianity was the shift away from the portrayal of gods and goddesses in favor of Christian symbols and figures. Early Christian art avoided the use of human representations of deities, focusing instead on symbolic representations of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and various saints. The Good Shepherd motif, which depicted Christ as a shepherd caring for his flock, was a common early Christian symbol, representing both Christ's role as a protector and the connection between Christ and the faithful. This image was often portrayed in early Christian catacomb paintings and frescoes as a metaphor for salvation. With the rise of Christianity, the depiction of religious subjects also moved away from the realistic, idealized human forms seen in earlier Roman portraiture. Instead, Christian art adopted more symbolic representations of religious figures, often with less emphasis on naturalism. Christ was often shown as a youthful, divine figure rather than a human with aging or emotional expression. The iconography of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and saints developed over time, with stylized depictions meant to convey spiritual rather than physical realism. This shift also reflected Christian theological beliefs, such as the idea that the divine nature of Christ transcended the limitations of the human form. The influence of Christianity on Roman architecture was also evident in the design of churches and religious structures. Early Christian basilicas were built to accommodate large congregations with a focus on longitudinal layouts and centralized plans. These churches often included apses, where the altar was placed, and naves that served as the main area for worship. The architecture was typically simpler and less ornate than the grand Roman temples, reflecting Christian ideals of humility and devotion. The use of mosaics and frescoes inside Christian buildings became increasingly prominent, with biblical scenes replacing the traditional Roman depictions of gods, emperors, and mythological narratives. Christian art also began to incorporate elements of Roman imperial art, particularly in the representation of Christ as a ruler or emperor. This can be seen in the use of imperial iconography, such as the halo around Christ's head, which was modeled after the imperial crown and served to emphasize his divine authority. The adoption of the imperial style in Christian art helped to convey the new theological narrative of Christ as the eternal ruler of the universe. In conclusion, the Christian influence on late Roman art marked a pivotal transformation in the visual representation of religion. The shift from classical depictions of gods and emperors to Christian figures, coupled with the adoption of new architectural and iconographic styles, signaled the beginning of a new era in Roman art. The legacy of this Christianization of Roman art would continue to shape the development of Western art for centuries to come. Chapter 9: Luxury Arts and Decorative Objects. In ancient Rome, luxury arts and decorative objects played an essential role in expressing the wealth, status, and taste of the elite. While everyday objects served practical purposes, the elite of Roman society used art and luxury items to display their power, sophistication, and connection to both divine and imperial authority. These objects were often crafted with the finest materials, including gold, silver, glass, precious stones, and exotic woods, and were designed to enhance both public and private spaces, as well as to be displayed during lavish feasts and ceremonies. One of the most significant categories of Roman luxury art was metalwork, particularly items made of gold, silver, and bronze. These items included goblets, candelabra, plates, and jewelry, often elaborately decorated with intricate designs or figurative motifs drawn from Roman mythology, daily life, and nature. Roman silverware, for example, was not only a display of wealth, but also a means of showing refinement, as the careful detailing and craftsmanship indicated the owner's taste and social standing. Wealthy Romans often commissioned gold rings, bracelets, and earrings, many of which featured elaborate designs and precious gemstones, such as garnets and pearls. Another important aspect of luxury arts was glassware. Romans were among the earliest to perfect the technique of glass blowing, which allowed for the mass production of delicate and intricate glass vessels. Items such as cups, bowls, vases, and bottles were highly prized by the wealthy for both their beauty and utility. Roman glassware often incorporated complex patterns and vivid colors, demonstrating the skill of the craftsman and the owner's ability to indulge in rare and costly items. Glass mosaics were also created to decorate walls and floors in the homes of the rich, contributing to the opulence of domestic spaces. Roman ivory carvings were another form of luxury art that found use in both personal items and public objects. Ivory was highly prized for its smooth texture and its ability to hold intricate detail, making it perfect for the creation of boxes, furniture inlays, and statues. Many pieces were adorned with scenes from mythology, daily life, or exotic animals, showcasing both the owner's wealth and their appreciation for fine art. The decorative arts extended beyond personal items to the adornment of private homes, known as domus, and public spaces, particularly through the use of elaborate frescoes and mosaics. Wealthy Romans used mosaics to decorate floors and walls, often depicting mythological scenes, battles, or landscapes. These mosaics were often made from small pieces of colored stone or glass, known as tesserae, and required immense skill to create. Similarly, fresco paintings on the walls of villas were often vivid and detailed, portraying scenes of everyday Roman life, gods and goddesses, or the achievements of the owner. In the Roman context, luxury art served as both a symbol of individual status and a form of public display. Whether in personal possessions or in the decoration of homes and public spaces, these objects reinforced the social hierarchy, serving as a reminder of the patron's wealth and their connection to the empire's power and cultural heritage. The quality of Roman luxury arts was a testament to the skill of Roman artisans, whose expertise in materials and design was among the best of the ancient world. Through these luxurious objects, the elite could demonstrate their cultural sophistication, their connection to Roman traditions, and their place within the larger social and political framework of the empire. Jewelry and personal adornment. Jewelry and personal adornment were integral aspects of Roman culture, serving not only as symbols of wealth and status, but also as expressions of individual identity and taste. In Roman society, jewelry was worn by both men and women, although the types of adornments and their significance often differed depending on gender, social status, and occasion. Roman jewelry was crafted from a variety of materials, including gold, silver, bronze, precious stones, glass, and pearls. These items were often highly intricate, with skilled artisans employing techniques such as engraving, filigree, and gem cutting to create ornate and symbolic designs. One of the most common forms of Roman jewelry was the ring, which held both practical and symbolic meaning. Rings were worn by men and women, and they often featured elaborate settings with engraved gemstones, which could serve as personal seals. These rings were used to sign documents, and the engravings often depicted family crests, gods, or mythological scenes. For the elite, gold rings were especially significant, signifying wealth and high status. The bulla, a locket worn by Roman children, was also an important form of adornment, typically containing amulets and talismans intended to protect the wearer from harm. It was a mark of Roman citizenship and was usually worn until adulthood, when it was replaced with more adult forms of jewelry. In addition to rings, Roman women often wore bracelets, earrings, and necklaces made of gold, silver, or semi-precious stones. These items were frequently designed with motifs derived from nature, such as animals, leaves, and flowers. Or they could feature images from mythology, such as depictions of gods and goddesses. The Romans were known for their love of pearls, which were highly prized and often used in earrings and necklaces. The use of garnets, emeralds, and amber was also common, with stones being set in elaborate metalwork to enhance their natural beauty. The designs of Roman jewelry were often influenced by the broader Mediterranean world, especially the cultures of Greece, Egypt, and the East. The Greek influence is particularly evident in the use of mythological themes and Greek gods and heroes in Roman jewelry. However, the Romans also developed their own distinctive styles, often combining symbolic and decorative elements to create pieces that were both functional and visually striking. Cameos, small carved stones or glass featuring portraits of gods, emperors, or famous individuals, were also a popular form of jewelry, used both as personal adornments and as collectible pieces. Jewelry was not just for women or the wealthy. Men of high rank also wore adornments to signify their position in society. For example, fibula, or decorative brooches, were worn by men and women alike to fasten their cloaks and tunics. These items were often ornately decorated and were made of bronze, silver, or gold, featuring elaborate designs that indicated the wearer's wealth and taste. Jewelry and personal adornment also played an important role in funerary practices. Wealthy Romans were often buried with their jewelry and personal items, which were intended to accompany them into the afterlife. This practice reflected the belief in the importance of material wealth in the next life, and it was common for elite individuals to be interred with elaborate adornments that showcased their status in life. In conclusion, Roman jewelry and personal adornment were multifaceted elements of Roman culture, serving as symbols of wealth, power, and identity. The beauty and craftsmanship of these pieces reflected the skill of Roman artisans and the cultural values of a society that celebrated both material wealth and artistic achievement. Through these adornments, Romans could express their social status, individual identity, and religious beliefs, making jewelry an essential part of daily life and funerary customs. Glassware and metalwork. In the Roman Empire, glassware and metalwork were highly prized for their craftsmanship, utility, and decorative appeal. These materials were used to create both functional objects and luxurious items, allowing artisans to showcase their skill and innovation. While glassware had a more widespread appeal across all social classes, metalwork, especially in gold and silver, was primarily associated with the elite. Both forms of art played essential roles in Roman society, reflecting the culture's appreciation for both aesthetics and practicality. Glassware in Roman times was a remarkable achievement, particularly due to the invention of glassblowing around the 1st century BCE, which revolutionized the production of glass objects. This technique allowed for the creation of a variety of glass items, including vases, cups, bowls, and bottles, often intricately decorated and crafted with precision. Early Roman glass was typically clear or pale blue-green, but later Roman glassware showcased vibrant colors and complex designs, demonstrating the growing sophistication of glassmakers. Mosaic glass and engraved glass were also highly regarded, with some glass items even containing gold leaf or intricate patterns. The Roman mastery of glassblowing led to the widespread availability of glass items, which were used by both the wealthy elite for decorative purposes and the lower classes for everyday needs. Roman glassware was often used for dining, and drinking vessels were a common feature of Roman banquets. The use of glass cups and bowls during feasts, along with glass perfume bottles and flasks, reflected the Romans' fondness for luxury items. Glass also played a role in public life, with windows in some Roman buildings and baths made from thin sheets of glass. Notably, the Romans began producing colored glass windows, though these would not become widespread until later in history. Metalwork was another significant aspect of Roman craftsmanship, with gold, silver, and bronze being the primary metals used. Roman metalworkers produced a wide range of decorative and functional items, including jewelry, candelabra, utensils, and statues. The intricate engraving and filigree techniques used in Roman metalwork are evident in the elaborately decorated pieces from this period, showcasing both the fine workmanship and the luxury tastes of their owners. Silver and gold were often used to create personal items like rings, brooches, and pendants, as well as tableware like goblets and plates, which were often adorned with mythological or natural motifs. Roman bronze work was also highly developed and included functional objects such as locks, keys, and furniture fittings, as well as decorative pieces like statues and busts. Bronze statues, often used to commemorate public figures or gods, were popular both in the private homes of wealthy Romans and in public spaces, such as temples and forums. The Romans mastered casting and lost wax techniques, enabling them to produce statues and other ornamental works of great detail and scale. In addition to these practical uses, metal objects were often inscribed with inscriptions, dedicatory messages, and commemorative texts, reinforcing their cultural and political significance. Items made from these precious materials were not only utilitarian, but served as displays of wealth, power, and personal status, reinforcing the Roman appreciation for combining functionality with artistic expression. In conclusion, both glassware and metalwork were essential components of Roman material culture. The evolution of glass-blowing techniques and the continued innovation in metalworking allowed the Romans to create objects that were both aesthetically pleasing and practically functional. Whether it was for daily use, religious devotion, or public display, these materials reflected Roman society's values, with their craftsmanship acting as a testament to Roman technological advancement and artistic achievement. Ivory and bone carvings. Ivory and bone carvings were among the most luxurious and refined forms of art in ancient Rome. These materials were prized for their smooth texture and ability to hold intricate detail, making them ideal for creating both decorative and functional objects. While ivory was particularly expensive and associated with wealth, bone carvings were more commonly used, though still considered valuable due to the skill required to work with these hard materials. The use of ivory and bone in Roman art and craftsmanship reflected the Romans' appreciation for high-quality materials and their desire to incorporate beauty into both everyday and ceremonial life. Ivory, often sourced from elephants, was one of the most prestigious materials in the Roman world. Its rarity and the difficulty of carving it made it a symbol of status and luxury. Artisans used ivory to create a variety of items, including small sculptures, boxes, handles, and furniture inlays. Many ivory carvings depicted mythological scenes, gods, and goddesses, and were often intricately detailed, showcasing the high level of skill possessed by Roman carvers. Cameos carved from ivory were also popular, featuring detailed portraits of emperors, important figures, or deities. These cameos served as both decorative objects and as signifiers of political or social status, often used as personal adornments or kept as prized collectibles. In addition to small decorative items, ivory was often used in the creation of larger works, including religious altarpieces and funerary art. The use of ivory in these contexts carried a deeper symbolic meaning, often connected to the sacred or the divine. For example, ivory carvings of gods, goddesses, or mythological creatures would be placed in temples or private shrines, where they could act as focal points for religious devotion. These carvings reflected the Roman belief in the power of divine images to influence both everyday life and the afterlife. Bone carvings, while less luxurious than ivory, were more widely used throughout the Roman world. Bone was more accessible and easier to carve, making it a popular material for everyday items, such as handles for knives, pins, and cosmetic containers. Despite its more utilitarian nature, bone carving could still be highly detailed and decorative. Romans often used bone for the creation of small figurines or combs, and intricate reliefs were carved into bone to depict scenes from daily life, animals, or mythological subjects. Bone was also used in the creation of luxury items for the elite, including boxes and mirror cases. Like ivory, these items were not just practical, but also acted as symbols of status and taste. Bone carvings were sometimes decorated with elaborate geometric patterns or even scenes that reflected Roman culture, including military victories or family lineage. These items often served as valuable gifts or heirlooms, passed down through generations as symbols of wealth and family pride. The use of ivory and bone in Roman art extended beyond personal adornment to include artistic expressions tied to religious practices, funerary customs, and political messages. The ability to carve these materials into intricate and detailed designs allowed the Romans to create works that were both functional and deeply symbolic, reinforcing social status, religious beliefs, and cultural values. While ivory was reserved for the wealthiest, bone carvings were more accessible, yet still valued for their beauty and craftsmanship. Both materials reflected the Romans' ability to combine artistry with utility, creating objects that were as beautiful as they were meaningful. Furniture and household decorations. Roman furniture and household decorations played a significant role in both the daily life and the social status of individuals within Roman society. While the basic necessities of home furnishings were common across different classes, the quality, material, and design of these items often reflected the wealth and position of the owner. Furniture was not only functional, but was also a key element in showcasing Roman artistry, with luxurious homes and villas containing finely crafted pieces that emphasized Roman tastes for comfort, elegance, and opulence. Roman furniture included a variety of items, such as chairs, tables, couches, beds, and storage units. Couches, or lechus, were particularly important in Roman dining and leisure activities, as the Roman custom of reclining while eating at banquets and feasts was central to their social culture. These couches were typically made of wood, and wealthy families often adorned them with upholstery, made from fine fabrics or leather, sometimes decorated with intricate patterns. The bed, or lectus cubicularis, was another essential piece of Roman furniture, often made with wooden frames and sometimes elevated with carvings that highlighted the status of the owner. Furniture pieces were frequently made from wood, but the wealthy often used marble, bronze, and gold to add a more luxurious touch to their homes. Wooden furniture was often adorned with inlays of other materials, such as ivory, bronze, or gilt, creating elegant and striking effects. Bronze and silver inlays were used for added decoration, and some furniture pieces featured detailed carvings or reliefs depicting scenes from mythology, daily life, or military victories. These intricate decorations not only enhanced the beauty of the furniture, but also signified the importance and wealth of the household. Roman tables were often made of wood, but the richest families would commission tables crafted from marble, with decorative inlays and sculptural legs that reflected the family's status. Side tables and small storage units, such as chests and cabinets, were common in wealthier homes and often featured detailed metalwork, such as bronze locks and key fittings, emphasizing security and luxury. In addition to these functional items, shelves, wall-mounted cupboards, and statues were frequently used for decoration and display, adding aesthetic value to Roman living spaces. The decor of Roman homes also included various decorative objects, such as vases, busts, and lamps. Vases were often made from materials like bronze, terracotta, or glass, and many were painted or engraved with scenes depicting gods, goddesses, or daily activities. These vases served both as functional items for holding flowers or liquids and as artistic displays, adorning the homes of the wealthy. Lamps, typically made from clay or metal, were another common household item that was both practical and decorative, often featuring motifs like mythological creatures or geometric designs. Roman decorative art also extended to wall frescoes and mosaics that adorned the interiors of homes and villas. The wealthiest Romans employed artists to create detailed murals and mosaic floors that featured intricate patterns or scenes from Roman life, mythology, or nature. These artworks transformed ordinary living spaces into luxurious environments, turning the home into a reflection of the owner's wealth, taste, and cultural standing. In conclusion, Roman furniture and household decorations were not just functional objects, but significant markers of social status and personal taste. From simple wooden pieces to lavishly decorated items made from marble, ivory, and bronze, Roman homes were filled with furnishings that reflected the importance of beauty, comfort, and artistic expression in Roman society. Whether modest or extravagant, these objects played an essential role in creating the ambiance of Roman domestic life and providing insight into the values and lifestyle of their owners. The influence of Eastern luxuries. The Roman Empire's vast territorial expanse facilitated significant cultural exchange, particularly with the East, where societies like those in Egypt, Persia, and the Hellenistic kingdoms had long-standing traditions of luxury production. As the Romans expanded their empire and came into contact with these advanced civilizations, they encountered new materials, techniques, and styles that would go on to profoundly influence Roman art, fashion, and design. The luxuries of the East were highly coveted, and as a result, Eastern aesthetics and materials began to permeate Roman society, altering the visual culture and material wealth of the empire. One of the most notable influences came from the Eastern practice of using precious stones and metals in both personal adornment and public display. The Romans were introduced to elaborate jewelry designs, including intricate gold and silver pieces, often adorned with gems like emeralds, pearls, and sapphires. These gems, which were sourced from the East, were incorporated into Roman designs, influencing the opulence of Roman jewelry, particularly among the elite. Eastern-style motifs, such as floral designs, intertwining patterns, and mythological scenes, became prevalent in Roman metalwork and personal adornment. The influence of Eastern luxury goods also extended to textiles and luxury fabrics. The Romans became particularly fascinated with silk, a product of ancient China, which began to reach the West through the Silk Road trade routes. Silk, along with other fine materials such as fine wool and linen, became highly prized commodities in Roman fashion. Romans used these materials to create exquisite cloaks, tunics, and draperies, often adorned with intricate embroidery and decorative fringes. Silk garments, in particular, were a symbol of luxury and exclusivity, often worn by the very wealthy and those in the imperial family. Additionally, the Eastern tradition of vibrant dyed textiles inspired Roman fashion, with rich and deep colors becoming an important marker of status. Eastern architectural elements also made their way into Roman building designs, particularly in the use of arches, domes, and vaulted ceilings. While the Romans refined these techniques, their use was inspired by earlier Eastern innovations, such as those seen in Persian and Mesopotamian structures. Additionally, Persian carpets and tapestries became significant luxury items in Roman homes, reflecting the growing demand for Eastern products. The Romans also adopted the use of luxurious furniture and decorative elements such as ivory inlays and exquisite woodwork, which had been pioneered in the Eastern Mediterranean. Moreover, the influence of Eastern religions and mythologies impacted Roman decorative art. Eastern deities and iconography were frequently incorporated into Roman art, particularly in the form of statues, paintings, and mosaics. Oriental-style sculptures often depicted exotic animals, gods, and mythological themes that were not traditionally Roman, further diversifying Roman art and architecture. The iconography of Eastern gods, such as Mithras and the Egyptian gods, also gained popularity in Roman society, influencing both personal and public religious practices. The Roman fascination with Eastern luxuries can be seen as part of the broader trend of cultural exchange within the empire, as Romans sought to assimilate foreign customs and materials into their own, whether through the adornment of their bodies, the decoration of their homes, or the construction of monumental buildings. The luxury goods and artistic traditions of the East left a lasting imprint on Roman culture. The influx of Eastern influences ultimately contributed to the richness and diversity of Roman art, fashion, and material culture, reinforcing the empire's status as a melting pot of diverse peoples, ideas, and artistic practices. Chapter 10: Art in the Provinces. As the Roman Empire expanded, its influence reached far beyond the city of Rome itself, spreading across vast territories that spanned Europe, North Africa, and the Near East. In these provinces, local cultures encountered Roman artistic traditions, resulting in a fusion of Roman and indigenous artistic forms. Provincial art provides a fascinating glimpse into how Roman culture interacted with regional traditions and how the local populations both embraced and adapted Roman artistic practices to reflect their own identities, beliefs, and environments. The art produced in the provinces was often influenced by Roman imperial ideals, but it also retained distinct regional characteristics that reflected the diverse cultures of the empire. In the provinces, Roman art was used for a variety of purposes, including religious devotion, commemorating military victories, and asserting imperial power. However, local traditions and materials also played an important role in shaping the art of these regions, as native artisans incorporated their own artistic styles into Roman forms. In provinces like Britannia, Gaul, and Hispania, Roman influence was evident in the adoption of architectural styles such as amphitheaters, baths, and temples. Roman-style stone sculpture became popular, with provincial workshops producing statues of Roman gods, emperors, and mythological figures. Roman portraiture also found its way into the provinces, with local elites commissioning busts and reliefs of themselves in the Roman style, often displaying the same ideals of verism and realism that were seen in the heart of the empire. However, provincial art was not simply a reflection of Roman practices. In regions such as Egypt, North Africa, and Syria, local artistic traditions were often melded with Roman influences. Egyptian-style painting and sculpture, for example, were influenced by the Roman focus on portraiture, leading to the development of the Fayum mummy portraits, realistic painted portraits of the deceased placed on mummies. These portraits, characterized by vivid colors and lifelike features, blended Egyptian funerary practices with Roman-style realism, creating a unique form of art that spoke to the shared cultural heritage of both civilizations. In Roman Britain, mosaic floors and wall paintings followed Roman stylistic conventions, but often incorporated elements from local culture, such as Celtic motifs and symbols. Provincial mosaics and pottery frequently featured depictions of native deities or mythological creatures, reinterpreted through the lens of Roman iconography. Architectural decoration, such as frescoes and sculptural friezes, combined Roman themes with indigenous symbols, showcasing the blending of cultures in these regions. In North Africa, particularly in regions like Tunisia and Algeria, Roman architectural styles were heavily influenced by the local North African traditions, with the incorporation of Berber motifs into decorative art and design. Local artists in these areas created sculptures, pottery, and frescoes that often featured hybrid styles, blending Roman themes with the imagery and symbolism of indigenous African cultures. Relief carvings depicting scenes from Roman daily life or military triumphs were common, but these scenes often included elements reflective of local customs and environments. Overall, art in the provinces highlights the complexity of Roman cultural assimilation. While provincial artists embraced Roman artistic techniques and iconography, they did not simply replicate imperial styles. Instead, they adapted and reinterpreted Roman art to suit their own regional contexts, blending the artistic traditions of their ancestors with the influences of Roman rule. This fusion of styles and ideas helped create a unique artistic heritage that reflects the diverse and interconnected nature of the Roman Empire. Provincial art thus serves as a testament to the enduring impact of Roman imperialism, while also celebrating the creativity and cultural diversity of the regions that fell under its control. Regional variations in Roman art. The vast expanse of the Roman Empire, stretching from Britain in the northwest to Egypt in the southeast, created a unique opportunity for cultural exchange and the blending of local and imperial artistic traditions. Roman art, though rooted in the core ideals of the empire, exhibited a remarkable degree of regional variation. These variations can be seen in the adaptation of Roman styles to local tastes, materials, and cultural influences. The art produced in different provinces of the empire reflects the diversity of the regions, yet still remains underpinned by a shared Roman identity that transcended local differences. In provinces like Britannia and Gaul, the Romans introduced their architectural forms, such as temples, baths, and amphitheaters, which were modified to suit local traditions and needs. For example, in Britain, the Romans constructed Hadrian's Wall as both a military boundary and a symbol of Roman imperial might, but the wall's decorative elements incorporated local stonework and carvings that reflected regional Celtic traditions. Mosaics and frescoes in these provinces, while following Roman designs, often featured local themes and indigenous deities, suggesting a fusion of Roman artistic principles with native motifs. In contrast, North Africa, especially in regions such as Tunisia and Algeria, witnessed a closer integration of Roman artistic forms with indigenous African traditions. In these areas, Berber motifs and African symbols were often incorporated into Roman-style reliefs, sculptures, and pottery. The influence of local African religious practices can also be seen in the depiction of native gods and spirits in a distinctly Romanized form. Roman portraiture was also adapted in North Africa, with more emphasis on idealized features that reflected both Roman aesthetics and the region's own social values. Eastern provinces, such as Syria and Egypt, show even more distinct regional variations. In Egypt, the fusion of Roman portraiture with Egyptian funeral practices resulted in the creation of the Fayum mummy portraits. These lifelike portraits, painted on wooden panels and placed on mummies, combined Roman realism with Egyptian symbolism. The result was a highly distinctive art form that reflected both Roman influence and deep-rooted Egyptian traditions. Similarly, in Syria, Roman architecture was integrated with local designs, particularly in the use of arched entrances and domed roofs, blending Roman engineering with regional building practices. Spain and Portugal, known as Hispania in antiquity, also demonstrated regional adaptations. Here, Roman villas and public buildings were decorated with vibrant mosaics that depicted local legends, gods, and everyday scenes. In areas like Tarragona and Merida, monumental architecture, including theater and aqueducts, adopted Roman engineering techniques, but often incorporated Celtiberian art elements. These regional styles reflected a blend of Roman innovation and local artistic traditions, contributing to the evolution of Roman art throughout the provinces. Even within Italy itself, regional variations were evident. In Pompeii and Herculaneum, for instance, art was heavily influenced by the surrounding Greek culture, evident in the intricate frescoes and mosaics that decorated the walls of villas. These regions emphasized a more luxurious, Greek-inspired aesthetic, evident in the mythological themes of the artworks. In contrast, Rome itself maintained a stronger focus on realism and imperial propaganda, reflecting the political and cultural identity of the capital. In sum, regional variations in Roman art reflect the dynamic relationship between Roman imperial culture and the diverse peoples who inhabited the empire. These variations not only illustrate how Roman art adapted to local customs, but also highlight the creativity and regional pride of the empire's provinces. Whether through the fusion of Roman styles with local religious practices, or the adaptation of imperial art to reflect regional identities, provincial art provides valuable insight into the interconnected, multifaceted nature of the Roman Empire. Local adaptations of Roman styles. As the Roman Empire expanded across vast regions, local adaptations of Roman styles emerged, reflecting both the imposition of imperial culture and the integration of indigenous traditions. The exchange between Roman authority and provincial customs resulted in a dynamic blend of artistic practices, where Roman forms were altered or reinterpreted to suit the tastes, materials, and traditions of local populations. These adaptations are visible in architecture, sculpture, painting, and even daily life objects, where regional influences coexisted with and often transformed Roman ideals. In the provinces of Britannia and Gaul, for example, Roman architecture was introduced, but it often took on local nuances. Roman-style baths, amphitheaters, and temples were constructed in these areas, but the decorative elements and even some construction methods reflected the local cultural preferences. In Britannia, the Romans adapted their designs for villas and public structures to cope with the northern climate and available building materials, using local stone and timber. Similarly, Roman mosaics and frescoes in these regions were influenced by Celtic and Germanic art, which introduced new motifs and colors, blending Roman techniques with indigenous iconography. In Gaul, the design of Roman military camps and cities often incorporated local traditions of wooden construction, with Roman principles applied to create more practical structures suited to the landscape. In the Near East, particularly in Syria and Asia Minor, Roman architecture was also adapted to incorporate local elements. Roman arches and columns were combined with Persian and Hellenistic architectural features, creating hybrid styles. In Syria, for instance, the famous Palmyrene architecture combined Roman construction with the indigenous tastes of the Semitic people, blending Corinthian capitals with traditional vaulted roofs. In these regions, the frescoes and sculptures retained Roman stylistic elements, but depicted local gods, mythological stories, and regional symbols. Roman military monuments in the East also displayed a fusion of Roman imperial power with local aesthetics, often incorporating both Roman and local artistic traditions to communicate the might of the empire while respecting regional identities. Egypt, a province with a long artistic history before Roman rule, witnessed remarkable adaptations of Roman art. Fayum mummy portraits, for example, are a prime example of this blend, as they combine the realistic Roman portrait style with traditional Egyptian funerary practices. These portraits were painted in vibrant colors and attached to mummies, marking the transition from the Egyptian idealized forms to Roman realism. The Egyptian gods were often depicted in a Roman style, with imperial iconography merging with Egyptian religious symbolism, creating a new artistic tradition that honored both Roman and Egyptian deities. In North Africa, local artisans adapted Roman styles in a similar fashion. Berber influences in North African pottery and sculpture reflected the indigenous appreciation for geometric patterns and natural forms, which were then translated into the more realistic Roman artistic framework. Even the great Roman cities in Tunisia, like Carthage, displayed public monuments and sculptures that merged Roman realism with local symbols of power and spirituality, often resulting in artwork that was both imperial and distinctly regional. Local adaptations of Roman styles across the empire reflect the dynamic nature of Roman rule, where cultural exchange, respect for local traditions, and imperial power came together to create a diverse, multifaceted artistic landscape. While Roman authority and influence were ever present, these adaptations demonstrate how Roman art was not monolithic. It evolved to resonate with the local populations, embracing their customs, beliefs, and artistic traditions, ultimately enriching the artistic heritage of the entire empire. Provincial sculptures and temples. As the Roman Empire expanded across a vast array of territories, the artistic traditions of provincial regions began to merge with Roman imperial aesthetics, resulting in unique adaptations of Roman sculpture and temple architecture. The art produced in these provinces reflects a blend of Roman ideals and local influences, as well as the need to convey both imperial power and regional identities. In both sculpture and temple construction, the provinces saw the adoption of Roman styles, but with significant regional reinterpretations that gave rise to distinctive artistic forms. In the provinces, sculpture became a medium for reinforcing the presence of Roman authority, but local tastes and religious practices often altered the final products. Roman portraiture, with its emphasis on realism and verism, was widely adopted in the provinces, with local elites commissioning statues and busts of themselves. These portraits were often modeled after the Roman ideal of the dignified, mature individual, but provincial sculptures sometimes incorporated unique stylistic elements or symbols that reflected local values. For instance, in Gaul, Celtic motifs often appeared in sculptures of Roman deities or soldiers, blending the Roman artistic form with indigenous cultural symbols. In Britannia, similar combinations of local and Roman elements were seen in sculptures, with Celtic patterns added to Romanized statues of gods, heroes, and emperors. One of the most significant contributions of the provinces to Roman sculpture was the production of monumental reliefs that illustrated local history, gods, and victories. In North Africa, for example, large stone reliefs depicting military triumphs and emperors were produced in local workshops, but incorporated both Roman iconography and Berber traditions. These reliefs were not only used to commemorate imperial achievements, but also served as a form of local propaganda, demonstrating the region's loyalty to Rome while celebrating its own cultural identity. In terms of temple architecture, the provinces saw the construction of Roman-style temples, but these structures were often adapted to fit local religious practices and environmental factors. In Gaul and Britannia, Roman temples were often simpler in design, reflecting regional building traditions that favored practicality and the available materials. In contrast, in North Africa and Asia Minor, temples were often grander in scale, incorporating Roman features like the Corinthian column and the engaged columns, while also including local architectural elements, such as decorative friezes that featured regional deities. In some places, the celas, inner sanctuaries, of temples were designed to accommodate local cults, combining Roman structural forms with native religious customs. In Egypt, the blending of Roman and Egyptian temple architecture reached its zenith. While Roman architectural forms dominated, Egyptian elements, such as massive obelisks, sphinxes, and hieroglyphs, continued to adorn public spaces and temples. The Temple of Dendera, for example, is a remarkable fusion of Roman and Egyptian styles, with Roman emperor imagery incorporated into Egyptian-style temple reliefs. These temples were not only sites of worship, but also symbols of Roman authority over Egypt, showing how Roman architecture adapted to local religious landscapes. Overall, provincial sculptures and temples illustrate the dynamic interaction between Roman imperial authority and local cultures. The fusion of Roman styles with indigenous elements created a unique artistic tradition in the provinces, one that reflected both the imperial unity of the empire and the distinctiveness of regional identities. These adaptations demonstrate the versatility of Roman art and architecture and how it could transcend cultural boundaries while still maintaining a sense of continuity across the vast Roman world. Influence of Roman art on conquered peoples. As the Roman Empire expanded its reach across the Mediterranean and beyond, it brought with it a unique artistic tradition that would have a profound impact on the conquered peoples. Roman art, with its emphasis on realism, grandeur, and imperial symbolism, influenced local artistic practices in numerous provinces. The incorporation of Roman art into the cultural fabric of these regions was not a one-way imposition. Rather, it was a dynamic process of mutual exchange and adaptation. While Roman imperial ideals were spread, local traditions and preferences were also integrated into the artistic expressions of the provinces, creating a fusion of styles and cultural identities. For many of the regions under Roman control, particularly those in the East, the influence of Roman art was transformative. In places like Greece, Asia Minor, and Syria, local artists began to adopt Roman techniques, particularly in sculpture, architecture, and portraiture. Roman portraiture, known for its realistic and often unflattering depictions of individuals, began to be adopted by local elites as a way to demonstrate their status and Roman allegiance. In Asia Minor, for instance, local rulers commissioned statues of themselves in the Roman style, embracing the veristic features of Roman busts, but often combining them with regional iconography or dress. These adaptations allowed local elites to align themselves with the power and prestige of Rome while maintaining their distinct regional identities. In North Africa, Roman influence is evident in the mosaics, reliefs, and temples created in areas such as Tunisia and Algeria. While these regions retained many aspects of their indigenous artistic traditions, they also incorporated Roman motifs such as imperial iconography and depictions of Roman gods. Mosaics in Carthage and Numidia, for example, often featured Roman themes like gladiatorial contests, hunting scenes, and mythological figures, while still reflecting the rich African cultural traditions through their color schemes and geometric patterns. The influence of Roman art was also notable in the development of architecture. In regions like Britannia and Gaul, local structures began to adopt Roman engineering principles. Roman-style villas with hypocaust heating systems were constructed, and Roman bathhouses and amphitheaters were built to accommodate local tastes for public spectacle and leisure. These structures, although built in the Roman style, often incorporated local materials and architectural innovations. For example, in Gaul, the traditional use of timber was blended with Roman stone construction techniques to create hybrid forms that suited the local climate and cultural preferences. In Egypt, the influence of Roman art is particularly evident in the realm of portraiture. The Fayum mummy portraits, a synthesis of Roman realism and Egyptian traditions, became an iconic example of how Roman art could merge with local customs. These portraits, painted on wooden panels and placed over mummies, depict deceased individuals with Roman-style facial features, yet retain Egyptian symbolism and a connection to the afterlife. This blending of Roman and Egyptian art highlights the adaptability of Roman artistic practices to local cultures. In conclusion, the influence of Roman art on conquered peoples was not simply an imposition of imperial aesthetics. Instead, it was a process of cultural exchange in which Roman styles were integrated with local traditions, creating a hybrid artistic expression that reflected both Roman ideals and regional identities. As a result, the art produced in the provinces of the Roman Empire is a testament to the enduring legacy of Roman culture, as well as the creativity and resilience of the conquered peoples who adapted and reshaped these artistic forms to reflect their own values and customs. Case studies: Britain, Gaul, and North Africa. The influence of Roman art on provincial regions is most evident in case studies such as Britain, Gaul, and North Africa. Each of these regions presents unique examples of how Roman artistic traditions were adapted, interpreted, and blended with local customs and practices. While the overarching Roman style shaped much of the artistic output, the local cultures of these areas infused the Roman art with distinct regional characteristics. In Britain, the Roman presence began in earnest with the conquest of the island in 43 CE, and it profoundly impacted local art and architecture. Roman forts, bathhouses, and villas were constructed across the landscape, and these structures typically adhered to Roman architectural principles, including the use of stone and brick over traditional timber. Roman urban planning, with its grid systems and focus on public spaces like forums and basilicas, became the basis for many towns. However, local influences are evident in the way the British integrated Celtic and Roman styles, particularly in metalwork and jewelry. Celtic motifs, such as spirals and intricate patterns, were incorporated into Roman-style pottery and brooches, merging the two cultural traditions. Additionally, Roman portraiture was adapted by local elites, who often commissioned busts in the Roman veristic style, yet added unique regional attributes to the depictions, such as local clothing styles or symbols of Celtic heritage. In Gaul, Roman art took root through the development of towns and public buildings. The Romanization of the region was not only architectural, but also artistic. In regions like Lugdunum, modern-day Lyon, Roman-style mosaics were created that depicted traditional Roman themes, such as mythological figures or gladiatorial combat, but were done with a distinct Gallic flair. Relief sculptures in Gaul often depicted Roman gods and military victories, yet these works also included local Celtic deities and symbols, fusing Roman and Gallic spiritual traditions. In the north of Gaul, Roman villas, with hypocaust systems, underfloor heating, were constructed, but regional building materials, such as timber, were often used alongside Roman techniques. The adoption of Roman military architecture also led to the construction of large amphitheaters and temples, which retained a Gallic influence in their decorative aspects. North Africa represents another fascinating example of Roman artistic influence, particularly in regions such as Tunisia and Algeria. In these areas, the combination of Roman and indigenous traditions produced some of the empire's most striking architectural and sculptural works. The Roman triumphal arch, a hallmark of Roman imperialism, was incorporated into North African cities to commemorate military victories and imperial patronage. Yet these arches often included local iconography, such as Berber motifs, and were constructed from locally sourced limestone. In the realm of sculpture, North African artists produced busts and reliefs in the Roman style, yet their subject matter often reflected local figures and customs, such as representations of local deities or elite Berber leaders in Roman dress. In Carthage, monumental temples dedicated to Roman gods were constructed, but local religious practices were often preserved, leading to the creation of hybrid structures that fused Roman architectural forms with Carthaginian religious symbolism. In each of these regions, Britain, Gaul, and North Africa, Roman art was not merely transplanted, but was actively shaped by the local contexts in which it was introduced. Provincial artists and elites drew on Roman forms and techniques, but they adapted them to express local identities, values, and cultural influences. This blending of Roman and indigenous traditions resulted in a rich, diverse, artistic landscape that is a testament to the empire's ability to assimilate and adapt the cultures it conquered. Chapter 11: Late Roman and Early Christian Art. As the Roman Empire entered its final centuries, significant shifts in political, social, and religious landscapes profoundly influenced the art produced during this period. The late Roman era, often defined as the period between the 3rd and 5th centuries CE, was marked by growing instability, the division of the empire, and the rise of Christianity as a dominant force. These changes led to a transformation in both the form and content of Roman art, as traditional pagan themes began to coexist with early Christian imagery, laying the foundation for early Christian art. Late Roman art is characterized by a distinctive shift toward abstracted forms, a move away from the highly detailed realism of earlier periods. This transformation can be seen in both architecture and sculpture. For example, the basilica, a structure originally used for secular purposes, began to take on religious significance as early Christians adopted it for churches. Its simple, elongated design, with a central nave and side aisles, became the model for Christian basilicas in later centuries. Sculptural depictions of emperors and gods were replaced by symbolic representations of Christian themes, such as Christ, the apostles, and scenes from the Bible, as the iconography shifted from pagan gods to Christian saints. The use of mosaics also flourished during this period, with new techniques emerging to accommodate Christian themes. Early Christian mosaics, like those found in the catacombs of Rome, often featured abstract, stylized depictions of biblical figures. Christ was frequently portrayed as the Good Shepherd, an image derived from earlier Roman pastoral scenes, but imbued with new theological meaning. The mosaics in Christian basilicas, such as those in Ravenna, are famous for their rich, gold backgrounds and symbolic representations of Christian beliefs, with Christ shown in a more regal, divine manner than in earlier depictions. By the time of Emperor Constantine's conversion to Christianity in the early 4th century CE, the practice of creating art for the imperial court had to accommodate the new Christian faith. In addition to the development of Christian iconography, the Constantinian period saw the construction of monumental Christian structures, such as the Old St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, which became a model for later churches. Christian symbols like the cross and the Chi-Rho, the Christian monogram, began to replace traditional Roman symbols of imperial power, marking a symbolic break from the classical past. As the Roman Empire officially embraced Christianity, the focus of art shifted from emphasizing imperial glory and the pantheon of Roman gods to the veneration of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and Christian martyrs. The artistic techniques and forms of the late Roman period began to evolve to serve the theological and liturgical needs of the Christian community, paving the way for the development of Byzantine art and the broader Christian artistic tradition. In sum, the transition from late Roman art to early Christian art marks a pivotal moment in the history of Western art. The decline of traditional Roman values and the rise of Christianity led to significant transformations in artistic forms, content, and function. Art in this period reflected the evolving relationship between the state, religion, and culture, and it laid the foundation for the artistic developments of the medieval and Renaissance periods. The shift from classical to medieval styles. The transition from classical to medieval art represents a significant shift in artistic style, themes, and function. This change, which took place over several centuries from the fall of the Western Roman Empire to the rise of the early Middle Ages, marked a departure from the highly realistic and proportionate representations of the classical world to the more symbolic and spiritual expressions characteristic of medieval art. Classical art, rooted in Greek and Roman traditions, celebrated humanism, emphasizing realism, idealized forms, and the accurate portrayal of the human body. Artists strive for balance, harmony, and proportion, as seen in the classical sculptures of gods, heroes, and emperors, as well as in architectural masterpieces like the Parthenon. During this period, art was often secular, focusing on the glory of rulers, military victories, and mythological tales. However, with the fall of the Roman Empire and the onset of the medieval period, art began to reflect the shifting values of society, including the rise of Christianity, feudalism, and the dissolution of centralized Roman power. The decline of the Roman Empire in the 5th century led to a fragmentation of Europe, and with it, the loss of many classical traditions. As Christianity became the dominant force in the West, its influence on art grew exponentially. Artists began to create works that emphasized spiritual themes, and the human form became less important than conveying religious messages. Early Christian art favored symbolic representations over realism, focusing on biblical figures, saints, and abstract motifs like the Chi-Rho and the fish. The human figure, when depicted, was often stylized, with figures appearing elongated or in otherworldly proportions, reflecting the focus on the soul rather than physical appearance. In architecture, the shift from classical to medieval styles can be seen in the construction of churches and cathedrals. Romanesque and Gothic churches, for instance, were often characterized by their massive, vertical structures, pointed arches, and ribbed vaults, designs that prioritized the sacred over the secular. These architectural forms, unlike the balanced proportions of Roman buildings, reflected the spiritual ascent toward heaven. Furthermore, the interiors of these buildings were adorned with intricate mosaics, frescoes, and illuminated manuscripts that conveyed biblical narratives in a highly symbolic, less naturalistic manner. The shift from classical to medieval art also influenced sculpture, where figures were no longer created to resemble real human bodies, but instead became stylized representations of divine or holy figures. The figures in medieval manuscripts and relief sculptures were often rigid, with an emphasis on flat, two-dimensional designs and a lack of perspective. In some, the transition from classical to medieval styles in art reflects a broader cultural shift from the human-centered worldview of the classical era to the spiritually focused perspective of the medieval period. As Christianity took center stage, the function of art transformed, becoming less concerned with portraying the natural world and more focused on conveying religious truths, divine authority, and spiritual transcendence. This evolution laid the groundwork for the artistic developments that would characterize the Middle Ages, including the Byzantine, Romanesque, and Gothic styles that would dominate the centuries to come. Constantine and the Art of Transition. Emperor Constantine's reign marked a pivotal moment in the history of the Roman Empire, not just politically, but also in terms of artistic development. Constantine's reign from 306 to 337 CE was characterized by significant shifts in imperial ideology, religion, and culture. These changes are reflected in the evolution of Roman art during this period, as the empire transitioned from traditional paganism to Christianity. Constantine's embrace of Christianity, culminating in the Edict of Milan in 313 CE, which granted religious tolerance to Christians, fundamentally altered the role of art in the empire, setting the stage for the rise of Christian iconography and the decline of traditional Roman representations. Constantine's reign is particularly noteworthy for the way it symbolized the union of the old Roman traditions with the new Christian beliefs. This transition can be seen most clearly in the art of the period, which began to merge imperial imagery with Christian symbolism. For example, Constantine's own portraiture exemplified this blend. His official portraits, such as the monumental Constantine Colossus, portrayed him in a manner that combined traditional Roman imperial iconography, such as the oversized head and confident stance, with a certain abstract, otherworldly quality that hinted at divine authority. Constantine's representation in sculpture and coins increasingly emphasized his connection to divine power, a trait that would become more pronounced in Christian art. The move toward Christian themes in art became more apparent in the monumental architecture of Constantine's reign. The Constantine Basilica in Trier and the Old St. Peter's Basilica in Rome are prime examples of how Roman architectural traditions were adapted to accommodate Christian religious practices. These early Christian basilicas, with their large nave and apsidal designs, were initially modeled on the Roman basilica, a secular building type used for law courts and public meetings, but now repurposed for Christian worship. In these spaces, the Christian altar replaced the Roman emperor's statue, symbolizing the shift in focus from imperial power to religious devotion. The development of Christian iconography also began during Constantine's reign, although it was still in its early stages. Images of Christ as the Good Shepherd and symbolic representations of Christian motifs, such as the Chi-Rho symbol, started to emerge, often in mosaics and frescoes. These images were initially subtle, blending into traditional Roman art forms, but gradually Christian themes took on greater prominence, becoming more distinct and central to the artwork of the empire. Constantine's promotion of Christianity also had a profound impact on the material culture of the empire. Early Christian art, especially in the catacombs of Rome, was often produced in private spaces and employed symbolic representations rather than direct portrayals of Christian figures. The use of symbols, such as the fish and Chi-Rho, allowed early Christians to express their faith in a manner that was discreet yet powerful, reflecting the empire's ongoing tension between paganism and Christianity. In conclusion, Constantine's reign marked a period of transition in Roman art as the empire moved away from its traditional pagan artistic conventions toward Christian representations and ideologies. Constantine's influence on art helped lay the foundation for the visual culture of medieval Christianity, setting the stage for the Byzantine and Romanesque periods. His era of transition was one of innovation, blending old and new, secular and religious, into an art form that reflected the changing tides of the Roman Empire. Catacombs and early Christian iconography. The catacombs of Rome, subterranean burial sites used by early Christians, are crucial to understanding the evolution of Christian iconography in the late antique period. These underground spaces were not only places of interment, but also served as sites for worship and the practice of religious rites. The art found within the catacombs offers a unique glimpse into how early Christians used visual imagery to express their faith in a period when Christianity was not yet fully accepted within the Roman Empire. Christian iconography in the catacombs primarily focused on symbolism rather than direct representations of religious figures. This approach was partly due to the Christian prohibition against idolatry, which discouraged the creation of realistic images of divine beings. As a result, the early Christians turned to symbolic imagery that could convey Christian beliefs without violating these religious principles. For example, common motifs such as the Good Shepherd, the fish, the Chi-Rho, the monogram of Christ, and the lamb were widely used in catacomb paintings and sculptures. These symbols held profound meaning for early Christians. The Good Shepherd symbolized Christ as a caring leader guiding his followers. The fish, ichthys, an acronym for Jesus Christ, Son of God, Savior, became a secret symbol for early Christians, representing Christ's role as the Savior, and the lamb evoked Christ's sacrifice, referring to him as the Lamb of God. The visual style in the catacombs was heavily influenced by earlier Roman art, particularly the use of frescoes and mosaics. Early Christian art in the catacombs, while abstract in nature, often incorporated Roman artistic conventions, such as the use of naturalistic figures and narrative scenes. For example, the catacombs contain depictions of biblical stories such as Noah's Ark or Jonah and the whale, drawn from the Old Testament and designed to convey messages of salvation and resurrection. These stories were not just retellings of ancient texts, but were imbued with Christian meaning, illustrating the triumph of life over death and the salvation promised through Christ. The shift in iconography from pagan to Christian themes in the catacombs is also reflected in the depiction of Christ. In the early Christian period, Christ was not commonly represented as the crucified figure, but as the Good Shepherd, or as a youthful and imperial figure, suggesting both his divine and human nature. Over time, as Christian art evolved, these representations would shift to focus more on Christ's passion and the cross. But in the catacombs, the emphasis remained on the hope and salvation Christ offered to believers. The catacombs were also a place where early Christians could express their faith away from the watchful eyes of Roman authorities, and as such, their art was rich with hidden meanings and messages of hope. Early Christian iconography, therefore, not only served religious purposes, but also functioned as a way for Christians to maintain their identity and solidarity in a time of persecution. The catacombs are a testament to the resilience of the early Christian community and their ability to adapt artistic traditions to express new religious ideals. These early depictions set the stage for the development of Christian art in the centuries to come, including the rise of Byzantine and medieval traditions. The rise of basilica architecture. The development of basilica architecture marks one of the most significant shifts in the history of Western architecture, especially during the late Roman Empire and the early Christian period. Originally, the basilica was a Roman secular building used primarily for public functions such as law courts, administration, and commerce. Characterized by a rectangular plan, with a central nave flanked by aisles and an apse at one end, the basilica design was practical and suited to the Roman civic life. However, in the early Christian period, the basilica began to be adapted for religious purposes, transforming into a key architectural form for Christian worship and becoming the template for church buildings for centuries to come. The shift from secular to religious use of the basilica occurred gradually, coinciding with the rise of Christianity in the Roman Empire. As Christianity began to spread and gain imperial favor, particularly under Emperor Constantine in the early 4th century, there was a growing need for larger spaces to accommodate congregations of worshipers. The basilica, already a symbol of authority and structure, proved to be an ideal solution. It was a form already associated with imperial power and public life, making it a fitting choice for the newly accepted Christian faith, which sought to establish its legitimacy and connection to imperial tradition. Christian basilicas were typically oriented east to west, with the altar located in the apse at the eastern end, which was symbolic of Christ's second coming from the east. The central nave, often the largest area of the church, was lined with aisles that allowed for processions and movement. The transept was introduced in later basilicas, creating a cruciform shape symbolizing the Christian faith. One of the most famous early examples of basilica architecture is Old St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, commissioned by Constantine in the 4th century. Its layout incorporated all the fundamental features of the basilica form, and its massive size signified the new importance of Christianity in the empire. The adoption of basilica architecture also reflected a broader trend of symbolic and functional adaptation. Early Christian basilicas were designed to accommodate the growing number of Christians who now could gather openly for worship. Over time, basilicas were adorned with mosaics, frescoes, and marble decorations, many of which depicted biblical scenes, reinforcing the sacred nature of the space. The nave often featured a triumphal arch, further signifying Christ's victory over death and sin. In conclusion, the rise of basilica architecture is a critical development in the evolution of Christian religious spaces, as it provided a lasting architectural solution for Christian communities to worship in grandeur and unity. The form's adoption and adaptation during the reign of Constantine and beyond helped to lay the foundation for the medieval church architecture that would dominate throughout Europe in the centuries that followed, from Romanesque to Gothic styles. The decline of traditional Roman art. The decline of traditional Roman art is intricately linked to the broader political, cultural, and religious transformations that occurred in the late Roman Empire, especially during the 3rd and 4th centuries CE. As the empire faced increasing external pressures, internal instability, and the rise of Christianity, the once dominant artistic traditions of ancient Rome gradually gave way to new styles, themes, and expressions. This transition was not abrupt, but occurred over several centuries as the empire's social and political fabric changed, culminating in the eventual collapse of the Western Roman Empire in 476 CE. One of the primary reasons for the decline of traditional Roman art was the political instability that plagued the empire in its later years. During the crisis of the 3rd century, 235 to 284 CE, the Roman Empire was beset by civil wars, economic decline, and invasions by barbarian tribes. The constant turmoil led to a weakening of imperial authority and a shift in the priorities of Roman elites, who were no longer able to commission grand public works as they had in previous centuries. As a result, monumental art and architecture, which had been symbols of Roman power and prestige, became less prevalent. At the same time, the rise of Christianity played a significant role in the transformation of Roman art. Christianity, initially a persecuted minority faith, gradually gained imperial acceptance and became the official religion under Emperor Constantine in the early 4th century. As Christian doctrines began to dominate, the pagan themes that had once been the heart of Roman art, depictions of gods, emperors, and military conquests, started to be replaced by Christian symbolism. Early Christian art, which emerged in the catacombs and later in basilicas, focused on symbolic representations of Christ and biblical themes rather than the heroic and naturalistic ideals of Roman art. The shift from realism to symbolism signified a departure from the visual representation of the physical world in favor of a more spiritual and abstract approach. The changing role of imperial portraiture also reflected this decline in traditional Roman art. Emperors, who had once been depicted in highly realistic, larger-than-life forms, began to be represented in a more stylized and abstract manner. The veristic portraits of earlier periods, which emphasized the physical features of the emperor as a sign of their authority, gradually gave way to more idealized images that emphasized divine or eternal qualities over the lifelike realism of the past. This trend reflected not only the decline in the importance of the emperor as a mortal figure, but also the growing influence of Christian ideals. Another factor in the decline of traditional Roman art was the economic difficulties faced by the empire in its later years. With the empire's resources stretched thin by constant warfare, building projects, and the need for military defense, the production of art became increasingly less focused on monumental public works and more centered on smaller, more personal objects. This shift led to a decrease in the scale and grandeur of Roman art, as well as a move away from the civic and public commissions that had once been a hallmark of the Roman world. In conclusion, the decline of traditional Roman art was driven by a confluence of political, religious, and economic factors that reshaped the empire in its final centuries. The rise of Christianity, the weakening of imperial authority, and the changes in artistic production all contributed to the transformation of Roman artistic traditions, paving the way for the development of early Christian and medieval art. This period of decline in Roman art marks the end of one era and the beginning of a new cultural and artistic landscape that would shape the future of Europe for centuries to come. Chapter 12, The Legacy of Roman Art. The legacy of Roman art extends far beyond the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 CE. The artistic traditions established during the Roman period, spanning sculpture, architecture, painting, and engineering, had a profound influence on the development of Western art for centuries. The Romans synthesized and adapted artistic styles from earlier cultures, such as the Greeks and Etruscans, creating a distinct Roman identity that left a lasting imprint on future civilizations. One of the most significant aspects of Roman art's legacy is its architecture and engineering. Roman innovations in the use of concrete, arches, vaults, and domes revolutionized construction techniques and paved the way for monumental structures in later periods. The Colosseum, the Pantheon, and Roman aqueducts are just a few examples of the monumental achievements that inspired architects and engineers throughout history. The use of the Roman arch, which allowed for the construction of large, stable structures, became a defining feature of medieval and Renaissance architecture. In particular, during the Renaissance, 14th to 17th centuries, artists and architects such as Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, and Raphael looked back to Roman models for inspiration, reviving classical forms in their work. Roman sculpture also left an enduring legacy. The Roman mastery of realistic portraiture, especially through the technique of verism, influenced subsequent generations of artists. While later cultures would shift towards more stylized or idealized representations, Roman portraiture remained a touchstone for achieving lifelike depictions of individuals. The Renaissance saw a revival of interest in humanism and the accurate representation of the human form, directly drawing upon the study of Roman sculptures and busts. In addition to technical and stylistic achievements, the themes explored in Roman art, such as the portrayal of power, imperial authority, and the human condition, continue to resonate throughout Western history. Roman influence can be seen in the way later artists depicted rulers, heroes, and historical events, often drawing on Roman ideals of civic virtue and glory. The monumental, triumphal arches and columns, which celebrated military victories, would be emulated by later European rulers to commemorate their own achievements, reinforcing the symbolism of political power and imperial conquest. Roman mosaics and frescoes, with their intricate designs and vibrant colors, also influenced the development of visual arts in the early Christian and Byzantine periods. The use of mosaic to convey religious stories, particularly in churches and cathedrals, owes much to Roman practices. In fact, the shift to Christian iconography that began in Roman art laid the foundation for the rich religious art of the Middle Ages. Ultimately, the legacy of Roman art is a testament to the cultural breadth and depth of the Roman Empire. The Romans not only adapted the artistic traditions of their predecessors, but also innovated in ways that would shape the art and architecture of the Western world for centuries. The classical ideals of balance, proportion, and realism would continue to influence artists during the Renaissance and beyond, ensuring that Roman art remained a central reference point in the history of Western civilization. Through its enduring influence, Roman art continues to be a touchstone for creativity, technical achievement, and cultural expression in the modern world. Influence on Renaissance and neoclassical art. The influence of Roman art on both Renaissance and neoclassical art is profound and enduring, shaping artistic movements that sought to revive and reinterpret the classical ideals of the ancient world. During the Renaissance, 14th to 17th centuries, a cultural rebirth inspired by the rediscovery of ancient Roman and Greek texts, art, and architecture, artists and intellectuals looked back to the Roman period as a model for beauty, proportion, and humanism. This revival of classical antiquity was not merely a nostalgic return to past forms, but rather a conscious effort to reimagine and elevate art through the lens of Roman achievements. One of the key aspects of Roman art that profoundly influenced the Renaissance was its realistic approach to the human form. Roman portraiture, with its emphasis on verism and attention to detail, became a model for Renaissance artists who sought to depict the human body with anatomical precision and emotional expression. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael drew inspiration from Roman sculptures and busts, studying them to better understand human proportions, musculature, and the dynamics of movement. Michelangelo's renowned marble statue of David and Leonardo's Vitruvian Man are prime examples of how Roman principles of proportion and anatomical accuracy were reinterpreted during the Renaissance. Roman architecture, too, played a critical role in shaping Renaissance design. The use of columns, arches, and domes in Roman buildings inspired Renaissance architects like Filippo Brunelleschi, who applied the classical principles of symmetry and harmony to the design of Florence's cathedral dome. The revival of the Roman basilica form in Renaissance churches, with its grand naves and vaulted ceilings, is another example of the Roman influence on architectural design. Renaissance buildings such as St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, designed by Michelangelo and Carlo Maderno, reflect the fusion of Roman architectural principles with Christian symbolism, combining the grandeur of Roman imperialism with the religious and spiritual goals of the Church. The neoclassical period, which emerged in the 18th century, was similarly influenced by the rediscovery of Roman art, particularly through archaeological excavations at sites like Pompeii and Herculaneum. Artists and architects of the neoclassical movement, such as Jacques-Louis David and Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, admired Roman ideals of simplicity, order, and rationality. Neoclassical art emphasized the clarity and balance seen in Roman sculpture, rejecting the excess and ornamentation of the preceding Rococo style. David's painting, The Death of Socrates, exemplifies the neoclassical revival of Roman themes, with its emphasis on stoic virtue and the moral grandeur of the human figure. Both the Renaissance and neoclassical movements were shaped by a desire to reconnect with the artistic and intellectual achievements of Rome. The influence of Roman art on these periods represents not only an aesthetic admiration for classical forms, but also a deeper commitment to the values of rationalism, humanism, and imperial grandeur. By looking to the past, artists of the Renaissance and neoclassical eras were able to build on the foundation of Roman art, reinterpreting its forms and ideas in a way that would continue to influence Western art for centuries to come. Roman artistic techniques in modern architecture. The techniques and principles developed by Roman architects and engineers continue to influence modern architecture, shaping structures worldwide through the adoption of their innovative methods and designs. Roman art and architecture were characterized by their ingenuity and technical advancements, especially in the use of materials and the development of new construction techniques. These Roman contributions, many of which were groundbreaking in their time, have had a lasting impact, continuing to inspire architects and designers to this day. One of the most significant Roman innovations was the use of concrete, a material that revolutionized construction. The Romans perfected the art of creating durable concrete that could set underwater, which allowed for the construction of elaborate harbors, aqueducts, and large-scale public buildings. Modern architecture, especially in the development of skyscrapers, bridges, and urban infrastructure, has incorporated Roman concrete principles. Reinforced concrete, a cornerstone of modern construction, is rooted in Roman concrete technology, which demonstrated the potential of mass-produced, inexpensive building material capable of achieving both strength and flexibility. The Roman arch is another technique that has had a profound effect on modern architecture. Roman architects developed the arch to distribute weight more evenly, enabling them to build larger and more durable structures, including bridges, aqueducts, and monumental buildings. This principle is still widely used in modern architecture, from the arches in train stations and tunnels to the design of modern bridges. The curved shape of the arch allows for the efficient distribution of weight, providing both strength and aesthetic appeal. Vaulting, another Roman technique based on arches, was used in large public buildings such as the Pantheon in Rome. Modern architects continue to use vaulted ceilings in buildings, churches, and sports arenas, recognizing their efficiency in spanning large areas. Roman domes, such as the iconic dome of the Pantheon, were architectural marvels that allowed for large, open interior spaces without the need for supporting columns. The techniques used to construct these domes, including the use of lighter materials towards the top, have been incorporated into modern domed structures, like the United States Capitol and St. Peter's Basilica in Vatican City. These domes not only demonstrate the Romans' mastery of engineering, but also serve as inspirations for modern buildings that aim for open, airy spaces with grand, vaulted ceilings. Roman use of urban planning and the integration of public spaces into the design of cities also influenced modern architecture. The creation of forums, basilicas, and public baths set the standard for how cities were designed to accommodate large numbers of people in both functional and aesthetically pleasing spaces. Today's urban planners and architects continue to follow these principles of civic design, balancing the needs of infrastructure, public life, and aesthetic harmony in modern cities. In conclusion, Roman artistic and architectural techniques have transcended time, serving as foundational elements in modern building practices. Their mastery of materials, structural engineering, and urban design not only shaped the physical landscape of the Roman Empire, but also laid the groundwork for the development of contemporary architecture. From concrete to arches, domes to urban planning, the legacy of Roman architecture is embedded in the modern world, ensuring that their influence will continue to be felt for generations to come. Preservation and restoration of Roman art. The preservation and restoration of Roman art is crucial for understanding not only the artistic achievements of the ancient world, but also the cultural and historical contexts in which they were created. Roman artworks, including sculptures, frescoes, mosaics, and architectural remnants, provide invaluable insights into the daily lives, religious practices, and political ideologies of the Roman Empire. Over the centuries, however, many of these works have been subjected to the ravages of time, natural disasters, human conflict, and neglect. As a result, the task of preserving and restoring Roman art is both a delicate and highly specialized process that involves a balance between maintaining authenticity and ensuring the longevity of these priceless artifacts. One of the main challenges in preserving Roman art is the inherent fragility of the materials used by ancient artists. Roman sculptures, often made from marble or bronze, are vulnerable to erosion, cracking, and theft. Similarly, Roman frescoes and mosaics, which decorated walls and floors of buildings, face the threat of fading, peeling, and breakage. These materials often deteriorate due to environmental factors, such as exposure to moisture, temperature fluctuations, and pollution. Restoration efforts often require advanced technologies, such as digital imaging, chemical analysis, and the careful application of protective coatings to prevent further degradation. The preservation of Roman architecture, including iconic structures such as the Colosseum and the Pantheon, requires ongoing maintenance and restoration work to safeguard these monumental buildings. Over time, natural disasters such as earthquakes and floods, as well as the wear and tear caused by tourism, have caused significant damage to these ancient sites. Modern restoration practices often include the use of non-invasive techniques to stabilize structures and reinforce weakened areas without compromising the historical integrity of the original materials. For example, the use of carbon fiber reinforcement and mortar-based materials mimicking ancient Roman concrete has been employed in recent restoration projects to preserve the authenticity of these structures while ensuring their continued structural stability. In addition to physical preservation, the study of Roman art has been enriched by advancements in archaeological research and digital technologies. 3D scanning and computer modeling allow for the virtual reconstruction of fragmented works of art and architecture, providing scholars and restorers with detailed insights into the original form and design of these pieces. This technology has also enabled the creation of accurate replicas, which can be displayed in museums or used in educational settings to minimize the wear and tear on the original works. The ethical considerations surrounding restoration and preservation are also significant. Restorers must make careful decisions about the degree of intervention needed and how to balance the desire to maintain historical accuracy with the necessity of ensuring the artwork's survival. The goal is to preserve Roman art in a way that maintains its historical value while ensuring its longevity for future generations to appreciate and study. Overall, the preservation and restoration of Roman art is a dynamic and multifaceted process that requires a deep understanding of ancient materials, modern technologies, and ethical considerations. Through these efforts, the cultural legacy of ancient Rome continues to endure, allowing us to connect with and learn from the artistic achievements of this remarkable civilization. Roman art in museums and collections. Roman art, with its rich history and diverse forms, has become an integral part of museum collections and exhibitions worldwide. Museums and private collections play a crucial role in preserving, displaying, and interpreting the artistic achievements of ancient Rome, offering insight into the civilization's culture, politics, religion, and daily life. These collections allow for a deeper understanding of the legacy of Roman art and its influence on later periods of history, while also fostering an appreciation of the craftsmanship and innovation that characterized Roman artistic practices. Museums housing Roman art pieces often feature a broad range of objects, from sculptures and pottery to mosaics, frescoes, and everyday items. Collections of Roman sculptures, particularly marble busts, statues, and reliefs, are among the most iconic and widely recognized aspects of Roman art. Many of these works, originally created to commemorate political figures, military achievements, or gods and goddesses, have found their way into museum collections where they continue to captivate visitors with their realistic depictions of the human form. The British Museum, Louvre, and Vatican museums are renowned for their extensive Roman collections, which include some of the most famous works of art from antiquity, such as the Doryphoros spear-bearer and the Augustus of Prima Porta. In addition to sculptures, Roman mosaics and frescoes form an important part of museum exhibitions, offering a glimpse into the decorative arts of ancient Roman homes and public buildings. The Pompeii archaeological site and Herculaneum have yielded some of the most exquisite frescoes and mosaics, showcasing vibrant colors and intricate scenes from mythology, daily life, and nature. These objects are often displayed in their original contexts or recreated environments to give visitors a sense of how they would have appeared in Roman times. Roman pottery and household items also provide valuable insights into daily life and are often included in museum collections. From functional objects such as amphorae, storage jars, and oil lamps, to more decorative items like glassware and jewelry, these objects help to fill in the picture of Roman life and culture, reflecting the widespread use of art in both domestic and public spheres. Museums not only preserve and display Roman art, but also serve as spaces for scholarly research and public education. Exhibitions and collections often include contextual information, historical background, and curatorial interpretations that help visitors understand the significance of the works on display. Temporary exhibitions, as well as permanent galleries, are frequently curated to highlight specific themes, such as Roman portraiture, religious iconography, or the influence of Roman art on later European art movements. Private collections and art auctions also play a role in the dissemination of Roman art. Many wealthy individuals and institutions collect Roman antiquities, sometimes rediscovering forgotten masterpieces through archaeological digs or private sales. However, the trade of Roman art, particularly in the context of antiquities markets, raises important ethical concerns about provenance and the preservation of cultural heritage. In conclusion, Roman art in museums and collections serves as a bridge between the past and the present, offering a glimpse into the achievements of one of history's greatest civilizations. By preserving and interpreting these objects, museums ensure that the legacy of Roman art continues to inform and inspire generations to come. Through exhibitions, research, and educational programs, Roman art remains an essential part of our shared cultural heritage, highlighting the enduring influence of ancient Rome on the development of Western art and civilization. Continuing fascination with Roman aesthetics. The aesthetic principles of ancient Rome continue to captivate and influence the art world today, with their combination of grandeur, realism, and innovation. Over the centuries, Roman art has inspired countless generations, from the Renaissance to the modern era, with artists, architects, and designers drawing upon the Roman emphasis on proportion, harmony, and monumentality. This lasting fascination with Roman aesthetics is not only a reflection of the empire's enduring cultural significance, but also a testament to the timeless appeal of its artistic achievements. One of the central aspects of Roman art that has persisted in modern aesthetics is its realistic approach to portraiture and the human form. Roman artists were pioneers in creating lifelike representations of individuals, capturing their distinctive features and personalities through techniques like verism and naturalistic modeling. This focus on individualism and the accurate portrayal of the human face set Roman art apart from earlier Greek idealism and remains influential in contemporary portraiture and sculpture. From the work of Michelangelo to modern hyperrealistic portraiture, Roman depictions of the human form continue to shape artistic conventions today. Another aspect of Roman art that has maintained its relevance is the use of perspective, space, and symmetry in both sculpture and architecture. The Romans were masters of architectural design, developing techniques such as the Roman arch and vaulting that allowed them to construct large open spaces that emphasized grandeur and monumentality. This engineering innovation not only shaped the physical environment of the Roman Empire, but also left an indelible mark on later architectural movements, particularly during the Renaissance and in modern neoclassical buildings. Architects like Andrea Palladio and John Soane were inspired by the classical orders and proportions developed by the Romans, drawing on their principles to create buildings that exuded balance and order. Roman aesthetic ideals are also evident in the way they integrated art into everyday life, from elaborate mosaics decorating floors and walls to richly detailed frescoes enlivening domestic spaces. The Romans' ability to blend artistic expression with functionality has influenced the design of modern interiors and public spaces, where art is often used to enhance the environment and convey a sense of sophistication. The Roman love of luxury and refined craftsmanship in objects such as jewelry, furniture, and decorative arts has also had a lasting impact on the development of decorative design, from the Baroque period to contemporary high-end design. Furthermore, Roman art's connection to power, authority, and civic identity has continued to resonate in the visual language of political and governmental symbols. Triumphal arches, statues of emperors, and grand public monuments from Roman times set a precedent for the use of monumental art to convey political messages. This legacy can be seen in the symbolic use of public monuments, from Napoleon's Arc de Triomphe in Paris to the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C., demonstrating how Roman art's connection to power and civic pride continues to influence modern statecraft. In conclusion, the continuing fascination with Roman aesthetics speaks to the timeless quality of their artistic achievements. Through their mastery of realistic portraiture, architectural innovation, and integration of art into everyday life, the Romans have left an enduring legacy that continues to shape modern aesthetics. From sculpture and painting to architecture and design, the influence of Roman art remains a constant presence in the artistic expressions of today's world, a testament to the lasting relevance of this ancient civilization's visual culture. The Art of Ancient Rome, From Republic to Empire, written by High Event, narrated by Kara Miller.